Magical lineage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Magical Instrument Fragments, Level 7. Ronan was silent. The black-haired man seemed to have regained some composure, and nodded slightly to Ronan with a pale face. Even if you are facing a zero-level high-level magical beast, as a high-level wizard apprentice, and your mental power has reached the level of gasification, you should not behave so badly. Ronan walked towards the black-haired man step by step with a thoughtful look on his face, and said meaningfully, "It seems that you have a secret." The black-haired man's face suddenly changed, and the thin wizard next to him hurriedly explained, "Lord Francois was just accidentally scared." The black-haired man just nodded twice, and then he heard Ronan's faint voice. "Forget it, since you don't want to say it, I will kill you and you can find it yourself." "No!" the black-haired man screamed, and a shrill voice similar to a drake came out of his mouth, and the atmosphere of a strong man disappeared. The thin wizard next to him changed his face and immediately rushed over as if to stop him, but the latter had already taken out a shiny thing and handed it to Ronan. "Damn it, look at what a fool you have done!" The thin wizard grabbed the collar of the black-haired man with red eyes. The black-haired man was not willing to be outdone and roared loudly, "You are the idiot. I have said long ago that senior apprentices above level 6 should not be provoked." The two wrestled with each other in an instant and rolled around on the snow. Ronan was too lazy to watch the internal conflict between the two, and his attention was all on the thing in front of him. He used his mental power to explore it a little, and the next second, Ronan was shocked. First level magic tool. In the forest, Ronan followed the bloodstains left by the two-headed demon lizard while playing with an object in his hand that looked like a broken mirror. Feeling the breath emanating from the bright mirror, Ronan was secretly shocked. This thing, which was like a corner of a complete mirror that was broken and fell off, was definitely a serious magic prop above the first level, or perhaps more than the first level. Its effect is that it can copy the breath emanating from any selected object within a large realm. The two wizards who were on the road dared to rob him because of the magical effect of this magic tool. Lord Francois, who looked like a senior apprentice gasification wizard, was actually just secretly replicating the aura of a senior apprentice wizard who was spiritually gasified. Without the cover of the mirror magic tool, he was actually just a 4th level wizard apprentice. After the two of them accidentally got this magic tool, they have been using its effect to fool people and blackmailed many middle and low level apprentice wizards. With more successes, their courage and appetite gradually grew. This time, they actually set their sights on Ronan, a senior apprentice, but they hid a wall. This thing seems to be broken, just a fragment of a magic tool. Ronan carefully observed the edge of the mirror magic tool and could clearly see the signs of breaking. When the spiritual power penetrated into it, he could also see the torn and damaged runes. The very complex rune marks, like the roots of a creeping plant, have a complex and natural beauty. The key point is that the runes are obviously broken and damaged in the broken parts of the mirror, but they can still play a part of their function, which is incredible. The useless ability of the mirror tool is not very useful to Ronan. What really interests Ronan is the runes enchanted inside the tool. High-level and rare runes have always been fanatically pursued by wizards, not to mention that Ronan is a rune master. I will study it later. Ronan casually put the mirror tool into the storage waste bag, and the faint white light of detection appeared in his eyes. He kept moving forward along the blood and track in front of him. Gradually, the bloodstains on the snow became thicker. Intuitively approaching the target, Ronan slowed down his pace. Under the robe, he raised his hand and grabbed. Ronan had a 1-meter-long black staff in his hand. The style of the staff is very ordinary. Except for a round ball on the top, there is no pattern on the smooth round wooden staff. Even the staff itself is not enchanted with any runes. But it is the most suitable staff for Ronan. Ronan held the staff in one hand, his expression calm. His deerskin boots stepped on the white snow. The cold wind blew in his face, blowing up the hem of his robe, making a slight sound. Ronan walked enchanted quickly. A green light appeared on the top of the black spherical staff, gradually becoming stronger. When the shadow of the two-headed demon lizard appeared in Ronan's vision again, the spell he had been preparing finally took shape. "Go." Ronan held the staff and pointed at the two-headed demon lizard in the distance. The green light ball accumulated on the staff to the top, flew out like a firefly. When it flew to the top of the two-headed demon lizard, the green light ball turned into a halo and quietly dispersed, just covering the two-headed demon lizard. The two-headed demon lizard, which had originally appeared extremely manic, nervous, ferocious and wild due to its injury, quickly declined at a speed visible to the naked eye when the green light fell. The wound on its body, which was almost scabbed, broke again, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The two-headed demon lizard growled, and the ferocity in its eyes faded, leaving only fear of Ronan. It tried to turn around and run away, but its movements became noticeably slower. Ronan never stopped chanting the spell, and at this moment, another spell was just ready. Tap. The black staff gently touched the ground, and energy particles surged, turning into bright electric currents that quickly flowed along the snow. Valenzuela. You bitch. A woman in a white dress with disheveled hair and a hideous face flew out, and when she pounced on the two-headed demon lizard, she let out a hysterical scream. I want you to die. The terrifying howl turned into invisible sound waves that spread around, and the air was filled with transparent ripples visible to the naked eye, and the snow hanging on the branches and leaves of the grass and trees burst in large puffs. The two-headed demon lizard that tried to escape completely lost its qualification to escape, and let out a miserable whine. At this time, Ronan walked up slowly, raised his right hand naturally, and gently threw a huge blue-black energy ball that condensed in the blink of an eye on its head. Bang! The ball of light exploded, and a huge blood pit appeared on the head of the two-headed demon lizard. The body shook slightly twice. It fell to the ground with a bang, and it was completely silent. This is a wizard. Ronan looked at the fallen body of the two-headed demon lizard, waved his hand, called back the white-dressed female ghost who was still howling, put it back into the ring, and sighed sincerely. Strolling leisurely, dominating the battlefield, taking the enemy's life in a snap of a finger, recalling the embarrassed look of himself holding a big sword and looking for people all over the map a few months ago, and then looking at the chick and calmness now, he was full of emotion. Although it is also related to the improvement of hard power. But it is undeniable that control skills are indeed very necessary. Ronan did not rush to check the body of the two-headed demon lizard, fearing that it was not dead yet. He let it die quietly for a while and casually called up the character panel. Name, Ronan Damien. Age, 16. Talent, no attribute. Affinity, Strength, 7th level wizard apprentice, 69%. Skills, Basic meditation, Expert 419/800, Energy missile, Particle torrent, Master 3/1600, Charged weapon, Expert 312/800, Rune marking, Clean, Proficient 185/200, Shining, Proficient 33/200, Protection, Proficient 23 out of 400, Ascetic body forging, Expert 100/800, Basic swordsmanship, Expert 455/800, Fireball, Entry 21 out of 100, Ice ball, Entry 35 out of 100, Detection, Proficient 158/200, Curse of weakness, Entry 56/100, Lightning flow, Proficient 12/200, Wail of the dead, Entry 22/100. Chapter 52, Melee Magic Sword. 3 months, or to be exact, 3 months and 12 days, Ronan's panel information has changed a lot. First of all, his strength has jumped from 11% of the 5th level apprentice to 69% of the 7th level apprentice. He still relied on drugs. 4 bottles of 0-level intermediate spiritual nourishing potion made Ronan's spiritual power rise by more than 2 levels in one breath. The price was 8 intermediate magic stones. In addition to opening the storage waste bag of the second intermediate apprentice, the black-robed wizard, and getting another sum of magic stones from it, Ronan's own breakthrough in money-making skills is also one of the reasons for daring to adopt this luxury way of practice. His rune engraving technology has improved a lot, and the proficiency of the protection rune has been promoted to mastery, and the engraving success rate has also increased to more than 50%. Almost every 2 engravings will succeed once, and in a day, if you're lucky, you can succeed 5 to 7 times. With the current unit price of the protection rune fluctuating around 12 low-level magic stones, he can at least make a net income of 10 intermediate magic stones a month. After he became wealthy, Ronan upgraded his equipment. He not only bought the staff he had been dreaming about for a long time, but also changed his robes, bought the spells he wanted, and even kept several commonly used combat potions with him at all times. Compared with 3 months ago, his overall strength has increased by more than 10 times. In fact, the key is that the shortcomings in control methods have been greatly compensated. Ronan, who once did not even have a single control skill, now has 3 control spells quietly lying on the skill bar of his character panel, and they are all intermediate level 0. In addition to the electric spell, Electric Light Flow, which he bought at a stall in the market, the remaining, Weak Curse, and Howl of the Dead, all came from the Black Robe. Ronan had not intended to learn the undead spells, but after opening the storage waste bag of the second intermediate apprentice in the Black Robe, he found the Curse of Weakness, placed together with a Flesh Puppet spell that summoned a corpse servant. After studying it in detail, he became more and more excited. He couldn't help it and accidentally learned it. Then he simply broke the jar and learned another spell, Howl of the Dead Souls, that matched the Ghost Ring. Of course, he didn't dare to learn too deeply, and only practiced to the level where he could cast spells smoothly. Electric Light Flow worked hard and reached the proficient level. These 3 control spells can be said to have their own merits. The effect of Electric Light Flow is to summon electric current, which flows along the ground and attacks the opponent. The lethality is average, but the paralysis effect of the electric spell is excellent. The disadvantage is that the summoned flowing electric light is not easy to control and is easily blocked by the energy shield. When Ronan first learned this spell, he could only summon 2 streaks of lightning. After becoming proficient, the number of lightning he could summon increased to 4. After casting Weak Curse, the opponent's physical strength can be weakened directly, causing the opponent's physical strength to be quickly consumed. It has a large range and can affect multiple targets at a time. It completely ignores the existence of energy shields, which is quite unreasonable. This is also the domineering part of the curse spell, and it is the most satisfying control skill for Ronan. Of course, the disadvantages are also obvious. It is difficult to practice and slow to cast. When facing an opponent with a lower level of strength than oneself, one spell can make the opponent lie on the ground and become a dead fish, but if it is an opponent of the same level or a higher level, the weakening effect will be quickly reduced. With Ronan's current entry-level proficiency, casting it, Weak Curse, on a senior apprentice of the same level can only reduce the opponent's physical state by about 20%. The last one, Howl of the Dead, is nothing to say. The ghost of a crazy woman who muttered Valenzuela bitch suddenly jumped out, and no matter who was caught off guard, they would be scared. If you howl, it can also cause a certain impact on the opponent's mental level, affecting the opponent's spellcasting, action judgment, etc. The key is that this spell hardly needs to be guided, just give a simple command to the undead under the opponent. The main improvement in spell proficiency is the effect of howl, and the frequency of each command. Ronan speculated that the upper limit of this spell should depend on the number of undead controlled by the caster. If a crazy woman screams loudly in front of you, you may only be scared and tremble, but what if there are 100 crazy women? It will definitely be a hysterical howling storm, and your head may explode. In other aspects, the proficiency of basic meditation has increased steadily. It is extremely difficult to improve the proficiency of energy missile particle torrent after being promoted to a master. In 3 whole months, Ronan only increased his proficiency by 2 points. In addition to the fact that each point of proficiency improvement requires more spellcasting insights to accumulate, another big reason is that practicing once is too time-consuming. The key is that it is really hard to find a suitable place to practice spellcasting. Many times, Ronan can't practice once a day. However, Ronan found that for every increase in the master-level proficiency of energy missile particle torrent, the number of torrent particles that are like supermicro black holes will increase when it is cast, and the strength of the spell will also increase sharply. He is now casting energy missile particle torrent with all his strength, and the range of the extraordinary domain formed by the spell has expanded by nearly doubled compared to before, and the power is also several times greater. Moreover, after 3 months of practice, Ronan has been able to control the power of each casting of energy missile at will. This is crucial. From now on, Ronan no longer has to worry about running out of mana every time he casts a spell, or even having his vitality drained away. With the help of the monster meat, ascetic bodybuilding, and basic swordsmanship, have both reached the expert level, which is unusually smooth. Ronan picked up the staff casually, held the top of the staff with his right hand, and exerted a little force. Clang. A cold light flashed through the forest, and Ronan had a 1-meter-long, dark, dull one-handed sword in his hand. The sword was hidden in the body of the staff. The sword body was very narrow, almost half the size of a normal one-handed sword, and it looked heavier than an ordinary one-handed sword. Ronan slowly walked into the body of the two-headed demon lizard, and gently waved the long sword in his hand. It didn't seem like he used much strength, and the slightly smaller head on the neck of the two-headed demon lizard rolled down very smoothly. There is almost no resistance when cutting the skin and flesh of a 0-level high-level magic beast. It is worth the 3 intermediate magic stones and 25 low-level magic stones I spent. Ronan was quite satisfied with the sharpness of the black long sword. This magic sword was specially customized by him at the wheeling workshop. It was enchanted with 2 sharp runes, 1 solid rune, and 1 absorbing light rune. He almost abandoned all the functions of the normal staff and built it completely for close combat. In fact, Ronan's original idea was not like this. It was mainly because he practiced austerity body forging to the 8th move and broke through to the expert level. His physique was greatly improved again. It felt a pity not to use such a good close combat foundation. It can't just be used to escape every time. The rune effects enchanted on a normal staff are more useful to increase the power of spells and speed up the casting speed. His master level, energy missile, particle torrent, was extremely powerful, and the casting was almost instantaneous. The 2 most helpful enchantment effects for ordinary wizards were dispensable to him. So Ronan simply took a different approach and created such a melee magic sword. Of course, the main reason was that the customization cost of this melee magic sword was much cheaper than that of a normal staff. Chapter 53, Dilemma. Ronan used the black long sword to cut along the exposed abdomen of the two-headed demon lizard. It was like cutting open a leather bag filled with water, and a large amount of smelly blood and organs flowed down. Occasionally encountering obstacles, Ronan exerted force on his hands. The strong and perfect body under the robe was like a bow pulling, and the terrifying force was transmitted along the muscles, tendons, and bones. The long sword quickly slid down smoothly again. Huh? As he was slicing, Ronan's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the long sword that had just been inserted into the belly of the two-headed demon lizard seemed to have cut something, and he heard a slight crisp sound. Ronan thought about it, took the long sword and began to dig a hole in the abdomen of the two-headed demon lizard at the corresponding position. He cut the body of the two-headed demon lizard mainly to see if he could find the rumored magic beast crystal core. It is said that a large number of energy particles gather and accumulate in the body of a powerful magic beast, which may produce the so-called crystal core crystal. The composition and structure of this crystal core are magical and complex. It is a material used in many magic potions and alchemy experiments, and it is very valuable. Generally, it only appears in the bodies of monsters above level 1, and it is rare to see it in level 0 monsters. Ronan thought about trying his luck, and now it seems that he has really encountered it. After hollowing out half of the two-headed demon lizard's cavity, he finally found something that made a crisp sound, but Ronan was disappointed. It turned out to be a nest of eggs. They were the size of a fist, and were stuck together by yellow and white blood vessels. There were 7 or 8 eggs in total, and Ronan cut a few of them with his sword, which looked disgusting. I didn't expect this guy to be a female. No wonder he holds a grudge so much. These eggs are not yet ripe. Forget it, take them back and cook or fry them. It is said to be very nutritious. Ronan shook his head, endured the nausea and took out the remaining unbroken two-headed demon lizard eggs, and casually cut dozens of kilograms of demon lizard meat, collected some demon lizard blood and demon lizard skin, and put them all in the storage waste bag he carried with him. He didn't come here to hunt monsters, and he didn't know whether the meat of monsters like two-headed demon lizards could be eaten, so he didn't think about taking more. He washed the bloodstains on the black sword with snow and put it back into the scabbard of the staff. Ronan tapped the clean rune on his robe to get rid of the filthy bloody smell, and then began to walk towards the outside of the forest. This trip was quite rewarding. Not only did he get back his belongings, but he also unexpectedly got a fragment of a first-level magic tool, a two-headed demon lizard egg, and demon lizard meat. It also confirmed that the current forest tree house area is indeed much safer. But if people live there, it feels that the risk is still quite high. He returned to the town safely, to Waterdrop Street, his own residence. Ronan put away his things, then picked up the matsutake, wild mushrooms he picked along the way, and 2 rabbits he killed, and walked towards the house where Old Wells and others lived. He didn't take the monster meat, not because he was reluctant to part with it, but for low-level apprentices like Old Wells. This thing is almost like a poison that accelerates the body's decay. Only a strong man like Ronan, who has achieved success in bodybuilding, can enjoy it at will. He went to the Old Wells house first, but found no one there. Jacob and Kylan, who lived next door, were not there either. Ronan went around and came to the door of Venetia's house. He knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. Cheryl ran back barefoot after opening the door, climbed onto a high stool, held a book, and let Venetia manipulate her head while reading. Venetia was giving her a haircut. Ronan walked in slowly. The fireplace in the house was burning with orange flames, bright and warm. There was a thick cashmere carpet under his feet. Everything was neatly arranged and just right, which made it look very warm. It was much better than his own home. Ronan put down the things in his hand and asked, "Where are they?" Venetia didn't say anything, but Cheryl spoke first. "Grandpa Wells went out for something, Brother Jacob went to see you, and Uncle Kylan and Aunt Kylan went to the street to buy gifts." "What gifts?" Ronan was curious. "Barry and Sean said they will treat everyone to dinner tonight." Cheryl spoke quickly and crisply, and then asked Ronan loudly, "Sir Ronan, do you want Sister Winnie to cut your hair too? Your hair is so long." Venetia, who was standing behind Cheryl, blushed quickly, but Ronan agreed readily. Okay. His hair hadn't been taken care of for more than half a year, and it really needed a trim. Seeing Ronan agree, Cheryl jumped off the high stool happily, and then ran quickly to move a chair for Ronan. Half a minute later, Ronan sat on the chair, and with a strange feeling, he began his first haircut experience in this world. Venetia's movements were very light, and she made almost no sound when cutting hair. Ronan could only hear the sound of his hair falling down. Cheryl held her wizard book, lying on the fireplace and staring at Ronan intently, as if she thought his current sitting posture was very interesting. Ronan suddenly thought of what Cheryl had just said, so he continued the previous topic and asked, "Why did Barry and his son invite us to dinner?" Since Wizard Barry took his son to live with his uncle, who was his assistant tutor at the academy, he has never lost contact with them and would occasionally come to visit. But he has never invited them over, and it was the first time he took the initiative to invite them to dinner. Ronan found it strange. Maybe there is something good worth celebrating. Cheryl answered like a little adult. Ronan nodded and didn't ask again. At this time, Venetia, who was standing behind him, spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Jocelyn and his wife have returned the house and plan to move back to the tree house area after this month. Ronan's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. After a moment, he slowly said, "I'll send some magic stones over later. You have helped everyone a lot." Venetia whispered, without stopping her hands, "We are also ready to go back. This place is not suitable for us." Ronan fell silent. In fact, he knew very well the embarrassing situation faced by everyone. Those who choose to live in the tree house area are low-level wizards who have no special skills and find it difficult to live well in the town. In this war-torn period, facing the high prices several times higher than usual, many people's pitiful savings were exhausted in a very short time. In the past few months, Ronan has been helping everyone in the team openly or secretly with the excuse of paying for food expenses. But now, everyone is still unable to continue. It seems that their temporary small group has finally reached the day when they have to disperse. Thinking about it, Ronan felt Venetia stop. The hair is cut. Cheryl had already brought a mirror over and tried to lift it above her head. Her eyes staring at Ronan's face seemed to be full of shining stars. Ronan looked into the mirror. In the bright mirror, there was a handsome and heroic young face, with chestnut curly long hair lying neatly behind his shoulders, tied lightly with an exquisite silver headband. Against the backdrop of those deep lake blue eyes, the person in the mirror looked mysterious and calm like a wizard, and elegant and calm like an aristocrat. This was Ronan's unique brilliance. "Nice cut, Venetia." "Thank you." Ronan brushed away a strand of hair from her shoulders and said softly. Chapter 54 Recruitment. The light from the magic crystal chandelier softly filled the small private room. Ronan and the others sat around a long table, which was decorated with candles and flowers, as well as a variety of beautiful and sumptuous delicacies. Everyone enjoyed this rare and delicious meal while listening to the wizard Barry, who was holding a wine glass, speaking with a red face. He said, "Sean, If your wizard qualifications were half as good as your talent in potions, oh no, even if it was only a quarter, you are now far more than just a small second-level apprentice. Original words. These are the original words of that adult. I heard every word clearly. Barry drank the wine in the glass in his hand in one breath, and the pride and joy between his eyebrows seemed to be overflowing. Sean, my dear son, I am proud of you. I told you that you would shine in potions one day. Barry, who was obviously a little drunk, kissed Sean's forehead beside him. The latter, who was forcibly hugged into his arms, was embarrassed and ashamed, and kept struggling. Ronan sat opposite Barry, with Jacob on his left and Cheryl on his right. He cut off a piece of roasted lamb chop and slowly put it into his mouth, with a lot of complicated emotions in his heart. No wonder the worldly wise Barry was so happy, mainly because what happened to Sean was really legendary. The story was that Barry used his uncle's relationship to find Sean a job as a pharmacist apprentice in a potion shop in the dwarf market. By chance, the chief potion master and official wizard-level strongman of the potion shop saw the strange potions that Sean had made when he was free, such as the sleepy potion, and was very surprised. After calling Sean to test him, he was extremely impressed by his talent in potion science and accepted Sean as his disciple on the spot. It took me less than half a year to go from a complete novice in rune science to a qualified rune master who can skillfully engrave zero-level intermediate runes and is about to enter the zero-level advanced runes. Why don't any rune masters take a fancy to me? Ronan chewed the mutton in his mouth, feeling a little sour in his heart. He was like this, let alone the others present. The dinner had completely changed by now. Everyone was laughing awkwardly, and Barry was the only one who was really happy. The one-armed Kiao Lin sat at the end of the long table, constantly pouring wine into his mouth. Mrs. Kiao Lin wanted to stop him, but he pushed her away roughly. Everyone was silent, eating the food on their plates silently, except for the wizard Barry, who was still chattering. That adult said he would take my son and me away from this chaotic and terrible place. This is really the best news since winter. I've had enough of this kind of life under someone else's roof. Poor Sean, the future genius pharmacist, has to suffer with me. Just as Barry kept talking about how annoying his weird and rigid uncle the wizard was, suddenly, a huge noise came from outside the door, as if something suddenly exploded outside. Everyone looked outside in surprise. Jacob, who is always smart, stood up quickly and rushed out the door. A moment later, Jacob came back with an expression on his face that was hard to tell whether it was nervous or weird. Hoddam Wizard Academy has just issued an announcement, saying that from today on, it will officially call on all our wandering gray robe wizards. Jacob paused, then said, calling for the right to go. Ronan stood at the door of the tavern he had just walked out of, looking at Sean, whose cheeks were slightly red, talking to Venetia in an awkward manner not far away. Sean likes Venetia and wants to take her away with him. Old Wells walked to Ronan and whispered, "Do you think Venetia will go with him?" Ronan asked. Old Wells looked at him and said nothing. At this time, the conversation between the two people in the distance had ended, and Sean walked away with a disappointed look on his face. Barry, who was drunk, hugged Sean's shoulders and comforted him nonchalantly. "It's no big deal, Sean. There are women like this everywhere on the street. She is not beautiful and does not deserve you at all. And I think that maybe she will come back like a dog wagging its tail before tomorrow morning." "What did you say?" Ronan stood in front of Barry and his son, looking at Barry expressionlessly. "Say it again." "Lord Ronan." Barry's drunkenness disappeared without a trace in an instant, and he seemed to remember how Ronan led them out of the forest alive. That indescribable twisted torrent, that senior apprentice black-robed wizard who died like dust. "I'm sorry." Barry lowered his head and hurried away with Sean. He wasn't like this before. Old Wells looked at the backs of Barry and his son leaving, and said in a complicated tone, "Of course, it may also be that I have never really known him." Ronan shook his head, indicating that the topic was over. Kiao Lin, who was drunk, squatted on the street and vomited, waving his one arm like a madman, yelling and shouting, and Mrs. Kiao Lin stood by with a helpless look on her face. In the end, with the help of Venetia and Cheryl, they barely managed to get him back home. Ronan and Old Wells walked slowly along the long street in another direction. It was late at night, but the streets and alleys of the wizard town were bustling. On the road, wizards holding oil lamps and torches kept passing by them. Time seemed to have returned to the day when the black robes officially invaded. "Do you feel it?" After walking in silence for a while, Old Wells suddenly spoke out of the blue. Ronan's eyes flickered with the light of torches in the distance, and he nodded slightly. The chief potion master of the Dwarf Market Potion Shop was eager to take people away, and the academy launched a call for all wandering wizards at this time. All signs indicate that the situation of Hoddam Wizard Academy in the battle with the Black Wizard Force, the Deteriorating Forest, is not optimistic. It was the same that year. Old Wells sighed lightly and said, "The next step is when people will really die. Leaving Hoddam now is the best choice." Ronan thought for a while and said to himself, "Maybe you can try to persuade Venetia later." Sean, the young man, was clearly a dog licker. Even if Venetia didn't like him, she could take advantage of the situation and go with him first, and then find a way to kick him out after leaving Hoddam. Ronan suddenly felt that he was a bad guy, but after today's dinner, he had already included Barry and his son in the list of outsiders in his heart. Why should we sympathize with outsiders? Old Wells didn't answer him. Actually, there is another way. Old Wells stopped, looked into Ronan's eyes, took a deep breath and said, "Ronan, I beg for your help. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 55, Notes from the Shrine. It was the first time that Ronan saw Old Wells's expression so serious. He even used the word beg to him. "You say." Ronan's expression also became serious. Old Wells seemed to find it difficult to speak. After struggling for a while, he whispered, "I heard that someone is selling tickets to leave Hoddam soon, but the price is very high. One ticket requires 1 high-level magic stone. Are you crazy?" Ronan shook his head, thinking it was ridiculous. The tickets for the first half of the year are only 10 low-level magic stones. Even if the price increased due to the war, it would not increase to such an exaggerated level. People who can afford 1 high-level magic stone will worry about not being able to leave Hoddam. Yet, Old Wells nodded, "It must be a false report. I think the maximum price for a real deal is 10 intermediate magic stones. 10 intermediate magic stones is about the right price, and it is acceptable." Ronan did not ask Old Wells whether this channel is true and reliable. Old Wells has rich experience in dealing with people and has his own judgment. "How much more do you need?" Ronan asked directly. 8 pieces. Old Wells said, "Just enough for Venetia. She can bring Cheryl along." Ronan didn't say anything, looking into Old Wells' eyes. He vaguely remembered that Old Wells had told him that he wanted to leave Hoddam and find a secular kingdom, to be an idle old noble. If the invasion of the Forest of Dead Whisper hadn't happened, he might have been basking in the sun on the top of a noble's castle. "I'll give it to you now." Ronan exhaled lightly and reached out to touch his waist bag. He didn't have many magic stones left, but he could just take out 8 intermediate magic stones. Old Wells' own ticket would have to wait until he grinded open the storage waste bag of the last black-robed wizard, or until he sold the rune stones to save up some money. But Old Wells held him down and shook his head. "Not now. I'll ask you when I really need it." As he said that, he took out a bag from under his robe and stuffed it into Ronan's hand. "Thank you, Ronan, anyway." Old Wells hugged him and whispered a blessing in his ear. "You are more humane than any wizard I have ever seen in my life. I have this intuition that you can go a long way." After that, Old Wells patted his shoulder and turned to blend into the thick night. Ronan looked at the heavy gray package in his hand, and then looked at Old Wells disappearing back, and for a moment, his heart was mixed with mixed feelings. He knew very well. What Old Wells stuffed into him was probably all he felt he could thank him for. Under the bright and soft crystal light, Ronan sat at the table and carefully examined what Old Wells stuffed into him. There were 2 books. One was the most ordinary basic potions, but the difference was that every page, every paragraph, and every line on it was densely written with Old Wells' own research results, his experience summary, and the most detailed experience he had gained after decades of failure. There were even a few low-level potion recipes that he had figured out himself, which were not precious, but very practical. Ronan had seen it during the last escape in the forest. This book was extremely helpful for Ronan to learn potions. It was the result of the hard work of Old Wells. As for the other book, Ronan looked different. This was a notebook. A very old notebook. The pages were yellow and brittle. It felt like if you turned the pages with a little force, they would break like dry leaves. Ronan flipped through the notebook carefully. The words left on the notebook were also very old, and the ink marks in many places had even faded and almost disappeared. A large part of the content of the notebook was missing, and it was unknown whether it had decayed over time or was torn and destroyed by someone. The remaining pages were mostly messy, trivial, and messy information. Ronan frowned and reluctantly read the entire notebook, and roughly sorted out that this notebook mainly talked about how to replicate something called the power of the shrine. It involved a lot of profound and obscure knowledge of alchemy, potions, runes, and various professional terms. To Ronan at this stage, it was like a heavenly book. Moreover, the notebook had not produced any results after studying it to the end. It seemed that it had failed. The owner of the notebook had only barely reached the step of how to seal the power of the shrine for a long time. What is the power of the shrine? Can it be very useful to reproduce it? Ronan did not understand it at all. It was too profound, just like a primary school student accidentally picking up a university textbook. But you said that this thing was completely useless. It was not. It was indeed very old, and it recorded knowledge related to wizards. From this perspective, it was of extraordinary value. Perhaps it was for this reason that old Wells gave it to him. Ronan carefully put the ancient notebook into his storage waste bag. At this time, there was still a faint movement outside the house. Recalling the series of changes that happened tonight, Ronan sighed lightly, took out the last storage waste bag that had not been opened, and slowly polished it. After a night of fermentation, the matter of the Wandering Grey Robe recruitment order reached a lively peak on the second day. Ronan ran to take a look. He found that this so-called recruitment order was issued in the form of a task. On the notice with the ivy mark representing the Hoddam Wizard Academy, there are a lot of tasks listed for the Wandering Grey Robes to choose from. From collecting some specific potions around the wizard land to joining the action with the wizards of the academy. The one with the highest reward is 10 intermediate magic stones. The task is to explore the specific situation of a small magic stone mine more than 200 kilometers away. At that time, you will take a magic airship to set off. The wizard who takes the task is required to be above the intermediate apprentice and have certain combat experience. Ronan looked at the waiting tasks on the notice board expressionlessly, and then quietly left the crowded crowd. With his current rune engraving level, as long as he stays at home and spends more time, he can always have a stable income, so he will naturally not be interested in these tasks. But it is different for other Wandering Grey Robes. This task call issued by the Academy is simply a blessing for many Wandering Grey Robes who can no longer live happily and want to move out of the town immediately. Just go to a specific area when you have nothing to do and you can get magic stone rewards. If you are brave enough and dare to take some risks, you will have a chance to get the reward of intermediate magic stone? Exclamation mark. How many of the Wandering Grey Robes living at the bottom have seen the real intermediate magic stone? The Wandering Grey Robes who are already too poor to live happily are so excited to see the large number of reasonable, legal and lucrative job opportunities at the moment. Chapter 56, God-Burning Potion, Soul Seal. Looking at those Wandering Grey Robed wizards who were crowded around the bulletin board, Ronan suddenly remembered what old Wells had said to him next: people will really die. Ronan remained silent, and suddenly worried that old Wells, who was short of money to buy a boat ticket, would also be tempted by the white magic stone, and rush to take those high-risk and high-reward tasks. You know, Big Mouth Jacob once told him that old Wells lost his daughter in his early years, so he always took care of the equally helpless Vanessa as his own daughter, and then there was Cheryl. For the sake of his daughter and granddaughter, it is not impossible to go crazy and take risks. Ronan hurried over to test old Wells. Fortunately, it turned out that old Wells's mind was much clearer than he thought. Old Wells, who had experienced an invasion of the Black Wizard land, knew the risks behind these tasks better than anyone else. He did accept the tasks on the notice board, and even encouraged Vanessa and even Cheryl to accept them, but they were all the most common and simple material processing and material collection tasks. The rewards were meager, but at least there was an additional source of income, and he could barely continue to live in the town. Ronan was relieved. On the 5th day after the conscription order was issued, Barry and his son left Hoddam by boat with the adult who they called the official wizard and potion master. It was also on this day. Ronan finally opened the last storage waste bag in his hand from the senior apprentice Black Robe Wizard. In the cold and dark hut, the windows were tightly blocked by thick curtains, and only faint light came in. Ronan sat at the table, using the light of the mirror crystal to look at the pile of things in front of him. A pile of magic stones. A black robe identity badge representing the forest of the dead. A few books. A few bottles of potions. A pile of bones that were not sure whether they were from animals or humans, and were prepared with special potions. No magic equipment or other sundries were found, and the storage waste bag was much cleaner and tidier than Ronan had imagined. Ronan guessed that the high-level apprentice Black Robe who died in his hands might have sold all the low-level magic tools he had found and exchanged them for magic stones and potions, as well as the high-level magic tools he had equipped. Ronan still remembered the bone staff held by the opponent during the battle, as well as the protective magic tools that could activate the zero-level high-level magic shield. Unfortunately, all of them were destroyed by his particle torrent. Even so, the harvest in front of him was enough to make Ronan happy. Putting aside everything in the waste bag, the waste bag itself was worth a lot of money. It was obviously a high-level product of the apprentice level, and the storage space inside was more than 3 times larger than the previous 2 black robes. If it was sold in the magic tool store, it would be worth at least dozens of intermediate magic stones. 3 storage waste bags were enough for Ronan to pack all his belongings and carry them with him, and there was still more than enough space. Ronan had been fighting with this last storage waste bag for nearly 2 months, and even delayed his meditation and spell practice, just to keep it for his own use without damaging the waste bag. Now he finally got what he wanted, and it truly belonged to him. He liked it more and more when he held it in his hand. Back to the topic. Ronan began to formally count the items. He counted the magic stones, and there were a total of 22 intermediate magic stones and 47 low-level magic stones. 5 bottles of potions, 2 of which were intermediate mental power recovery potions, 1 intermediate healing potion, 1 advanced mental power increase potion, and 1. The color was fiery red, and it was contained in the most beautiful crystal bottle. I don't know what it was. There were 4 books, 3 spell books, and 1 personal notebook. The spell book contained 2 0-level advanced spells, Bone Spear, and Bone Warrior. 1 0-level intermediate spell, Corpse Explosion. Ronan had seen these 3 undead spells, each of which was extremely powerful, especially the 0-level advanced spell, Bone Spear, which had given Ronan a strong sense of crisis that he would die if he was hit. Ronan had always held a very contradictory attitude towards undead spells. On the one hand, he felt that it was a waste not to practice such powerful advanced spells. On the other hand, he was worried that if he practiced, he would be beaten into a black robe and caught by the academy. He couldn't help but practice secretly, but he didn't dare to practice too deeply. Fortunately, the 3 undead spells he got were all offensive spells, including the master level, energy missile. Ronan's offensive means were not weak, so there was no need to practice anything else. He casually opened the notes placed together with his spell book. The notes recorded in detail the experience of each spell practiced by the Black Robe Wizard since he was a first-level apprentice. There were also plans on how to improve his strength at each step, which were filled with a lot of blood and conspiracy, and lessons and summaries after success or failure. Ronan flipped through the pages, and was so excited that it was like reading a history of the rise of a gangster. It can be seen that the senior apprentice Black Robe who wrote the notes is a meticulous person who does things with a goal and plan. He is also a predatory wizard. He hardly does any secondary professional witchcraft research, and all his time and energy are spent on meditation and spell practice. The extraordinary domain. Why is there no mention of the extraordinary domain? Ronan flipped through notes and muttered to himself. He actually wanted to learn more about the extraordinary domain. The Black Robe obviously knew something, but it seemed that the other party did not record this in the notes. Ronan turned another page, finally reached level 9, and can start preparing for promotion to a formal wizard. The mental power is still a little short of taking the burning potion to reach the gasification level, and only 1 burning potion is not enough. The war has begun, and killing the Grey Robe can be exchanged for rewards. This is a good opportunity for me. School selection after promotion to wizard, Bone Spear style, soul symbol selection, malice, piercing. Summoning style, soul symbol selection, rage, slavery. Corpse explosion style, soul symbol selection, plague, concussion, corrosion. Ronan looked at the contents of the notebook and was slightly startled when he caught a word. The next second, he picked up the bottle of the most beautifully packaged fiery red potion in the pile of potions in front of him, which he didn't know the effect of, and put it in front of his eyes and looked at it repeatedly. A trance and somewhat unbelievable expression gradually emerged on his face. It was as if he was a little stunned by an unexpected and sudden surprise. Burning God Potion? This thing called Burning God Potion is actually a Burning God Potion. Ronan muttered, and then his heart began to beat faster. It beat fast for a long time before gradually slowing down. At this time, looking at the mysterious potion in his hand again, his eyes were full of deep surprise and excitement. Chapter 57 Northern Highlands. The God-burning potion is the key to promoting the spiritual transformation of apprentice wizards, and it is also one of the essential conditions for wizard apprentices to be promoted to formal wizards. For wizard apprentices, especially those in the wandering group, it is really precious. The materials for refining the God-burning potion are very rare and difficult to obtain for apprentices. This key to open the door to formal wizards has always been firmly controlled by the academy, and it is rarely sold even in the potion shop in the dwarf market. In Hoddam, most of the God-burning potions produced will be supplied to wizards in the academy first. Ronan had always wanted to join the academy, and one of the important reasons was for this so-called God-burning potion. Unexpectedly, when he sorted out the storage waste bag of the black-robed wizard in the Forest of Death, he accidentally got a bottle. Ronan carefully put away the God-burning potion and put it back into the storage waste bag as if it were a treasure, and his heart was full of joy. It is said that the worse the qualifications of the apprentice, the more God-burning potion he needs to be promoted to a formal wizard. A bottle of God-burning potion may not be enough for Ronan, but he is still far from being qualified to become a formal wizard, so he can continue to plan slowly. He put his attention back on the notes. The choice of schools after being promoted to a formal wizard planned by the dead black robe in the notes also aroused a lot of interest in Ronan. A key word mentioned repeatedly in the notes, Soul Seal, made Ronan very curious. This thing seems to be extremely important for the practice after becoming a formal wizard, and it also involves the choice of spell schools. Unfortunately, there is no detailed explanation in the notes, so Ronan can only put his doubts back in his heart. He flipped through it again. The notes stop here. Ronan glanced at the remaining things on the table, divided them into 3 categories, useful, useless, and those that need to be disposed of as soon as possible, and put them in 3 storage waste bags. He sorted out his mood and pushed the door out of the hut. Today is cloudy, with light snow and cold wind. Ronan has a strong physique, and the robe he is wearing has a built-in, constant temperature function, so he doesn't feel too cold. Standing at the door, looking in one direction, you can see the orange-red light reflected on the window of Lineage's cottage. She didn't go either. Ronan's eyes flickered. Today is a special day. Barry and his son left with the pharmacist they mentioned, and most of the people who attended the dinner they hosted went to see them off. Ronan recalled the sound of the ship when he was sorting out a black-robed storage waste bag before. It is estimated that the two are already on their way out of Hoddam. Just as he was thinking, several figures slowly walked from the other end of Waterdrop Street. It was the old Wells and others who had seen them off. Ronan watched the few people approaching, and the Kyalan couple seemed to be not very happy. Old Wells came up to talk to him, and looked around, but he didn't see Jacob. Ronan didn't think much about it, but the next moment he got a series of news from Old Wells that made him stunned. Jacob left with Barry and his son on the ship. No one knows when he secretly found Barry and how he persuaded him. Sean actually tried to jump off the boat and escape before leaving, but Barry pulled him back and slapped him hard. It's just an ordinary transport task, what's the danger? I think all the first-level apprentices should go. That's someone else. I really don't want you to get into trouble, Kyalan. You are my husband. You just think that I am not even as good as a first-level apprentice without an arm, and you think I am a useless person. Bang! The sound of pots and bowls falling to the ground, mixed with the faint sobbing of a woman, came from the hut. Ronan stood on the snow in front of the hut, looking at the shadow of the man reflected by the candlelight on the window, walking back and forth like an irritable hyena, frowning. Why is he like this now? He turned his head and looked at the old Wells beside him. In Ronan's impression, the wizard Kyalan had a gentle personality, submissive and even a little submissive, but now he seemed gloomy and irritable, incompetent and irritable, and it was said that he was also an alcoholic. Old Wells seemed to know something about the situation, and whispered, ever since Jacob left with Barry and his son, his mood has been very unstable. Ronan turned around, shook his head and commented, if this continues, he will get into trouble sooner or later. Old Wells didn't say anything, and walked back slowly along the snow-covered street with Ronan. On the way, the two of them would occasionally run into wizards wrapped in gray robes and walking in a hurry. Compared with before, there were fewer people on Waterdrop Street during the day. Most people were busy with various tasks issued by the academy, leaving early and returning late, and sometimes they might even need to travel for several days. During this period, the tasks issued on the call-up board are becoming more and more difficult. There are very few tasks like collecting items. I estimate that after a while, the low-level tasks without risks will be completely cancelled. At that time, the so-called call-up order may become completely different. Ronan listened to old Wells's whisper in his ear, and a hint of complexity gradually emerged on his face. This is almost inevitable. The Academy issued a call for the Wandering Grey Robes, and of course they didn't just want to find someone to help move things and collect potions. First, they issued some tasks that were not difficult to get the Wandering Grey Robes to taste the sweetness and relax their guard. Then, they would be really needed. Cannon fodder? Dead soldiers? Several words popped up in Ronan's mind. There must be more than just him and old Wells who can see this clearly, but there are not many people who can really not be affected. Most people are helpless, including him. Oh, by the way, is there any progress on the boat ticket? Ronan suddenly remembered and asked old Wells. Old Wells's reaction made his heart sink. He frowned and told Ronan that the wizard who had previously released the news that he could get the boat ticket had not shown up for several days, and the people who had paid the deposit earlier were now looking for him everywhere. Forget it, if it's a liar, at least we don't have any losses now. Old Wells ended the topic, stopped, took out a small oak box from under his robe, and handed it to Ronan. There is one more thing I want to tell you, Ronan. This morning, the Andre siblings have also left. They asked me to give you this thing, saying that it is to express their gratitude for your help last time. Andre. Ronan was startled, and subconsciously took the oak box from old Wells. Speaking of which, he really hadn't seen the half-elf siblings for a long time. Since leaving the forest, they have never met again. Unexpectedly, the next time they were mentioned, they were completely separated. Are they also taking a boat? Ronan opened the oak box and found only a black seed inside. No. They are going to walk through the forest. Old Wells' answer reminded Ronan of the nickname of the half-elf siblings as jungle survival experts. Crossing the forest is a dead end that is considered a life-or-death situation for ordinary wizards, but it may not be for them. Did they say where they were going? Ronan asked. He couldn't recognize the origin of the seed in the box. Old Wells thought for a moment and replied, it seems that they are preparing to go to the Northern Highlands. Northern Highlands. Ronan silently recited these 4 words and looked up to the north, but he could only see the gray sky covered with snow clouds. Ronan forgot which wizard book he saw it in. It is said that the Northern Highlands, that is where the elves and barbarians gather. Chapter 58 Winter Night. Winter night. There was heavy snow outside, and it was freezing cold, but inside the house, it was steaming hot, and the white mist covered the windows. Ronan, who had just finished a round of physical training, stepped into the bathtub full of hot water, sweating profusely. In this cold weather, it is undoubtedly an extremely pleasant thing to take a comfortable hot bath after strenuous exercise. Ronan lay in the bathtub, closed his eyes and enjoyed it quietly for a while, and then called up his character panel. Name, Ronan Damien. Age, 16. Talent, no attribute affinity. Strength, level 7 wizard apprentice, 70%. Skills, basic meditation, expert 439/800, energy missile, particle torrent, master 4/1600, charged weapon, expert 633/800, rune marking, clean, proficient 185/200, shining, proficient 33/200, protection, master 112/400, ascetic body refining, expert 106/800, basic swordsmanship, expert 702/800, since ascetic body refining entered the expert level, the proficiency has increased very slowly, so slowly that it only increases a little every 3 to 5 days on average. The main reason is that Ronan's attitude towards this practice is extremely Buddhist. He practices as many moves as he can endure, never deliberately pursuing breakthroughs, and not overly self-torturing. It is already a very rare and remarkable thing for a wizard to be able to train his body to this level. Ronan raised his right arm, from the deltoid muscle to the brachial muscle. The whole arm showed a perfect streamlined shape, and with a little effort, it was full of strength. Thinking back to the beginning, His original intention of training his body was just to alleviate the problem of energy particle erosion. Now the problem has not only been completely solved, but the subsequent development has far exceeded his expectations. But no matter how you train your body, once you reach the level of a formal wizard, the advantages brought by your physique will be greatly reduced, or even disappear. I have never heard of a formal wizard specializing in physical training. Even if there is, it will never be through self-training. Therefore, Ronan only regarded this as a transition and was ready to give up. The main reason why he still insists on practicing austerity body training at this stage is that he values its role in helping to temper his mental strength and offset the disadvantages of taking drugs to upgrade. Continuous meditation finally has an effect. My mental power has begun to grow, proving that the impurities have been almost removed and I can continue to use the mental power enhancing potion. Ronan thought, and then looked at the other skills on the panel. Basic swordsmanship is a stretching exercise after each bodybuilding, and he is almost reaching the expert level. It must be said that the proficiency of this kind of mundane skill is fast. He has not encountered any lags in his practice. I just don't know what kind of transformation basic swordsmanship will undergo after being promoted to a master. During this period, Ronan still puts more energy on the two spells, Energy Missile Particle Torrent, and Charged Weapon. The proficiency of the former has been successfully increased by 1 point, and the latter has also made a big step towards the expert level. Thinking of this, Ronan picked up the black longsword on the edge of the bathtub, his lips moved slightly, and his right hand slowly wiped the blade of the longsword. A stream of light like water attached to it inch by inch. At this stage, when Charged Weapon is used, the spell effect has long become completely different from the original. The original Charged Weapon was added to the weapon, and the light was dazzling and mottled, allowing people to feel the explosive and unstable magic power contained in it at a glance. However, now, the energy particles attached to the surface of the long sword have become much more dense and orderly. The appearance of the special effects after the spell blessing has also changed from the original mottled and shining to deep and restrained, and the overall color is closer to blue. Ronan casually swung the long sword with the expert level Charged Weapon in the air. Ronan hardly used any force, and the places where the sword passed by also left clear ripples and ripples visible to the naked eye. This power is enough to rival some low-level, zero-level, high-level spells. If he was in a state of full physical strength, the lethality would be even more terrifying. After soaking for a while, Ronan felt that the bath water under him was a little cold. He cast a spell to summon a fireball and carefully immersed it in the water. The water temperature rose again. After repeating this several times, Ronan felt that the fatigue in his body had disappeared, and he slowly walked out of the bathtub. Wrapped in a thin blanket, he sat down by the burning fireplace. The tea on the stove was almost done. Ronan took out a nest of eggs he had taken from the last time he killed the two-headed demon lizard, took a few and placed them in the hot wood ash by the fireplace. While drinking tea, he picked up a few things to check. First, a seed. It was the one that Andre and his sister asked Old Wells to give him before they left. Ronan couldn't recognize what plant the seed was from, and Andre and his sister didn't leave any information. The only possible clue was the oak box that came with the seed. There were some strange patterns and a line of small words engraved on the inner wall of the box. Ronan asked Old Wells, who said it was ancient Elvish, but he didn't know what it meant. Not knowing what the seed was for, Ronan would take it out from time to time to play with it, but more often, he would study the magic tool fragment he got from the two stupid wizards. The magic tool fragment, like a broken mirror, flashed silver light under the reflection of the fireplace fire. Ronan's spiritual power seeped into it, and he quietly observed the runes engraved in it as if he was appreciating a masterpiece of art. Every smooth and flowing line, every turning point of every detail. Only rune masters can understand how beautiful and charming the patterns of these runes are. The person who engraved these runes is definitely a master among masters, and his attainments in runeology are more than 10,000 times stronger than Ronan. At this stage, even if Ronan can only comprehend a little bit from it, it is enough to benefit him a lot. Through this period of time of pondering the runes in the mirror, Ronan has felt that his level of rune engraving has improved. The 0 level advanced swiftness rune had been stuck for a long time, and he has almost officially entered the door. Once I can engrave the swiftness rune, my monthly income will increase a lot, and then I can consider preparing for the impact of becoming a formal wizard. Ronan sat by the fireplace, dipped his hand in the tea in the cup, and casually copied the shape of the mysterious rune in the mirror magic tool fragment on the floor. While painting, suddenly, bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ronan subconsciously looked up and stared at the direction of the sound for a while. He felt that it came from a very far distance. He didn't hear the second sound for a long time. Ronan shook his head and lowered his head to continue the unfinished copying action in his hand. However, before he could continue painting for a while, boom! A loud noise was like a hurricane sweeping through the entire cottage. Some of the dust on the roof was shaken off, and the flame in the fireplace swayed slightly. Ronan stood up from the chair abruptly, quickly put on his robe, and then walked out of the house. This time he heard it clearly. The sound was heard very close, right in the town. Something happened. It will be on the shelves at midnight tonight. There will be 5 chapters, 23,000 words burst. Please give me your monthly votes and first subscription. Thank you. Chapter 59 Kill. The Key to Nepha. Ronan grabbed the staff and walked out of the hut, only to find that there was a fire outside. In the direction of the academy and the dwarf market, the raging fire burned the night sky red for half a day. The fog in the center seemed to disperse a little, and some figures could be vaguely seen moving rapidly under the fire. Waterdrop Street was located at the edge of the town. Ronan couldn't see what happened at the location of the fire, but he could clearly feel the spread of chaos. Many people ran out of the house with panic on their faces. Old Wells hurried over in the night. What happened? Ronan shook his head and was about to answer that he didn't know. At this time, a more violent loud noise came from a distance. Boom! Ronan turned his head suddenly and saw that in the center of the town, several huge fireballs appeared, and the moment they hit something, they suddenly turned into huge fire rings. Even at such a long distance, Ronan seemed to be able to feel the rolling heat waves coming towards him, and imagined the terrible high temperature raised when the fire ring spread. A former wizard-level strong man. Ronan looked stunned, and murmured in shock. Then, various news were transmitted from the front. Black Robe. There are Black Robe wizards from the Forest of Death in the town, killing people everywhere. The academy has fallen. The Black Robe wizards are coming. Run. In an instant, the lower-level gray robes who were watching and asking on the street were in chaos and fled in all directions. Although Ronan refused to believe that a strong college like Hoddam would suddenly fall overnight, it is undeniable that he has been affected. Hurry back and notify others to pack up and gather on the street. Okay. Ronan and Old Wells quickly discussed the decision, and the latter left quickly. Ronan had almost all his belongings on his body, so there was nothing to pack. He turned and went into the house to quickly collect a few items that he had not had time to put into his storage waste bag. After going out, he saw that Old Wells and his men had not arrived yet. He heard the explosions that kept ringing in his ears, as well as the cries for help and screams that were faintly heard in the night. After thinking for a while, he took a few steps forward and climbed onto the highest roof nearby. Standing on the roof, he looked around. Under the flickering firelight, there were stray gray robes fleeing in panic everywhere, and the chaos was accompanied by blood and killing. Ronan's eyes suddenly focused. With his outstanding eyesight, he clearly saw a black shadow flying up and down like a night bat somewhere a few long streets away. During the action, his hands swayed a large area of mysterious green, which scattered like phosphorescent fire. The stray gray robes who were slightly closer immediately fell down without saying a word. Just when Ronan stared at it for a while, the lives of 7 or 8 gray robes were taken away by the black shadow. Damn it! Ronan felt a nameless fire rising from the bottom of his heart. He clenched his fists under his robe. He wanted to rush forward but was restrained by his reason. In a blink of an eye, Ronan lost sight of the shadow. The next second, a thin and tall figure in a black robe appeared on the roof of a house 4 or 5 houses away from Ronan. A cold gaze from under the black robe was cast at him. The two of them met eyes and were silent. Ronan calmed down instantly, staring at the black robe, and began to gather strength in his legs, intending to retreat and evacuate. However, at this moment, an extremely strong sense of crisis arose from behind him, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Bang! The snow-covered spire of the house exploded in the moonlight. Ronan landed steadily in a backflip posture, and the hem of his wide gray robe fell like the wings of a big bird. He held the staff that appeared out of thin air in his right hand, slowly stood up, and looked at the two figures that appeared in front of him on the left and right with a gloomy expression. In addition to the black-robed man who had been seen on the roof before, with a slender figure and a face that could not be seen clearly because of his robes, there was also a pale-faced bald man who looked at him with cold eyes. He still had traces of magic left on his body. It was obvious that the spell that had just attacked Ronan was cast by him. The three of them stood quietly on the empty street of Waterdrop Street. The pale moonlight sprinkled on the snow-covered street without a trace of warmth. The wandering wizards who had packed up their belongings and were ready to run away had just stepped out of the door and saw the three people confronting each other on the street. They didn't know what to do. They stood there in panic and dared not move. "Ronan, sir," a timid voice came from behind, but it was quickly cut off by someone. Even though Ronan had tried his best to act unmoved, Cheryl's call still attracted the other party's attention. The latter's eyes on Ronan deflected and passed him to the direction behind him. Ronan became nervous instantly. He seemed to see the face hidden under the black robe smiling silently, and then the other party raised his hands, and countless green phosphorescent lights flew out from under the robe. "You go first," Ronan growled in response to the old wells and others behind him, and at the same time, he exerted force on his feet, and the whole person took the initiative to meet the two black robes in front of him like an arrow. Several dark green corrosive light balls flew towards him. "Kill one first. Kill another." Ronan's eyes surged with a cold color like a broken edge, and his empty left hand under the robe was slightly raised, and his mental power surged out. The cold wind wrapped the broken snow between his 5 fingers and formed a small vortex. A deep light quickly expanded and was finally thrown out by Ronan. Energy missile. Although it was only at the expert level. But with the blessing of Ronan's mental power as a 7th level apprentice, this energy missile still exploded with a terrifying power beyond the general 0-level advanced spell. As the huge dark blue-black light ball whizzed forward, the snow on both sides of the long street melted, and a fierce hurricane was set off under the high-pressure energy field. Facing 2 opponents at the same time, Ronan didn't want to activate the extraordinary domain right away. That might kill one of them directly, but it would also put himself in a state of weakness and empty blue for a moment. Even if he carried a potion to restore mental power with him, it would take some time to drink the medicine and wait for the effect to take effect. The terrifying blue-black light ball hit several dark green corrosive missiles and exploded. The 2 black-robed people retreated one after another in the aftermath of the spell explosion, and their faces were all moved. Ronan rushed out of the center of the explosion against the aftermath and the chaotic energy particle wind. He raised his left hand and a red light flashed between his palms. Immediately afterwards, a fist-sized fireball and another expert-level energy missile flew towards the black-robed person closest to him. The latter was obviously startled, and retreated quickly, with the light of the energy shield on his body. Ronan's robe fluttered, and he chased after him like a big bird. The other bald man took this opportunity to chant quickly with a gloomy face. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from a distance, and several houses collapsed. The bald man who was chanting glanced in the direction of the noise from the corner of his eye. His face twitched slightly, but the action of chanting on his mouth was not affected at all. However, at this moment, a figure appeared quietly in front of him like a ghost. The bald man was startled, but when he felt that the high-level energy shield was still supporting his body and was intact, his expression immediately calmed down. Then he looked at the opponent in front of him coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person. He raised the staff in his hand slightly, and the spell that had almost completed all the guidance was about to be cast at the opponent's chest. The latter seemed to have not seen his action at all, but just used the staff in his hand to make a sword-wielding action, like an ordinary warrior. A faint light like water tore through the staff, and the edge burst out, and then silently slashed the protective shield outside the bald man. At the moment of encountering an obstacle, the palm holding the head of the staff suddenly clenched, exerted force, and exploded. Bang! The light of the protective shield suddenly broke, and the blue faint light flashed in the night. The bald man covered his neck with both hands, but still couldn't stop the large amount of blood from oozing out between his fingers. His eyes widened, and he fell on his back with a look of shock and disbelief. Ronan wiped the blood splashed on his face, held the sword with one hand, and cast his eyes on the remaining black robe with a somewhat ferocious expression, and strode away. Senior apprentice? Black robe? Huh. After dealing with one opponent, Ronan seemed much more calm with one left. The tip of the black long sword stained with the blood of the dead bald man drooped, slowly dragging a long trail on the snow. Ronan stared at the location where the remaining black-robed figure disappeared, took out a bottle of potion from his waist bag, bit off the cork with his mouth, and drank it slowly. The lowest level of spiritual power recovery potion cost 30 low-level magic stones, but he didn't care about the pain at the moment. Ronan knew very well that his expert-level energy missile just now did not cause much damage to the opponent. Almost all his energy was focused on sneak attacking the other bald black-robed man at close range. This guy is stronger than the dead bald black-robed man, and it is estimated that he has entered the 9th level of apprentice. He has been dormant for such a long time and has not escaped. I guess he must be brewing some powerful spell. Just thinking about it, Ronan's heart suddenly tightened. He almost didn't have time to think, and he instinctively rolled to the side to hide. Shoo! Ronan only caught a glimpse of a thick and dark shadow, like a rapidly extending sickle sliding silently towards him. The cold breath gave him goosebumps even from a distance. A large black shadow silently fell over the place where Ronan had stood before, leaving an unfathomable narrow gully on the ground. Almost without any pause, the shadow surged, and another piercing coldness slashed towards Ronan. Ronan was like a flea being chased and chopped, dodging constantly. Wherever he passed, the hard ground broke, and the houses collapsed quickly. All the broken edges were smooth and flat, like butter cut by a hot knife. It is unimaginable how terrible the lethality would be if such a sharp fell on a person. Whoosh! Ronan seized the opportunity, crushed the stone slab under him with one foot, and suddenly shot at a long distance. The fluttering gray robe was rubbed by the shadow that followed closely, and a large piece of the hem fell lightly on the snow. Ronan had no expression on his face. His mental strength, which had been fully restored, was like boiling water. The aura of the magic domain rose around him, and the master-level, energy missile, particle torrent, was ready to be used at any time. At this time, the black-robed man who had been staring at Ronan and slashing him had also walked out of the darkness. His spell seemed to have ended, and the rolling shadows dissipated. The eyes hidden under the black robe looked at Ronan deeply, full of shock and fear. After that, he chose not to entangle with Ronan anymore, and the whole person jumped into the air like a bat. However, before he could make the next move, a huge fireball came with a raging heat and light, and hit his body accurately. Boom! The black and red waves like magma turned into a huge ring of fire and spread around, and the sky of an entire block was reflected in a fiery red. When the overwhelming magma fire wave overturned and fell, Ronan had no time to dodge, and could only watch the horror come. Fortunately, the heat and fire shrank immediately in the next moment. Two figures appeared in the night sky, standing in the air, looking down at Ronan coldly. Ronan was stunned, and whispered, "Formal wizard-level strong man. What's your name?" The majestic voice shook the air, as if it had its own rhythm of chanting spells. The one who asked Ronan the question was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with short hair and a flame-shaped tattoo on his face. Beside the man, there was a fair-skinned, beautiful woman wearing a gray-blue robe, who looked much younger than the man. Ronan. Ronan Damien. Ronan came back to his senses, lowered his head, and quickly replied, "Hello," to adults. This was the first time Ronan had seen and faced a formal wizard-level figure. The other party's mental power was so strong that in Ronan's perception, it was as dazzling as the sun, and even the surrounding darkness was dispelled. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Ronan's heart was beating fast, even faster than when he was fighting just now. "Ronan, right?" The short-haired male wizard nodded and said in a gentle tone, "You did a good job. You are really suitable to join our sniper black robe hunting team." "What?" The status and treatment of the hunting team members are equivalent to elite students, which is much higher than ordinary formal students. Oh. Ronan was stunned when he heard this, and was a little caught off guard. Seeing his reaction, the short-haired man didn't say much, but just said lightly, "Go back and think about it carefully. Once you have decided, go directly to the academy and report my name Jerome. Someone will arrange everything for you." After that, the short-haired man casually threw two shiny things to Ronan. Ronan subconsciously caught it, lowered his head to check, and his heart skipped a beat. Lying in his hand were two magic stones. Advanced magic stones. This is the reward for your contribution in blocking the black robe in the forest of Deathriddle. We will take away the body of the black robe you killed. After saying that, the short-haired man turned and walked away, not giving Ronan any chance to refuse. Ronan watched the two official wizards of Hoddam go away, looked at the high-level magic stone in his hand, his eyes flickered, and he was speechless for a moment. The short-haired man flew in the air, chanting non-stop. From time to time, he threw a fireball that was far superior to ordinary fireball spells in terms of color, size, and temperature towards a certain place where chaos broke out. When the fireball exploded, it would definitely spread out a lava-like ring of fire, and then the source of the chaos in that area would be extinguished. Jerome, you actually invited a little wandering wizard and left your name. The young and beautiful female wizard in a gray-blue robe followed, still expressing her disbelief at the short-haired man's previous performance. Do you know that the 2 stink bugs from the Detrital Forest killed several of our senior students? The short-haired man said coldly with an expressionless face. 5, including 2 top apprentices whose spiritual power has been gasified. But they were blocked by a wandering wizard with a strength of only a 7th level apprentice. 1 died and the other escaped. Isn't it worth an invitation from Jerome myself for such talents? The beautiful female wizard fell into deep thought. From this point of view, this kid's performance is indeed amazing. Well, he has a strong talent for combat and spells. Born as a wandering wizard, his strength is completely unsystematic. I think the 2 spells he used are also the most common ones at the 0 level. But to be able to practice to such a strength, this determination and perseverance alone are not comparable to ordinary apprentices. What we lack now is this kind of person. The short-haired man narrowed his eyes, looking into the darkness ahead, and whispered, the news of the Key of Nefarian has almost driven the guys in the Forest of Dead Whisper completely crazy. They even sent a group of apprentice wizards to create chaos in the town, trying to use this opportunity to open a gap in the rune array. They can come up with such a stupid idea. What a ridiculous and pathetic group of guys. Once people get anxious, they can do anything stupid. The beautiful female wizard sneered and said, they know very well that after a while, they will no longer have any chance. Yet. Chapter 60 Bone Pattern, Farewell. Ronan put away the 2 high-level magic stones Jerome gave him, and then he had time to check the situation around him. He saw many dazed faces. Ronan had lived in Waterdrop Street for so long. Although he had always practiced hard and lived in seclusion, there were many people who lived nearby and recognized him. In the impression of many people, Ronan was just an ordinary young wizard. Maybe his strength was a little stronger than the average low-level apprentice wizards, but it was not much stronger. After all, who would live in a ghost place like Waterdrop Street if they were really capable? However, the strength Ronan showed tonight stunned them. 2 high-level apprentice black-robed wizards were cruel and killed low-level wizards like chickens. The 2 of them joined forces to besiege Ronan, but Ronan killed one of them cleanly in a few rounds, and the remaining one chose to escape in the end. Such a mysterious and fierce person, even the official wizards of the academy praised him, and the person who was willing to be won over by them actually lived in the same neighborhood as them? Exclamation mark. Many people even felt unreal for a moment about this huge reversal, as if they were in some absurd dream. Until the suppressed moans and howls of pain pulled them back to reality. It's a poison spell. Old Wells led Venetia and Cheryl to come up hurriedly. Having seen Ronan kill the senior apprentice Black Robe single-handedly when he was level 5, Old Wells was a little numb to Ronan's performance tonight. More than being shocked, he was deeply afraid. Unless there is a high-level antidote, there is no hope. Looking at the person lying on the street, his body green, and his expression twisted with pain, Old Wells showed some sympathy and pity on his face. Poison spell. Ronan saw those low-level wizards who fell to the ground due to poisoning and died in pain, and remembered the large green phosphorescent light that flew out from under the second Black Robe's robe when the battle started, and pursed his lips tightly. The opponent should have cast the spell at that time. The spell had a wide range, with green phosphorescent flames floating everywhere, almost covering half of the long street, and even faint cries could be heard from the next block. Fortunately, not many people were hit, and only a few were unfortunately hit by the phosphorescent light. Don't touch her body, or you. Old Wells was about to remind a wizard couple who were crying while holding their dead only son, but in just a few breaths, the couple fell to the ground with distorted faces. The couple were both very young, and the little boy who died first looked about the same age as Cheryl. Old Wells sighed heavily, and Ronan reached out to cover Cheryl's eyes. Let's go. Ronan took a breath and made a quick decision. Let's leave first. We can't stay here tonight. Come back tomorrow when the spell effect completely dissipates. No one had any objections, and Old Wells said he would notify the Kiao-Lin couple. When Ronan and the Black Robe started fighting, the two were still packing up. The group hurried to the residence of the Qiaolin couple. As a result, before they got there, everyone's steps all stopped. I saw that more than 10 meters away from them, at the door of the Qiaolin couple's cabin, a one-armed middle-aged man knelt on the snow, holding a cold corpse tightly in one hand, and sobbing helplessly like a sad beast. He kept repeating the name Elsa Elsa in his mouth. Finally, under the cold moonlight, he gradually died down. The chaos in the town was completely quelled in the second half of the night, and the rumors about the fall of Hoddam were naturally refuted. At dawn, a large number of new tasks were refreshed on the Academy's call-up notice board. The core of these tasks is almost only one: hunting black robes. As long as you offer the scalp of the black robe wizard in the Forest of Death, you can get magic stones, potions, magic tools, inheritance, and any other rewards you want. The warm winter sun hangs high, and the morning light is like a layer of white gauze, without any temperature. Outside the gate of Hoddam College, in front of the tall iron gate covered with ivy, the fog of the past has dissipated, and a small table has appeared. Go, go, go. Where did you get a few pieces of rotten scalp to pretend to be a black robe, and you want to exchange it for the qualification to enter the college for further study? Do you really think we are idiots who can be fooled at will? In front of the small table, a curly-haired young man with a badge of Hoddam College was driving the people in front of him impatiently like driving away flies. The middle-aged gray-robed wizard whose trick was exposed blushed, put away the things on the table awkwardly, turned around and walked away quickly. How many people have you spent this morning? At the long table, the young man who was dozing with his legs crossed took off the beautiful wizard hat covering his face, yawned and said. The curly-haired man shook his head and muttered, "Who knows? What a joke. Do they really expect these wandering wizards who haven't even taken a proper spell class to help save the situation? I doubt if they can recite a complete zero-order low-level spell when standing in front of the black robes. We didn't expect them to be able to exert much combat effectiveness. We just wanted to find some people to die to fill the recent manpower vacancies." The young man holding the wizard's hat whispered, "The Deteriorating Forest can't afford it anymore. At the beginning, we saw official members, but now, they're all wandering black robes, who can't even use the lowest level corrosive missiles properly. They are the same as the wandering gray robes who pretend to be rewards with rotten gorilla scalps on our side." When the curly-haired man heard this, he couldn't help but be curious. Are the official black robe members of the Deteriorating Forest really that powerful? I hear you guys on the hunting team talking every day, and it feels like everyone on the opposite side is a monster. The young man in the wizard hat looked slightly condensed, and said, "It's much more powerful than you imagined. Those who can become official members of the Forest of Death are at least intermediate apprentice wizards. Moreover, the Forest of Death is not like our Hoddam, which is an academy-style wizard organization with a strong academic atmosphere and is relatively peaceful. Their survival rules are much more cruel. Those who are eliminated within the rules usually have only one result: death. How can wizards trained in such an environment not be powerful? Formal black robes are generally strong in combat. Under normal circumstances, we need at least 2 people to deal with a black robe wizard of the same level. So exaggerated." Curly hair was a little unbelievable. Just as the two were chatting, a figure appeared in front of them. The sun cast a shadow on the long table from behind the person. The curly hair sitting in front of the long table squinted his eyes and barely saw the appearance of the person. He was a tall and slender boy with chestnut hair and a very masculine and handsome appearance. There was an inexplicable calmness in his lake blue eyes, which made people think of a frozen lake in winter. "I'm here to redeem the reward." The boy spoke, his voice also carrying a hint of coldness. He had seen so many strange people this morning, and so many ridiculous tricks trying to fish in troubled waters. When Curly heard the other party's intention, he was a little uninterested, and said lazily, "Take out your scalp, we'll check it." Unexpectedly, the young wizard shook his head. "I don't have a scalp." Curly was immediately amused. "What are you doing here without a scalp?" Curly raised his hand to drive him away in anger and amusement. Go away, don't make trouble here." The boy didn't say anything, but just stretched out a hand and gently pressed on the table. When he took his hand away from the table, there were already 3 coin-sized, similar black badges on the table. "I don't have the scalp of Black Robe, but I have the identity badge of the Forest of Dead Whisper obtained from Black Robe. Is that okay?" The boy looked at the two, with a questioning look in his eyes. The curly-haired man stared blankly at the 3 badges on the table with the patterns of the dead forest and the scarlet blood moon, then turned his head to look in the direction of the young man in the wizard hat beside him. The next moment, the 2 people in front of the long table stood up almost at the same time, and their lazy and leisurely attitudes disappeared completely. Of course. The young man in the wizard hat reached out and picked up a badge and looked at it in front of his eyes, then looked at the gray-robed boy in front of him, and asked in a low voice with a tone that could not hide his shock and disbelief, "What do you want to exchange?" "Ferry tickets. The fastest ticket to leave Hoddam." The boy said calmly, word by word, "3 tickets." Until the handsome boy in the gray robe left, the curly-haired man and the young man in the wizard hat in front of the long table had not recovered from the previous shock and shock. "Is it true?" The curly-haired man grabbed the badge and still couldn't believe it. "Is this a new trick to deceive people?" The young man in the wizard hat looked more suspicious than him. He kept looking at a badge and said, "It's true. I recognize the aura of the undead on it. Each of these badges is special and represents the identity of a formal member of the Forest of Dead Words. Just like our green vine badge, it can't be faked at all. Doesn't that mean that the wandering gray robe who just left, who looks a few years younger than us, killed 3 mid-level apprentice black robes by himself?" The curly-haired man dropped the badge in his hand and shook his head. "I can't accept it. This is too incredible." At this time, the young man in the wizard hat seemed to notice something and reached out to pick up the largest of the 3 badges. He turned the badge over to the reverse side of the pattern. When he noticed a circle of faint gray-white lines on the edge of the badge, he was stunned and motionless. Curly noticed something was wrong with his companion and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Is it fake? I told you, how can a wandering gray robe be willing to do that? I'm going to catch that kid right now." Curly yelled and was about to run out from behind the table, but was grabbed by the young man in the wizard hat. "That's not right." The young man in the wizard hat slowly raised his head, with an indescribable, strange and bizarre expression on his face. He raised his right hand and showed one side of the badge in his hand to Curly, and then said in a low voice, "This badge has a bone pattern mark, not an ordinary black robe badge. It is an identity badge that only the elite members of the Dead Whisper Forest are qualified to obtain. This kid had the blood of a high-level wizard apprentice's black robe on his hands." Curly's mouth opened wide, and the whole person was stunned in an instant. Whoosh, the huge magic ship, like an ancient whale, broke through the white mist and slowly rose into the air. The power of the rune magic circle set off a strong wind, blowing the robes of the wizards on the deck. The white hair of Old Wells was blown messy by the wind, piled on his head and looked a little funny. Even if he tried to suppress it with his hood, it couldn't affect his excitement and emotion at this moment. "Hoddam." Old Wells whispered these 4 words, and his eyes swept over the town and streets below, the snow-covered wilderness and forest in the distance. Finally, he turned back and fell on a slender figure in a gray robe below. "Ronan." Old Wells' eyes were filled with complex emotions. In his impression, the other party seemed to be just the little fat boy who would run in the forest every morning, but in a blink of an eye, he became what he is now. In the future, I can also brag to people in the tavern that a few barbecues have exchanged for an old life, and a wizard ship ticket worth thousands of gold. Old Wells laughed at himself and turned his head to look around. Next to him stood Venetia and Cheryl. Cheryl's hair was spread out, fluttering like seaweed in the wind. She grabbed her cheeks with both hands, trying to tear off a thin layer of skin. Cheryl kept sprinkling medicine on Venetia's hands and body, rubbing her hands randomly, rubbing off some black scale-like things. "Don't do stupid things." Old Wells reached out and held Venetia's wrist firmly. Cheryl's little head drooped and stopped the action in her hand. At this moment, the 2 of them were like a pair of naughty children who were plotting something bad, but were caught by their parents. Venetia's cheeks, which were mottled with white under the dark yellow, turned red, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. She wanted to defend herself in a wronged way. "I know what you want to do." Old Wells' heart softened, and he whispered, "But don't forget where we are now. Being on the ship doesn't mean we are absolutely safe. Ronan won't be around anymore, so we should be more careful. Do you understand what I mean, Venetia?" Venetia nodded with a look of disappointment on her face, then looked down unwillingly, looking at the figure who was watching them, with a timid and reluctant look. Cheryl lay on the edge of the ship, mumbling in a muffled voice, "Lord Ronan, I'm afraid you will never know what Sister Winnie looks like." "I don't know, Sister Winnie." Old Wells reached out and touched Cheryl's little head, and said softly, "Not forever. We will meet Ronan again sooner or later." Until the wizard ship carrying Old Wells and the other two turned into a small black dot and completely disappeared in the clouds, Ronan turned around and jumped off the platform, slowly returning to the way he came. After the three of them left, Ronan felt relieved and relaxed. The unfortunate death of Mr. and Mrs. Kiaolin had a great impact on Ronan. So much so that after the Academy issued a new order to hunt down the Black Robes, he immediately took out the 3 Black Robe badges of the Forest of Dead Whisper that he had obtained when he was packing a storage waste bag, exchanged them for tickets, and sent Old Wells and the other 2 away. Although Old Wells had said that Cheryl was still young and did not need to take up a ticket, Ronan still exchanged 3 tickets for safety. As for himself, he did not have a strong desire to leave Hoddam. The battle between Hoddam and the Forest of Dead Whisper was becoming increasingly intense, and the Academy continued to take various measures to encourage the Wandering Grey Robes to join the battle. Ronan felt that this time was a rare opportunity for him. Perhaps it would allow him to gather all the resources needed to impact the official wizard more quickly. Chapter 61 Level 9, Mission. When passing by the bulletin board in the center of the town, Ronan stopped and took a look. There were still many Wandering Grey Robes beside the bulletin board, and the sound of discussion was buzzing like a swarm of wild bees. There was no new change in the content of the bulletin board. It was still the same tasks issued in the morning. The rewards after each task were bolded and emphasized with conspicuous fluorescent paint: potions to enhance mental strength, 0-level advanced magic tools, magic stones, formal student status of the Academy, boat tickets, and even the opportunity to become a disciple of a formal wizard-level master. Ronan's eyes lingered on the last reward. This was the only thing on the bulletin board that really attracted him. The importance of inheritance to wizards is unquestionable. There is a big difference between having someone to guide and groping forward on your own. Jerome Ronan whispered this name, his eyes flickering. The Academy admission qualification that he had always wanted to obtain seemed to only require a word from him. But at this moment, Ronan was not so anxious. Ronan felt that if he joined the Academy at this time, he would most likely be sent to perform high-risk combat missions where he could lose his life at any time. Once he became a formal student, he would not even have the right to refuse. For the sake of inheritance and the opportunity to become a formal wizard, Ronan was not unwilling to take risks. But at least he should see the rewards that are equal to the risks. Wait for a suitable opportunity and wait until I am stronger, Ronan muttered in his heart. In the chaotic night of yesterday, in the battle with 2 senior apprentices in black robes, Ronan seemed strong, but in fact the effect of the battle was completely different from what he expected. The few control spells he learned did not even have a chance to be used in the ultra-fast battle rhythm of 1-on-2. In the final analysis, it was because his proficiency was too low. If the 2 spells, Weak Curse and Lightning Flow, could be mastered to the level of fast casting, the battle process and the result might be completely different. I still have to practice. Ronan shook his head and looked away from the notice board. The members of the small group that supported each other to get out of the forest tree house area at the beginning, in a few months, left and dispersed, and Ronan returned to the state of being alone. Without many concerns, he became more focused. In the following days, Ronan stayed at home and spent almost every day in hard practice. Buzz, Ronan's lips moved, and a short and trembling syllable came out of his mouth. With the achievement of mental resonance, several bright electric lights jumped out from under his feet like snakes. Along the way, the thick ice on the lake showed clear signs of melting. When it reached a certain predetermined target point, the electric light exploded, and several fish with their white bellies turned up flew out from under the water and lay hard on the ice. At the master level, the number of flowing lightning rays released each time can reach up to 8, and the direction of the lightning rays can be controlled to a certain extent. The casting time only takes a little more than 1 second. Finally, it has reached the standard for actual combat. Ronan exhaled, looking at the effect of his spell, with a satisfied expression on his face. He took out a bottle of low-level mental power recovery potion from his waist bag and poured it into his mouth, waiting for his mental power to slowly recover, while casually opening his character panel. Name: Ronan Damien. Age: 16. Talent: no attribute. Affinity: Strength, 9th level wizard apprentice, 1%. Skills: Basic meditation, expert 541/800, energy missile, particle torrent, Master 31/1600, charged weapon, expert 763/800, rune marking, clean, proficient 185/200, shining, proficient 33/200, protection, master 156 out of 400, swiftness, entry 12 out of 100, ascetic body forging, expert 123 out of 800, basic swordsmanship, master 23, 1600, fireball, entry 88 out of 100, ice ball, entry 36/100, detection, master 12/400, curse of weakness, proficient 21/200, lightning flow, master 55/400, wail of the dead, proficient 11/200. This month was definitely the month when Ronan's strength increased the most. He used all kinds of auxiliary and enhancing potions regardless of cost and magic stones, and the harvest he got in the end was naturally unprecedentedly huge. His mental power cultivation level was directly promoted from the 7th level of apprentice to the 9th level of apprentice. The proficiency of various combat skills also improved by leaps and bounds. In addition to the previously mentioned lightning flow, the 2 undead control spells, weak curse, and dead soul howling, were also practiced by him to a proficient level. Ronan thought about it. As long as the undead spells were not cast in front of people, they would not cause unnecessary trouble. Every time he used it, he only needed to pay attention to timely clean up the traces of negative energy particles left on his body after casting the spell. He even learned the bone spear and corpse explosion from the senior apprentice Black Robe. The former, as a 0-level advanced spell, is quite powerful, but the channeling time is too long, and it also requires bones as casting materials. Although corpse explosion is simple to cast, the casting conditions are also very harsh, and it must have animal or human corpses to cast. For Ronan, these 2 spells are too useless. What really made him feel that his combat effectiveness has been greatly improved is his biggest trump card, the proficiency of energy missile particle torrent, that derives the extraordinary domain has been raised to 31 points at the master level. The master level, particle torrent, with 31 proficiency points, the number of energy particles after casting increases to 31, the domain expands, and the power source. After it is activated, it really has a bit of the majestic momentum of a torrent of destruction, which is definitely comparable to the first level spells cast by formal wizards. Ronan has seen the formal wizard level Jerome take action, and he believes that the power of particle torrent is no less powerful than his lava fire ring. The only difference is that when he casts particle torrent, now, the mental power of the 9th level apprentice will still be drained in one breath, while the opponent's lava fire ring can be released at will. But no matter what, Ronan also has a super strong trump card that can be comparable to the full strength attack of a formal wizard level strongman. It is hard to say that he can resist invincible opponents in the apprentice realm, but he is definitely one of the best. The price paid behind this improvement is a large amount of real money investment. This month, Ronan's mental power recovery potion consumed when practicing spells has almost cost a whole high-level magic stone. Fortunately, he has been thinking about rune engraving and successfully mastered the 0-level high-level swiftness rune. He can also buy some rune stones to recover blood when he is free. I spent so much energy on charge weapon, and my proficiency is almost perfect at the expert level. Austerity body forging, Buddhist practice, not much progress. But basic swordsmanship, I easily reach the master level of proficiency. Easy promotion also means small improvement. The master level, basic swordsmanship, did not undergo any qualitative transformation, but Ronan's control over his body seemed to have suddenly reached a new level. The whole person was like a sophisticated and complex machine. Every time he drew his sword, he could hear the gears of his body whirring and every bit of strength was mobilized. My current strength is not weak for an apprentice. I can also start to collect and accumulate the resources needed to be promoted to a formal wizard. I will pay more attention to the tasks posted on the college bulletin board. Ronan thought as his mental power was fully restored, and he turned back to the town. Before leaving, he picked up a few fish that he had electrocuted with magic on the lake, preparing to use them as dinner for today. Wizardland, town, drunk deer bar. The fireplaces on both sides of the tavern were burning vigorously, driving away the cold air from outside. There were not many people in the tavern, and most of them were wandering wizards who came here to relax and kill their boring time. Ronan asked for a glass of wild raspberry wine at the bar, found an empty corner, and listened quietly to the chatter of the wizards in the tavern. Since the departure of Old Wells and the others, Ronan, who was alone, would often come here to sit after his hard training. First, to relax, and second, this tavern was very close to the task announcement board of the academy, and he could often hear some useful news. This cup is for Marnie and Medina, may their souls rest in peace. On a small round table 5 or 6 meters away from Ronan, several gray-robed wizards were praying in a low voice, with solemn expressions and a hint of sadness flowing between their brows. This was to commemorate the companions who died in the action. Since the Academy's call for action was upgraded, similar scenes were not uncommon. Ronan slowly drank the fruit wine in the glass and listened to the wizards in the tavern talking about the recent tasks. His hearing was outstanding, far beyond that of ordinary people, and he could basically hear the conversations of any table of guests in the entire tavern. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a wine glass hitting the table caught Ronan's attention. Don't say it, Iris. I can't give up this opportunity. Ronan saw a tall and thin young wizard stand up from a table, pursed his lips, and resolutely left his companions and strode out of the tavern. A young female wizard at the same table with him kept calling his name, but she couldn't stop the young wizard. Seeing the other party disappear at the door of the tavern, the young female wizard covered her face and cried. Another male wizard at the same table kept comforting her. Don't be sad, Iris, Rennie has his own choice, we should respect him. Can the task of taking the god-burning potion as a reward be so simple? I'm afraid he will never come back. Hey, becoming a formal wizard has always been Rennie's biggest wish. No matter what, Iris, I will always be by your side. Huh? The male wizard who quietly hugged the crying female wizard was patting her shoulder and saying comforting words softly, when he suddenly found a person in front of him who was looking straight at him. The male wizard's first reaction was that it was his former companion who had returned. He was so scared that he hurriedly left the young female wizard's body as if he had been electrocuted. The next second, he saw that it was a stranger, and asked calmly, "Who are you? What are you doing?" "The reward is the task of burning the potion, is it true? The task was just released yesterday, it's on the notice board, won't you go and see it yourself?" Ronan didn't bother to pay attention to the male wizard who seemed to be suspected of taking advantage of the situation and had a guilty expression on his face. He casually threw a low-level magic stone to pay the bill and hurriedly left the tavern. Along the way, Ronan kept walking and went straight to the location of the college notice board. When he arrived at the place, the notice board was as bustling as before. Ronan saw the 4 conspicuous words hanging on the notice board at a glance: burning potion. Ronan's heart skipped a beat. The task was released yesterday, and many people knew about it. Ronan was late to realize it. The task content was not specified, but it was stated that wizards with a strength of senior apprentices or above were required to participate. After completing the task, each person would receive a god-burning potion as a reward. Ronan saw that the young wizard named Rennie, whom he had met in the tavern before, was already standing in front of the task registration. This guy was a level 7 apprentice, with a resolute and ambitious look. He had no idea that after he left, someone among his companions had secretly poached his wizard girlfriend. Ronan stood in front of the bulletin board, staring at the task marked God-burning potion for a while, his eyes flickering. Then he walked to the task registration area and asked, "When is the deadline for the God-burning potion task?" The academy wizard in charge of the task registration looked very young and was polite to Ronan. 5 days later. "Do you want to sign up? What's your name?" Ronan shook his head and turned around and walked out of the crowd. 5 days. 5 days should be enough. Ronan had already calmed down completely at this time. He would not easily give up the chance to obtain the god-burning potion. However, before that, he still needed to make some preparations. Whether he would accept this task or not depended on whether what he was going to do in the next 5 days could go smoothly. After leaving the notice board, Ronan went directly to the dwarf market. Now that he was already a 9th level apprentice, he no longer needed a ticket to enter and exit the dwarf market. Ronan went in and out of several magic tool workshops and potion workshops. After spending most of the magic stones on his body, he returned to his residence and stayed indoors. 5 days later. In the dim hut, Ronan slowly inserted the dark and dull long sword into the scabbard, turning it back into the shape of a staff. After tidying up his robes and pushing aside the empty potion bottles on the ground, Ronan pushed the door and walked out of the hut. The sun was blazing outside, and Ronan squinted his eyes, slightly adapted to the sunlight that he had not seen for 5 days, and then walked towards the center of the town. When they arrived, the task was still on the notice board. Ronan scanned the area and locked his eyes on an old wizard in a gray robe. His right hand under the robe gently shook something that looked like a broken mirror. After completing this final operation, Ronan walked straight to the task registration. "You are quite accurate." The Academy wizard in charge of registration looked at the time and said, "If it is a little later, this task will be completely closed." Then he gave Ronan a small bronze medal and asked Ronan to walk along the Academy road. Someone would then examine whether he met the criteria for participating in this task. Ronan walked into the Academy road with a bronze medal and soon saw a group of people waiting on the side of the road. The young wizard named Rainy, who he had met 5 days ago, was in the queue. At this time, he was hugging a young female wizard and making a reluctant confession before parting. The wizard who was caught by Ronan to poach was standing next to the two of them. He probably recognized Ronan's appearance and turned his face away immediately after seeing him, looking guilty. "Although I am only a 6th level apprentice, I have a magic tool that can trigger the 0-level advanced, electric spear technique, and I also have the combat power of a high-level apprentice. Why don't you let me join?" There was also a middle-aged looking intermediate wizard apprentice in the crowd shouting, and was constantly driven away by people wearing academy robes. "This is the regulation of the mission. You can't accept it. In fact, this is for your own good. If you don't have enough strength, you will probably die if you force yourself to join. Go quickly." The middle-aged man finally failed to convince the people in the academy with the advanced magic tool in his hand, and left with a sullen look on his face. His fuss attracted the attention of other people in the team. Ronan clearly saw a senior apprentice wizard who seemed to be here to participate in the mission. After hearing the middle-aged man reveal that he had a high-level, electric spear, magic tool in his hand, he decisively left the team and quietly followed the other party in the direction he left. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. Goodbye Linus, Corpse Garden. I'm here to participate in the mission selection. Ronan walked up to several academy wizards and handed over the bronze medal he had registered for. The latter took a quick glance, then detected Ronan's spiritual power, and quickly nodded and said, "Okay, 7th level apprentice. Go over there and wait." Ronan hummed and walked aside quietly. Under his robe, his slender 5 fingers casually played with a broken mirror-like magic tool, and his mood at the moment was quite strange. This was the first time Ronan used the effect of this mirror magic tool fragment. Unlike the two people named Francois who deliberately disguised themselves as senior apprentice wizards to bluff people, he copied the aura of an ordinary 7th level apprentice wizard and hid his 9th level apprentice's spiritual power fluctuations. Ronan didn't know if this operation would work, but it was always right to keep a low profile when going out. Just like the day when the town fell into chaos, the reason why he was targeted by 2 black robes was because among the lower-level gray robes on Waterdrop Street, his strength as a senior apprentice was as conspicuous as a light bulb in the dark night. After waiting for a while, a voice came faintly from the direction of the academy. "Here we are." The academy wizards present reminded everyone, and the people who came to see them off immediately stepped aside. Soon, a group of people appeared in front of everyone. They were all dressed as academy wizards. The leader wore a silk robe with a Hoddam green vine logo. He had fair skin and handsome looks. His hair was meticulously combed to the back of his head, and he wore exquisite silver ornaments on his forehead. In Ronan's eyes, this handsome middle-aged wizard was like the sun in the sky, emitting a dazzling light all the time. Compared with his aura, everyone in the field seemed eclipsed. Official wizard level powerhouse. Although he had been mentally prepared for the difficulty of this mission, Ronan couldn't help but look a little solemn when he saw that it was an official wizard-level powerhouse from the academy leading the team. Lord Feo. After the handsome middle-aged wizard appeared, the academy wizards on the gray robe side immediately stepped forward respectfully. Ronan took this opportunity to look behind the official wizard named Feo. There were 5 wizards from the academy. They were all senior apprentices. They had the temperament of the chosen ones of heaven, which was different from the wandering wizards. Suddenly, Ronan's eyes paused and stopped on a wizard from the academy. He was a young man with an indifferent expression. He looked handsome, but the arrogance that occasionally appeared between his eyebrows gave people a feeling that he was difficult to get along with. Ronan was startled and surprised. The person in front of him was actually the young wizard Linus, who left alone after coming out of the forest. After such a long time, Linus actually joined the Hoddam Academy. Not only did his strength rise from the 5th apprentice to the 9th apprentice, but he also reattached his broken arm. When Ronan recognized Linus, the other party obviously recognized him as well. His face was obviously rippled, but he quickly regained his composure and turned away indifferently. Ronan naturally had no intention of going up to him to reminisce about the past. There was nothing old to reminisce about between the two of them. After all, Linus's departure was not glorious. Ronan lowered his head and thought silently for a while, and suddenly felt a probing gaze on him. He looked up suddenly, and met a pair of gem-like bright eyes, which pierced Ronan to the point of tears. When the light faded, Ronan saw Linus looking at him indifferently, whispering something in the ear of the official wizard Feo, who smiled at him with an unknown meaning, glanced at him and slowly retracted his gaze. At this moment, Ronan felt as if he was being stared at by something, and for a moment he even had the urge to quit the mission immediately. He didn't know what Linus said to the wizard Feo, but he always felt that it would not be good. Did he want Feo to help him avenge himself? Why should he, a little apprentice wizard, order the official wizard around? Ronan didn't think he had ever offended Linus. Seriously, he had saved Linus' life. He couldn't just find ways to kill him just because he knew his true character, right? For a moment, countless thoughts rolled through Ronan's mind, and his thoughts were in a mess. While he was weighing and struggling, Feo's voice rang out on the field. "Since everyone is here, there is no problem, let's set off." Feo's voice was like a spring breeze, and it also carried an unquestionable majesty, and the whole team followed it. Ronan's face changed, and finally he moved forward with the crowd. The opportunity to obtain the God-burning potion was too rare, and he couldn't just give up because of a little concern about the truth. Otherwise, the investment in the 5 days of preparation would be wasted. The group walked forward for a while and came to an empty small square. There was a magic airship parked on the square. Everyone boarded the airship under the leadership of Feo. Most of the wandering wizards in the team were riding this small magic airship for the first time in their lives. They were more or less unable to suppress their excitement. It didn't look like they were about to carry out a dangerous mission full of unknowns, but rather like a group outing. The young wizards at the academy looked at the reaction of the wandering gray robe with cold eyes, as if they were looking at a group of bumpkins who had never seen the world. The wizard Feo was smiling all the time, giving people a very friendly feeling. Only Ronan stood alone in the corner, observing everything on the airship with a blank expression. There were a total of 5 senior apprentices at the academy, and there were 25 of them, including Ronan. Being able to reach the level of senior apprentices, this group of people can be regarded as the best among the group of wandering wizards. The strongest among them was a 9th-level apprentice, followed by 4 8th-level apprentices, and the rest were 7th-level wizard apprentices like Ronan. The magic airship shuttled through the clouds and mist, crossed large areas of wilderness and forests, and was getting farther and farther away from the town. At a certain moment, the official wizard Feo called everyone together and said softly, "Okay, there are some things about this mission that need to be explained to everyone." Everyone pricked up their ears. Our main goal of this trip is to destroy a potion cultivating resource point in the Forest of Dead Whisper, which is located in a small secret space. We may encounter resistance from the black robes of the Forest of Dead Whisper, but don't worry, I will remove those obvious obstacles. All you have to do is just destroy any potion resources you see. Mission completed, gather at the designated location, take the airship back, and each person will be rewarded with a god-burning potion. I hope that everyone here will be safe and sound when we return. The wizard Feo spoke in a relaxed tone, with a bit of humor, and the apprentices on the airship also relaxed their nervous moods, with smiles on their faces. Ronan watched coldly. He would never believe that a mission that would reward the god-burning potion, which is extremely precious to all the wizards in the academy, would be as easy as Feo said. Everyone returned safely? I'm afraid that if half of them returned safely by then, they would be thankful. Afterwards, Feo specifically explained to the wandering wizards what small secret space meant. It was probably an independent space opened up by powerful wizards in the wizarding world through space magic, and the principle was a bit similar to a storage waste bag. The purpose of secret space is generally magic experiments, resource cultivation, and living. Some secret spaces are naturally formed, and there are often many incredible things in them. Secret space is almost common sense for college wizards, but it makes wandering gray robes marvel. The magic airship landed in a hidden valley, and everyone got off the ship with Feo. Ronan didn't know how far the airship flew, but it should be far away from the town. Feo was facing a cave similar to the entrance of a tomb at the landing point, and Feo took the lead in striding forward. 5 college wizards followed closely, and then Ronan and his group of wandering gray robes. Ronan quietly observed along the way and found that Linus had a particularly close relationship with Feo among the 5 college wizards, and seemed to be very valued by Feo. I don't know why, obviously his personality should not be pleasing. When they walked into the entrance of the tomb, Ronan saw some stone fragments scattered on the ground at the entrance, and some strange and unfamiliar words were engraved on the fragments. Ronan couldn't make it out, but he heard someone in the team whispering, "What's written on it?" He read out the content above. It seems to be Corpse Garden. The whole process of entering the secret space was not as bizarre as Ronan imagined. They just followed Feo along a long corridor and walked forward for a long time. When they walked out of the corridor, they found that the sky outside had become dark without knowing when. In fact, they had entered the so-called secret space. 3 people in a group act separately. As I said before, you just need to try to destroy all kinds of resources you see on the road that you think may be useful to the Black Robe. Feo made a few simple instructions, divided everyone into groups, and then smiled and watched each group leave. So far, this mission feels like what Feo said. There are no big requirements, no danger, everything will go smoothly, simply and easily. You too, remember to follow my instructions later. Not long after leaving the main group, the 8th level apprentice wizard with a slightly hooked nose in the same group told Ronan and another person in a very strong manner. Ronan didn't say anything, but the young wizard Rennie, who happened to be in the same group with him, was quite dissatisfied. "Why? I didn't say that you have to lead the team. Just because I am stronger than you." The hook-nosed wizard sneered, "I don't want to be in danger or lose the reward because of your stupid behavior. If you don't want to leave the team, I will report to Lord Feo after the mission is over, saying that someone deliberately obstructed the operation." Rennie's fair and handsome face flushed instantly, but after a few seconds, he could only hold back his anger, which was regarded as acknowledging the fact that the hook-nosed wizard led the team. The latter smiled contemptuously, glanced at Ronan, who had always been very obedient and cooperative, and then put away his expression with satisfaction, and walked forward calmly. The air in this space was filled with dust and decay. The 3 walked along the gray brick path covered with dead vines for a while and came to an empty cemetery. The field of vision was filled with phosphorescent lights, and there seemed to be the sound of souls singing in the ears. The atmosphere gradually became gloomy and terrifying. Filthy place. The leading hook-nosed wizard frowned and cursed, kicked away a few bones under his feet with disgust, and then walked carefully towards the nearest grave to the 3 people. His eyes fell on the broken tombstone standing in front of the grave, as if he wanted to study the words on the tombstone. The young wizard Rennie was always very vigilant. While Ronan's lips moved, a faint white light appeared in his eyes, and he began to look around. In addition to reducing the casting time of detection, which he had mastered to the mastery level, to less than 1 second, the various information and traces that could be glimpsed after casting were also much more. In Ronan's eyes, the cemetery was completely black at this time, and a large number of negative energy particles belonging to the undead and the dark system filled the entire tomb like black smoke. In this black, bright green penetrated everywhere, like a transmission pipeline, faintly forming strange patterns. Ronan squatted down, and his white and slender fingers pushed away the black tomb soil, and soon touched a hard object. His expression changed suddenly. "Don't touch that thing. Go." Ronan quickly stood up and shouted coldly to the hook-nosed wizard, who was almost in front of the tombstone. He had a lot of inherited knowledge of undead spells, including a detailed introduction to the process and materials required for refining and cultivating undead slaves. When he performed the detection spell just now, he noticed something wrong, and pushed away the soil under his feet. There were all related things underneath. The hook-nosed wizard heard Ronan's reminder, turned his head and looked at him coldly, and then continued to move forward. Ronan glanced at Rennie next to him and saw that he was also unmoved. He shook his head and ran to the other end of the cemetery at full speed. It happened in just a few breaths. Crack, a sound as if something broke was clearly heard in the quiet cemetery. Immediately afterwards, the ground shook, and the mounds of the graves began to rise up. Bang! The hook-nosed wizard had just approached the tombstone in front of him, and before he had time to study what was engraved on it, he saw the tomb behind the tombstone explode with a loud bang, and a white bone hand stretched out from it. His face changed instantly, and he realized that what Ronan said before was true. He quickly activated the magic tools, propped up an energy shield, and then ran away. Rennie's reaction was much faster than his, and he realized something was wrong when the ground shook. But the speed of the tomb's transformation was too fast. One after another, skeleton warriors crawled out of the tomb, with faint green fire burning in their empty eye sockets. Holding rotten axes or swords in their hands, they rushed towards the two of them in a crowd. Bang! The axe flashing with cold light hit the ground heavily, and the gray brick-paved path broke into a crack. Ronan held the staff in his hand, his robe raised, and the whole person jumped high on the axe handle like a nimble bird, dodging the heavy blow of the blocking skeleton, and landed on the ground easily and gracefully. Looking back, he saw that Rennie and the hook-nosed wizard who were traveling with him were already in a bitter battle. Rennie held a scimitar with flashing runes in his hand, and kept chanting spells in his mouth, making slashing movements from time to time, and then half-moon-shaped yellow energy light blades shot out from the scimitar, slashing the surrounding skeletons, exploding a bright yellow and bone fragments. The hook-nosed wizard kept waving his staff, and chanted to summon a fierce gust of wind. Although it had little killing power, it blew the surrounding skeletons all over the place. As high-level wizard apprentices, the two had decent fighting power. Obviously, they had experienced some battles, and at least they were not so panicked that they couldn't even release spells in this situation. However, their methods lacked effective killing power against the skeleton warriors, whose strength generally reached that of intermediate apprentices or above. After a series of operations, not only did they fail to escape, but the surrounding skeleton warriors gathered more and more, and they were about to be drowned. Huh? Ronan exhaled, frowned and then spread his brows. The skeleton that had just dodged had turned around at this time, holding up the axe with both hands, making a chopping gesture at him. Ronan seemed not to see it at all, and there was only calmness in his lake blue eyes. He raised the staff in his hand with one hand, and his eyes penetrated the gaps between the white ribs of the skeleton warriors, firmly locking the position where Rennie and the hook-nosed wizard were in a bitter battle, forming a straight long line. The next second, the air and light at the top of his staff began to distort. A large number of energy particles gathered around to generate an invisible wind that blew the hem of Ronan's robe and the long hair tied with a silver rope behind his back. A huge blue-black ball of light, as big as several human heads, condensed and formed. Go! Bang! With Ronan's quick and short sound, his robe suddenly bulged backwards. As if a terrifying artillery shell was fired, the huge blue-black ball of light rushed out with a whistling sound, raising large waves of bricks, stones and mud along the way, smashing the bodies of white bones and skeletons one after another, and advancing forward rapidly with overwhelming force. Chapter 63 No one will feel sad for your death. Boom! The huge energy ball exploded, creating a circle of huge white waves visible to the naked eye, and several nearby skeletons were blown away like straw. Ronan put down his staff and looked straight ahead. In front of him, a long straight road that was completely cleared appeared. At the end of the long road, there was a battle group with a big gap opened, and two faces full of shock and confusion in the center of the battle group. What are you standing there for? Hurry up! Ronan shouted, and Rennie and the hook-nosed wizard, who were stunned by the power of Ronan's energy missile just now, woke up from their dreams and ran towards him. With Ronan's current strength as a 9th-level apprentice, even if he did not activate the magic domain, the power of the energy missile, thrown out in normal state is still terrifying, enough to kill a group of 0-level high-level spells in seconds. Huff, huff, Rennie and the other two ran to Ronan desperately. The hook-nosed wizard ran out of breath, and the shock on his face had not yet dissipated. His eyes kept staring at the staff in Ronan's hand. A first-level magic tool. Ronan didn't bother to pay attention to him at all, and just ran away. The hook-nosed wizard was a little embarrassed to be ignored, but at this time, the skeleton warriors were chasing them relentlessly, so he couldn't say anything. After all, they were unmanned and dead servants. Even if their strength was comparable to that of a mid-level apprentice, they were slow to react and not very flexible. In the end, they were gradually pulled away by the three. Seeing that the three were about to run out of the cemetery, a fork in the road appeared in the distance. The straight road ahead was the same as the one they had walked before, but there was more white fog on the road, and it was difficult to see the front clearly. The other path was bright red at first glance, and a strong smell of blood came to the nose before they got close. Without any hesitation, the leader hook-nosed wizard said in a tough tone, "This way." Then, regardless of whether Ronan and the others agreed or not, he rushed towards the road ahead alone. Ronan frowned, said nothing, and followed with Rennie. Not long after the three of them stepped into the white fog trail, the fog began to surge violently, as if something in it was disturbed, but there was no other movement. Ronan always felt that something was wrong. He slowed down his pace and squinted his eyes to look forward. Suddenly, he found that there seemed to be a dark shadow under the surging white fog, spreading rapidly towards them. The experience of the battle on the night of the town's chaos instantly flooded into Ronan's mind. Ronan stopped suddenly and shouted in a low voice, "Don't go forward, it's dangerous." Rennie, who followed him closely behind him, stopped almost immediately after he stopped. The hook-nosed wizard who led the way, however, rushed forward for a while as if he didn't hear anything, and then slowly stopped. And it was this short distance that he ran as if to maintain the face of the leader that made him almost stumble into the front of the large shadow spreading under his feet. Shoo! Ronan seemed to hear the sound of an extremely sharp weapon cutting through the air. The last time he faced this spell was late at night, and he failed to see the full picture of the spell. Now he finally saw it clearly. The dense shadow gave birth to two half-illusory huge sickles, as if they were held by invisible big hands. Slash horizontally. Chop vertically. The energy shield on the hook-nosed wizard, who was only about 7 or 8 meters away from him, was quietly shattered like a fragile eggshell under the slashing of the two black sickles. Immediately afterwards, the hook-nosed wizard in the shield opened his mouth slightly, and the whole person was silently and smoothly divided into 4 parts in a cross shape. Blood and internal organs flowed out. The huge visual impact and the fear of unknown danger made the young wizard Rennie vomit on the spot. Ronan quickly said go, then turned around without hesitation, came to the fork in the road, gritted his teeth and rushed in. "How do you know so much about the Black Robe's methods?" Rennie, who had been crawling and tumbling after him, asked Ronan with a pale face, suppressing his nausea. Ronan was silent for a moment and replied, "I have killed a few, so I know a little bit." "Killed a few?" Rennie's expression froze, and a look of shock and disbelief flashed across his face. But when he thought of the energy missile that Ronan had just used to save them, he suddenly felt that it was natural. He followed Ronan closely, not daring to say another word. Walking on the path that seemed to be paved with countless internal organs, every step of the deerskin boots under his feet would squeeze out an unknown liquid that looked like corpse water mixed with blood. Ronan's 5 senses were fully open, and he stepped forward step by step with great vigilance. At this time, he was sure that what the wizard Feo said on the way here was all nonsense. What easy. All they need to do is set some fires and cause some destruction. If they were ordinary wandering wizards, they would have died several times over the series of dangers they had just encountered. No wonder they are so close to Linus. It turns out they are all the same kind of people, cold and vicious. The wizard Feo probably didn't care about the lives of the 25 wandering grey robes at all. His kind words of comfort when he came here were just to coax them into entering the secret realm. After that, their lives and deaths were completely none of his business. Ronan looked gloomy, and he kept thinking about the next plan in his mind. He didn't know whether he should go deeper. If he went back now, he still couldn't avoid the white fog shadow and the cemetery full of skeleton warriors. It should be no problem for him to break through these obstacles alone, but there was also Rennie following him. Just as he was thinking, Ronan and the others had unknowingly followed a blood trail to a turbid and pungent river. The path led to the other side of the river. The water on both sides of the path was full of strange fish with rotten bodies and human organs. These strange fish gathered at the feet of Ronan and the others, grunting as if they were gnawing at something, making chewing sounds and gurgling black bubbles. Even Ronan felt his scalp tingling as he walked under the crowds and eager eyes of countless strange fish. But fortunately, he walked down smoothly all the way. The extremely dangerous blood path turned out to be the truly safe path. When he reached the other side, Ronan remembered the purpose of this mission. Looking at the turbid river full of strange fish, Ronan was not sure whether this was a resource point deliberately cultivated by the Black Robes of the Deteriorating forest. After hesitating for a while, he asked Rennie to cast a few spells into the river, killing a large number of strange fish before turning around and leaving. After crossing the strange fish river and continuing forward, Ronan gradually smelled the smell of rotting flesh and blood. Just as he was looking for the source of the smell, he found that the young wizard Rennie was staring at a certain direction with an ugly face. It was an endless black flower field. The flower field was densely planted with twisted and weird flowers. The rotten body formed the branches of the flower, a wide and slender neck bone extended upward, and the top of the face skin was neatly cut and bloomed like petals. The pistil of each flower was a face sleeping peacefully. Ghost face flower Ronan stared at the terrifying and creepy flower field in front of him in a daze. He finally knew what resources Phaol wanted them to destroy. It was probably these ghost face flowers that were quite precious to the Black Robe wizards. The cultivation of ghost face flowers requires a lot of blood and flesh, and the maturity period is also quite long. It is widely used in the refining of Black Witch potions and the experiment of Black Witch spells, and it is of high value. Ronan also learned about the knowledge of ghost face flowers when he was bored and flipping through the potion books left by several Black Robes. Such a large field of ghost flowers, if a Black Robe wizard apprentice came here, he would probably be excited and crazy. But for the Grey Robe, he would only feel fear and creepy. No wonder the name of this secret space is Corpse Garden. What should we do? Rennie beside him asked Ronan calmly. Should we destroy all these disgusting things? Destroy them. Ronan shook his head directly. The ghost flowers are aggressive to a certain extent. Once they are enraged, they will directly eat intruders as fertilizer. If so many ghost flowers are awakened now, even he can't bear it. This may be the reason why this flower field is unattended. The only good news now is that these ghost flowers are all asleep. Don't talk anymore, try not to make any noise and walk over quietly. Ronan had the urge to turn around and leave, but thinking of Rennie beside him, he decided to walk forward. Find someone to meet up, and then find another way out. In fact, Ronan has been analyzing all the way. From the cemetery to the strange fish river, and then to the ghost face flower field in front of him. The apparent crisis was actually gradually decreasing. He found that their group seemed to be walking through the back door of the corpse garden. The most important resource, the ghost face flower, was located in the center of the garden. The cemetery full of skeleton servants was like a fence surrounding the garden to prevent outsiders from breaking in. If his guess was correct, then if he continued to walk in after crossing the flower field, he should be able to see the main entrance of the garden. He even suspected that the standard for the academy to judge whether the mission of this group of wandering Grey Robes was completed was whether they could successfully reach the main gate and meet up with the wizard Phaol, who led the team. Finally, Phaol would lead them out. If he returned by the same route, he might survive, but he would most likely not be recognized by the academy and be regarded as a mission slacker, and his mission reward would be cancelled. Ronan silently led Rennie into the flower field. The twisted corpse-like ghost face flowers stood neatly on both sides of them like mature corn cobs. Rennie was very obedient and did not say anything to Ronan. All he could hear along the way was the rustling footsteps of the two walking through the flower field. I don't know how long I walked, but I could see the edge of the flower field in sight. But as expected, an accident still happened. Ronan found that the footsteps of Rennie, who had been following him, suddenly stopped. He turned his head quickly and saw Rennie remained motionless, looking at him nervously and terrified with an expression of "I didn't mean it." Ronan looked down and found that he accidentally stepped on the exposed root of a ghost face flower. This thing was like the foot of the ghost face flower. The ghost face flower that Rennie stepped on, the face that looked like a young man on the flower, woke up because of the pain, and then saw the two people, and opened his mouth in shock. Who? The sudden breeze lifted Ronan's robe. A strong and powerful arm shot out from under the robe like a javelin, and the white and slender 5 fingers pressed the face of the young man who was about to make a sound. He exerted force suddenly and directly squeezed it into a ball of mushy wrinkles. At the same time, the black sword in the staff in the other hand was silently unsheathed, and a cold light flashed. The crushed ghost-faced flower head fell to the ground and was thrown into the storage waste bag. From the accident to the accident, the whole process took no more than 2 seconds, and everything was so natural and smooth. When Ronan put away the long sword expressionlessly, grabbed the corner of the hem of the robe and slowly wiped his left hand full of scarlet flower juice, Rennie, the instigator, was still dizzy and had not recovered from the tension and guilt after causing trouble. There will be no next time. Ronan's lips opened and closed silently, looking at Rennie coldly. The latter nodded desperately, and just wanted to make some promises, but the next second he looked in a direction behind Ronan with a horrified expression. Ronan's long sword, which had just been sheathed, was backhanded and slashed at the position behind Rennie. A severed ghost flower flew high into the sky, and in the center of the flower was a pale woman's face that was so frightened that she screamed in fear after witnessing the whole process of her companion being brutally murdered. Ronan wanted to stop it further, but it was too late. Ah! The woman's scream before death resounded throughout the flower field, and it was particularly harsh in the dead silence. Go! Ronan knew that everything was irreversible at this time, so he called out to Rennie and ran forward. The scream was like a signal, spreading out in a wide range. Ronan saw the ghost flowers on both sides of the road waking up from their slumber one after another, and the speed was getting faster and faster, like dominoes that had been pushed down. Ronan ran quickly, his feet splashing dark red sand on the soft mud. His robe was lifted high behind him. He raised his right hand, and a large number of energy particles gathered, and the light in his palm was distorted. When the energy gathered to a certain extreme, Ronan threw the energy missile he summoned in his hand towards the front. The huge blue-black ball of light was like a whistling hurricane, with a momentum of sweeping and crushing everything, moving forward with overwhelming force. Countless ghost-faced flowers along the way were crushed and shattered. However, just as Ronan was about to step out of the flower field, he suddenly felt the soil under his feet shaking. The next second, it seemed as if some huge monster rushed out from the ground, and Rennie's panicked cry came from behind. Ronan turned his head quickly, and a super ghost-faced flower that was more than 10 meters high was reflected in his suddenly shrinking lake blue pupils. Only half of the thing had emerged from the ground, and from the big hole in the flower field stretched out black roots like giant pythons. Rennie, who fell behind, was entangled by a root of the super ghost-face flower. At this time, he was like a grasshopper tied with a rope, holding up the magic tool scimitar and dancing in the air and shouting. Damn it! Ronan gritted his teeth, but he couldn't make up his mind to abandon Rennie. Countless ghost-face flowers in the flower field crawled out of the soil with squeaking and rushed towards him fiercely. Ronan ignored them and just stared at the super ghost-face flower. Fortunately, the human face on the flower has not taken shape. It looks so big and intimidating, but its strength is only advanced level 0. The real reason why Ronan chose to try to rescue Rennie was that he felt that he still had strength to spare. The ghost-faced flower king is notoriously strong on the outside but weak on the inside. As long as it is fed with enough flesh and blood, its size will continue to expand. Many black-robed wizards like to use this thing as a security guard for their homes. He gently leaned his staff on the ground, and as he uttered short syllables of a spell, 8 bright electric snakes swam out from the bottom of the black staff and quickly flew out in a fan shape along Ronan's feet. Under the electric light flowing, large groups of ghost-faced flowers fell down screaming and smoking, and the road in front of Ronan gradually cleared. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ronan took a deep breath, and his figure shot out like an arrow, turning into a blurry black shadow. When he was about to collide with the ghost-faced flower king head-on, his feet suddenly exploded, and the whole person jumped up like a big bird. Iris, my dear Iris. In mid-air, Rennie, who was entangled by the roots of the ghost-faced flower king, had given up struggling at this time. He looked sad, looked at a certain direction with blurred eyes, and whispered softly, "Forgive me for leaving, you must not be sad." Boom. Rennie, who was sighing sadly, was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. He felt that a dazzling energy ball had just exploded beside him. The aftermath of the explosion threw him and the ghost-faced flower roots that entangled his body high up, and the painful and angry howl of the ghost-faced flower king sounded in his ears. Rennie rolled around in the flower field like a ball that was hit hard, and fell to the ground in the dust and was dizzy. Just as he was dizzy, he saw a man in a gray robe stepping on the broken and screaming ghost-faced flower debris and striding towards him. He lowered his head and leaned over. A slender and powerful hand pulled Rennie up from the ground, and then a low and indifferent voice sounded in his ears. "Don't be silly. Your Iris will not be sad because of your death. She will only happily take your pension and roll with your best friend." Chapter 64, All is given to you, including death. After saying this to Rennie, the man threw him back to the ground. Rennie sat on the ground in a daze for a while, and then suddenly he seemed to have a force from somewhere, and he quickly got up from the ground, roared and waved a magic knife in his hand, drove away the ghost-faced flowers that gathered around, and then desperately chased after the figure in front. The two ran out of the ghost face flower field, ran along the mud that had not been cultivated, crossed a high earth slope, and suddenly a clear view appeared in front of them. Under the blue sky, there was a green lawn, a lake in the lawn, a few poplar trees planted by the lake, and a very beautiful white house. The beautiful and quiet scenery like an oil painting. Ronan felt like he had finally escaped from a nightmare into reality. The faint sense of crisis that had lingered in his heart before also quickly receded like a tide. Have we reached the entrance of the corpse garden? Ronan's eyes flickered as he slowed down on the lawn, then he took out a bottle of potion from his storage waste bag, unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it slowly. After a series of battles, although he had not used the power of the domain, his mental strength was almost exhausted, so he took this opportunity to replenish it. Now Ronan was more and more certain of his previous guess that they were constantly walking out from the deepest part of the corpse garden. The small white house in front of them might be the residence of the owner of the garden, or the gardener. They broke in and made so much noise, but no black robe came out to stop them. Either the owner of the corpse garden was not at home, or, as the wizard Feo said, all the power on the surface was blocked by him. Ronan personally preferred the former guess. Huff huff, someone panted and chased after him from behind. It was the young wizard Rainy. Ronan's speed just now was not slow, and it was a miracle that this guy could keep up with him even though he was injured. After Rainy caught up with Ronan, he stood there gasping for breath. This kind of high-intensity escape exercise is indeed not easy for ordinary wizards. Fortunately, this guy is strong, and Ronan's words stimulated his potential. Rainy panted for a long time, and finally calmed down his breathing. The first thing he did was to walk to Ronan with a sincere face and said, "Thank you, thank you." Ronan waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. Rainy's expression was very complicated. The look in his eyes when he looked at Ronan was full of closeness, gratitude and deep awe. He felt that he really regarded him as a partner. "Can we get to know each other formally? My name is..." Rainy mustered up his courage and continued to talk to Ronan, but he was interrupted by Ronan before he finished his sentence. "Your name is Rainy, I know." Ronan put the empty bottle of potion back into his waist bag and answered casually. Rainy was stunned for a moment, and his face showed surprise and joy at first, but it became ugly in the next second. "You know me. So what I said about Iris before. Is it true?" Ronan was silent. After thinking about it, he told Rainy briefly what he saw in the Drunk Deer bar, and added a consolation at the end. "As your good friend, it is reasonable to help you comfort your sad and frustrated girlfriend, right? Don't take it to heart. Matthew, that bastard." Obviously, Ronan's consolation did not work at all. "When I get back, I swear I will break his hand." Rainy's face flushed, and he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Ronan patted his shoulder sympathetically, and then began to walk towards the small white house below. Rainy, who had just learned the truth, chattered in his ear. "You don't know, I actually have good qualifications. It's all because of him that I didn't join the academy. He's my best friend. We met Iris later. Am I joining this mission adventure just for myself? I want to earn some resources for him and Iris. I hope the three of us can be promoted to official wizards together. I treated him like this, and he actually did this behind my back. This shameless bastard, he failed me. Oh, by the way, I don't know, what is your name?" Ronan was speechless, just about to say his name casually. Suddenly at this time, a few black shadows passed through the sky. A few crows suddenly appeared and landed on the top of the poplar tree in front, quietly combing their feathers. Ronan paused, and the relaxation on his face gradually subsided. For some reason, when he saw the appearance of these crows, an inexplicable uneasiness surged from the bottom of his heart. "Forget it." Ronan stared at the white house that was about to approach, his eyes flashing, and suddenly he made up his mind. "Don't get close, let's go over there." He originally wanted to go into the house to explore, but now he changed his mind and planned to go around the house and continue to look for the exit. Rennie naturally had no objection and nodded continuously. Just as the two were about to go around the lakeside cottage to the front of the lawn, there was a sudden movement from the white cottage in front of them. Creaky, it was the sound of the door opening. "Be careful." Ronan raised his staff and reminded Rennie in a low voice. The mental power in his mind was ready to go, and he was already in a state of fighting at any time. Rennie held the magic tool scimitar tightly with both hands, as if facing a great enemy. Finally, the door of the white cottage opened from the inside, and a figure walked out. Lord Fafeo. Rennie's surprised voice completely broke the tense atmosphere on the scene. Ronan was also startled, and slowly put down the staff in his hand. Unexpectedly, the person who walked out of the house was Feo. Feo obviously didn't expect to see the two of them when he went out, and his face was full of surprise. Great, it's Lord Feo. Rennie couldn't suppress the surprise and relief in his voice. He put down his scimitar and ran towards Feo quickly. Ronan also relaxed a little. Although he felt that Feo was a problematic person and didn't like or trust him, he felt relieved to see one of our own and the most powerful leader in this strange territory of the Black Robe of the Detrital Forest. Rennie ran towards Feo, as if a lost person had finally found the organization. Ronan followed Rennie and looked up at the crow on the poplar tree. He found that the crow had stopped combing its feathers and looked at everything below coldly. The feeling of uneasiness became stronger. Ronan frowned and considered whether to tell Feo about this feeling. He subconsciously glanced at Feo, but saw that the other party was looking at them quietly with an inexplicable and weird smile, and his slightly pursed lips seemed to be trembling slightly. Rennie running to meet him. Feo with a weird smile. The two images kept switching in front of Ronan's eyes, and a strong sense of crisis grew wildly from the bottom of his heart like a vine. Stop. Rennie. Ronan could no longer restrain himself and shouted loudly. At the same time, a low spell syllable came out of Feo's mouth. Though, it was like a bubble floating under the water suddenly bursting. Along with the sound, there was also a slight muffled sound. Bang! Rennie, who was running in front of Ronan, was hit by an inexplicable force, and the whole person exploded without any warning. Bang! Ronan remained in the position of shouting and stopping, his eyes wide open. A damp, fishy and sweet hot wind hit his face, and a warm liquid slowly slid down his face. Dada! Feo walked towards him step by step along the wooden steps in front of the small white house, smiling and elegant. The shock and astonishment in Ronan's eyes gradually disappeared, and he put his hands down, and there was only numbness and calmness on his face. Why? Ronan looked at Feo in front of him and wiped the blood off his face with the back of his hand. He shouldn't have done anything wrong. Ronan said softly, remembering that he hadn't had time to tell Rennie his name. How could this idiot who was average in strength but still wanted to fight for a portion of the god-burning potion for his friend die so suddenly? No. Feo shook his head, but I'm really surprised that he's alive, even though I arranged the most dangerous route for you. Oh, in fact, the god-burning potion quota that the Academy can give to you wandering wizards for this mission is not much. As the leader of this operation, I also have the responsibility to control the number of people who survive in the end. Do you understand what I mean? Feo's eyes were full of hypocritical sincerity. It sounded as if killing Rennie was really a matter of course. Ronan was silent. After a few breaths, he spoke again. Then why not take me with you? Feo suddenly laughed, and while laughing, he turned around and waved in the direction behind him. Then there must be a better and more exciting plan for you. As he spoke, another person walked out of the beautiful White House. Wearing the standard robe of the Academy and with a cold expression, it was Linus. Ronan understood in an instant. So, I will still die, right? Ronan looked at Feo and asked seriously. Feo smiled happily, did not speak, but naturally put his arm around the shoulders of Linus who walked to his side. Ronan lowered his head, as if thinking. Feo looked at him with interest, as if he was expecting his next reaction. After a few seconds, Ronan looked up again, this time at Linus. Linus, actually we don't have any unhappiness, right? Ronan said earnestly, to be honest, I even saved you once. Linus looked at Ronan expressionlessly, and when he heard the second half of his sentence, he sneered disdainfully. Ronan hadn't given up yet, and was still saying, We were partners before, and if I have offended you unintentionally, I apologize. I can also give up the reward for this mission. Here's the god-burning potion, Linus, you need it too, right? I just want to survive. Just let me survive. Ronan's words were extremely sincere, and his tone was almost pleading, as if he was asking for some kind of charity. However, what he got in return was a more and more amused smile on Feo's face, and Linus's increasingly cold and contemptuous eyes. Seeing that he could never impress the two, Ronan, who was gradually showing anxiety and despair, seemed to have finally made up his mind. Ronan gritted his teeth and gently peeled off a layer of cover on his body. Huh? When the mental power fluctuations that only the 9th level apprentices under the 7th level apprentices could possess came out, Feo couldn't help but say huh. Linus's face also showed a little shock and emotion. Linus. Ronan took a deep breath and looked Linus in the eyes. Don't you want to know why I was promoted to the 9th level apprentice so quickly? Why can I cast spells as powerful as the 0 level advanced spells when I was an intermediate apprentice? Don't you want to know? Ronan's voice rang out in the quiet grass, and the smile on Feo's face gradually faded, and Linus's eyes also showed obvious relaxation. Secret. Ronan's eyes swept across the faces of the two people one by one, and he thrust his staff into the ground, then raised his right hand under his robe, and pressed a bone ring on his right ring finger with his left hand, and said word by word, in exchange for my right to live. Faced with the conditions proposed by Ronan, Linus looked at Ronan deeply, without saying a word, but his lips were moving quickly, as if he was talking to Feo beside him. Feo's face showed no expression, but there was a light flashing in his eyes. After a moment, Feo spoke calmly, what do you want to say? Did the weak ghost in the inferior magic ring in your hand create everything you have now? It's not an ordinary ghost. Ronan shook his head, it's the residual soul of a dead wizard. He claimed that he was extremely powerful in his lifetime, and possessed an extremely rich wealth of knowledge and an unparalleled ancient heritage. I don't know if what he said is true, but so far, some of the things he taught me have really helped me a lot. Feo narrowed his eyes, and his sharp eyes seemed to want to penetrate Ronan's eyes and penetrate his heart. Ronan gritted his teeth and looked at him, with just the right amount of tension and concern in his eyes. Give me the ring. Feo spoke coldly, pointing in a direction casually, then you go. No. Ronan shook his head, I'm worried. I have to wait until I leave here safely before I can give the things to you. Do you think you are qualified to bargain with me? Feo's tone turned cold. Ronan seemed to be frightened by the power that suddenly burst out of Feo, and was speechless for a moment. After thinking, he spoke again with a struggling look, then you have to promise. You must let me go out alive and get the reward as promised, otherwise I will destroy the ring now. I think, even if your excellency can kill me as easily as crushing an ant, it should still take time. Feo looked at Ronan indifferently, with the cold light in his eyes. After a moment, his expression eased and he nodded, okay, I promise. He stretched out his hand to Ronan and said gently, now, you can finally hand over the thing. Ronan hesitated for a few seconds, nodded, and began to walk towards Feo step by step. He did not take the staff stuck in the ground, and took off the ring. His expression was nervous and vigilant, with a bit of cautious flattery. I believe Lord Feo will keep his promise. Of course. Feo smiled and nodded, while Linus beside him looked at Ronan with eyes full of disdain and pity, as if he was watching an ignorant and stupid prey walking into a death trap step by step. Give it to me, leave it to me, I promise to achieve whatever you want, Feo kept saying. In the process, Ronan's emotion seemed to be calmed down. The hand that had been tightly holding the ring gradually relaxed, and the expression on Feo's face became more gentle and friendly. Give it to me. With Feo's last call, Ronan walked completely in front of him, completely let down his guard, and stretched out the hand holding the ring towards Feo. However, just when the bone ring was completely and clearly presented in front of Feo's eyes, a blurry white shadow suddenly jumped out of the ring and rushed straight to Feo's face. Valentina. You bitch. The woman's extremely sharp and piercing voice suddenly exploded, forming circles of sound ripples visible to the naked eye in the air. The sudden change caught Feo, who was close at hand, off guard, and he staggered back 2 steps. At the same time, the mental power of Ronan's 9th level apprentice suddenly turned from calm to boiling, and then was emptied in an instant. A full 31 dark light spots that looked like ultra-micro black holes quietly emerged, swallowing and distorting the light. The hem of his robe was lifted up by the violent airflow, and the long hair behind his head also broke free from the shackles of the silver rope. Countless mysterious auras emerged, intertwined and flowed around his body, and finally, as he pointed out, it turned into a majestic and terrifying force field like a mighty torrent that rumbled forward and crushed forward. At this moment, Ronan's face no longer had any of the previous uneasiness, humility, and restraint. Instead, it was replaced by days wanton and ferocious, violent, and blazing like a flame, with an undisguised burning murderous intent. Give it to you. All for you. Including death. Master level, energy missile, particle torrent. Thank you for being the leader of the good brother Shana Chene, thank you. Chapter 65 The Second Domain of Law, the Power to Break the Law. Ronan had no time to catch the expression on Fael's face. After firing a particle torrent, Ronan endured the intense pain caused by the loss of mental power for a moment, and bit a pill stuck in the gap between his back teeth. The cold potion spread an extremely bitter taste in the cavity, and it turned into a surge of coolness that quickly restored his mental power. This was a high-level mental power recovery potion purchased from the largest potion shop in the dwarf market. Its convenient design and powerful efficacy made it cost as much as 30 intermediate magic stones per piece. Ronan was only willing to buy one to prepare for this mission, but he never thought it would really come in handy. Before his mental power was fully restored, Ronan's second particle torrent had already begun to brew. The more intense pain made Ronan's face twist in an instant. The blue veins on his forehead popped out one after another, densely packed like tiny centipedes crawling on his face. Ronan felt warm liquid flowing down from his eyes, nostrils and ears. He saw the crows on the poplar trees flapping their wings and flying. Everything that passed by the sky seemed to be becoming illusory and distorted. 32 energy particles emerged, and the second torrent was born under the interweaving of the domain of law. The sudden tinnitus made Ronan unable to hear any sound. He could only vaguely see that under the superposition of the two torrents, Fael spread his arms, his facial features glowed, and his whole body was blooming with a strong brilliance comparable to the sun. Then the sun was submerged by the torrent. The outline of Fael's figure and the scenery behind him were quickly washed away and faded under the majestic power until they disappeared completely. The sense of reality was pulled back bit by bit, and Ronan finally heard the sound of his own heavy breathing. He was enveloped by an unprecedented huge feeling of weakness. This weakness did not come from his body, but from his spirit. The pool in the brain that originally stored mental power was scarred and covered with cracks after being roughly extracted by the particle flood twice. Ronan trembled and took out a bottle of ordinary mental power recovery potion from his waist bag and poured it into his mouth. As a trace of coolness emerged, the tearing pain in his mind was suppressed little by little. After tearing off the blood scabs stuck on his eyelids, the scene in front of him gradually became clear. Ronan grinned silently. He didn't need to look in the mirror to know that he must look very embarrassed and ugly now. But he really couldn't help but be happy. He saw that the place that originally belonged to Fael was gone. Fael, including the white cottage behind him, and a long stretch of green lawn were all replaced by a shocking spell mark. The scene was as if someone took a tool and made a heavy stroke on this picturesque lawn, leaving an extremely conspicuous gray and black. Linus was standing quite far away at this time, just a little embarrassed, but no injuries were seen. He felt lucky that he was blown away by the energy aftermath when Fael fought against the torrent, thus avoiding the center of the power explosion. But at this moment, his face was completely filled with a dull look. With a glowing energy shield on his head, he stared at everything in front of him in disbelief. Ahem. Ronan's light cough woke Linus up from his absolute trance. His trembling and distorted voice sounded. Impossible. How is this possible? How can you comprehend the secrets of the domain of law during the apprentice stage? How can you control the domain of law? That is a field that only true magic geniuses have the opportunity to touch. How can you, a little wandering wizard, do it? Linus was almost hysterical, pointing at Ronan and yelling like a madman. Oh. Ronan endured the cramps in his head that almost made him faint, slowly walked to the original position, and pulled out the staff stuck in the ground. You also know the existence of the extraordinary domain. Linus' voice suddenly stopped, and then his eyes fell straight on Ronan. You do have a secret, right? This is why you can rise quickly in the treehouse area and master the key to the extraordinary domain. Take it out, give it to me. Linus's eyes unconsciously became hot, and an indescribable expression of greed and desire appeared on his face. Otherwise you will die. Don't think I don't know how bad your current state is. The power of the domain is not something you can control now. The 2 blows just now have already cost you a huge price, right? Linus quickly took out his staff. Looking at the miserable Ronan in front of him, he was extremely sure that the other party would never release another terrifying attack like the one that wiped out Fael before. But his state was intact. He was still a 9th level apprentice. When he thought that the final winner of this incident would belong to him, and he would soon get an incredible and huge opportunity. Linus' body couldn't help shaking because of excitement and ecstasy. However, Ronan's expression was extremely calm. Linus. Ronan slowly pulled out a long sword hidden in the staff, looked at the sword's spine, and sighed. Smart but stupid Linus, unfortunate but lucky Linus. Ronan stroked the blade of the longsword in his hand inch by inch, and the faint blue flame slowly wrapped around the entire longsword like a lover's hand. You regret missing the last battle when I escaped from the forest. But you are lucky to be the first person to see my power. Ronan casually made a beautiful sword flower, and the faint blue flame attached to the sword surrounded him like silk, and a trace of power unique to the domain of law dissipated. He looked at Linus with pity in his eyes. The heat and ecstasy on Linus's face solidified in an instant, as if someone kicked him hard in the lower abdomen, and his mouth was slightly open and fixed in place. The second extraordinary domain of law. Ronan did not answer him again. Ronan held the longsword and walked towards Linus casually. The tip of the longsword in his hand dragged on the grass, leaving a long charred mark along the way. Ronan took a breath and forced down the twitching pain in his mind. His feet began to speed up, and the muscles of his whole body started to work like a sophisticated machine. This sword was a master-level, basic swordsmanship, plus a master-level, charge weapon, breaking power. Ronan practiced hard day and night for 5 days before the mission began, regardless of consumption, and finally broke through the expert-level, charge weapon, to the master. At this moment, Ronan was very glad that his second spell that derived the extraordinary domain had become a type of continuous consumption. The extraction of mental power was still very rough, but at least it would not be directly drained out in one breath. It was the pain of a blunt knife sawing flesh. Unlike the majestic domain of particle torrent, the domain power of breaking power, condensed into a thin wisp and attached to the blade of the long sword. This is the restrained transcendence. A sharp edge that can cut through everything. The dark blue flames reflected in Ronan's eyes, beating silently. His speed was getting faster and faster, and his raised robe fluttered like a damaged flag. He saw Linus' pale face, and the panic-stricken chanting. He raised his hand slightly, and raised his long sword. Shoo! The two figures crossed each other. Ah! Linus screamed and knelt on the ground with sweat all over his head, holding his bleeding shoulder, looking at his arm that was cut off on the ground in horror and disbelief. The moment he passed by Ronan just now, he felt that his zero-level advanced protective magic shield was broken like a bubble, and it almost didn't cause any hindrance to the other party. Is this the power of the transcendental domain? Linus seemed to understand all of a sudden why Theo, as a formal wizard, was wiped off the map so rudely. Linus was about to say something with a pale face, but the next second Ronan appeared in front of him like a ghost, swinging his sword casually. Puff! Linus' head flew high, and the blood gushed out of the neck of the headless body kneeling on the ground like a fountain. Ronan took 2 steps back slightly, and the flame burning on the long sword went out. The next second, the long sword in his hand slipped to the ground, and he fell to the ground with his hands on his head and rolled violently, his body arched into the shape of a shrimp. The consequences of excessive spellcasting and mental backlash are not so easy to bear. After several minutes, Ronan, who was soaked in sweat, slowly stopped twitching. He lay flat on the grass in a big letter shape, looking at the blue sky above his head with a pale face. His fingers lightly touched the clean rune on his robe, and the filth, blood, and sweat on his body dissipated like smoke. When killing Theo, Ronan still felt a little bit of the pleasure of revenge and the sense of accomplishment of killing across levels. Now all that was left was the relaxation and joy of having survived the ordeal. It was great to be alive. After lying quietly for a while, Ronan suddenly got up quickly as if he had just woken up from a dream. It wasn't over yet. He had just killed Theo and Linus. Now if any wizard from the academy or a wandering grey robe came, it would be enough to put him in an irretrievable situation again. Touch the corpse. Then run away. After I get out, I won't know anything about them. Ronan had several thoughts in his mind, and he quickly pulled Linus's storage waste bag off his body. He didn't care whether the waste bag would be damaged at this moment, although Linus's storage waste bag looked more advanced than the one he was using now. Ronan violently unlocked and used his mental power to forcefully break through the rune lock on the opening of the storage waste bag and opened the waste bag. Tisk! The first time he saw the contents of Linus's storage waste bag, Ronan's face showed an indescribable strange and disgusted expression. Whip, candle, this seems to be anima potion and lubricant. Recalling the intimate behavior between Linus and Theo before, Ronan instantly understood why Linus had transformed into a formal student of Hoddam College in just a few months. Not only did he reconnect his broken arm, But his strength directly jumped from a level 5 apprentice to a level 9 apprentice. It turned out that he was kept by someone. I have to say that this guy is really cruel. Not only is he cruel to the people around him, but also to himself. When he is cruel, he can even offer his anus. Putting aside those strange props and potions, Ronan continued to check the remaining things. He found a red one that made his heart beat faster from a pile of potions at a glance. God-burning potion. And there are 2 bottles. He has 2 bottles of God-burning potion in his hand, and he came to snatch the share that the wandering grey robe fought for with his life. Damn it. Ronan's heart was filled with a trace of coldness, and then he found 3 bottles of 0-level advanced mental power enhancement potions, 7 bottles of 0-level advanced mental power recovery potions, and 2 bottles of 0-level advanced healing potions. A large number of magic stones, a large pile of books, and several magic tools. Ronan had no time to look at them carefully, and put all the useful ones into his storage waste bag. Huh? A metal box caught Ronan's attention. The box was heavy, and it seemed to contain a lot of things. There were also a lot of patterns and designs engraved on it. Ronan subconsciously wanted to open it and took a look. He tried to pry the box twice, but it didn't move at all. When his mental power penetrated into it, he found that there was also a rune lock on this box. And it was more complex and powerful than any other one Ronan had seen. With his current strength as a 9th-level apprentice, he couldn't even brute force unlock. Could it be? A thought flashed through Ronan's mind. Jacob once told him that Linus inherited the mantle of a senior apprentice wandering wizard. Perhaps this is the legacy that Linus got from his deceased teacher? But the box in front of him is clearly a formal wizard-level item. There is no rule that senior apprentices cannot have formal wizard-level items. Ronan put the box away temporarily with many speculations and doubts in his heart. It took some time to empty Linus's storage waste bag, and Ronan got an unprecedented harvest. There were no less than 10 high-level magic stones alone, and Ronan didn't know how much the other messes were worth when added together. Anyway, compared with Linus, the senior apprentice black robe he killed before could only be regarded as a poor wizard. It's a pity that Feo died cleanly and didn't leave anything behind. Ronan looked at the place where Feo was wiped out, feeling a little regretful. Along with Feo, the ghost woman who kept calling out the name Valenzuela in his bone magic ring also evaporated from the world. After a brief moment of regret, Ronan quickly changed his mind and thought that even if Feo left the storage waste bag, he couldn't open it, and it would be very risky to keep it, so the final choice might be to throw it away. Now there is nothing left, which is not a bad result. After collecting the spoils, Ronan looked around, and then walked silently to collect the dead Rainy's things. Rainy's death was an unexpected accident that even he could not expect. For the first time, Ronan realized so clearly that in the eyes of formal wizards, the lives of wizard apprentices, especially wandering wizard apprentices, were so worthless. If he didn't have a trump card, he would probably end up like Rainy. No, it should be even more miserable. After all, he was the one Linus specifically asked to keep, and God knew what means the perverted gay couple would come up with to humiliate and torture him. Go back and return the things to his beloved girlfriend. Ronan thought to himself, and then walked in a direction that Faol had pointed out before. He was not sure if Faol had lied to him at the time, but maybe it was true, and it would be the exit of the corpse garden. Ronan no longer cared about the mission or not. Anyway, he got the god-burning potion in the end, and with the one in his hand, there were 3 in total. After leaving the gate of the corpse garden, he didn't even plan to go back to Hoddam. He let those people think he was dead and find a place to try to break through to the official wizard first. Just as Ronan was walking quickly along the grass, a crow suddenly flew past his ear quietly perched in front of him, stood on the ground and looked at him quietly. Ronan paused, and the uneasiness that emerged when he stepped on the grass came back at this moment. Crows. He had always seen crows. These crows were like a group of silent spectators, watching everything from beginning to end. Go away. Ronan tried to drive away the crow in front of him, and the latter flapped its wings and swam to the side, but before Ronan took a few steps, a new crow flew over and blocked his way. Bang! Bang! Ronan's heartbeat began to speed up, and his sense of uneasiness became stronger, even stronger than when he faced Faol before. He tried hard to ignore these strange crows, and kept quickening his pace with a sullen face. But the wind suddenly blew on the grass. A dense and noisy sound rang in his ears, getting closer and closer, shaking the air. The sky above his head also quickly darkened. Ronan had to look up at the sky. The next second, his pupils contracted, and the heart in his chest seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and even breathing became difficult. Crows. Densely packed, countless crows flew from the other end of the sky. It was like a thick dark cloud, blocking the light of the sky, driving away the day, bringing darkness and a faint blood color. Among the terrifying crows, there was a human figure, looming. Chapter 66, Crows Passing on Gel. Ronan stood there motionless, his figure gradually covered by the darkness above his head. He stared at the figure riding the crows in a daze, and for the first time in his life, he felt despair. If Feo was the sun, then the light of the person who came now was 10 times brighter than the sun. But his color was black, like a twisted black sun, and like a black hole, sucking in the surrounding light, and even the eyes and souls of those who dared to look directly at him. Ronan didn't dare to move, but rather couldn't move at all. The figure came straight towards him, and a force locked him firmly from a very far distance. At this moment, Ronan had an idea in his mind for no reason. The real owner of the corpse guard in his back. The figure in the crows was getting closer and closer, and Ronan finally saw the appearance of the person coming. It was a very young man. He had short brown hair, fair skin, and his facial features were neither handsome nor ugly. But his wine-red eyes and the evil spirit that seemed to be born with him gave him an indescribable powerful charm. Unlike ordinary wizards, he wore uniquely shaped armor with lead-like lines flowing on it. Behind him was a very long black cloak. This man was guarded by countless red-eyed crows, just like the monarch among crows, the king who controls the shadows. He came to Ronan, and the black sun burned Ronan's nerves. He looked around indifferently, and the first sentence he said to Ronan was, "You destroyed my house." Ronan's heart trembled slightly, and he opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. In front of this man who was obviously more than 10 times stronger than Feo, he almost didn't even have the desire to struggle. The man said words of blame on Ronan, but his expression didn't seem to care much. He was more interested in Ronan as a person. After saying the greeting, his eyes kept falling on Ronan. Together with the crows around him, they all stared at Ronan coldly. For a moment, Ronan felt as if he was about to be killed by the look. This feeling lasted for about half a minute, and then the man pulled Ronan out of one abyss with an exclamatory tone, and then threw him into another abyss. "I really want to cut open every inch of your body and study it carefully. You are just a level 9 apprentice, but you can comprehend 2 completely different extraordinary powers. And your soul aptitude is so poor." Ronan's whole body was cold, as if he fell into an ice cave in the cold winter, and even his blood froze. "But this land is too barren and rotten. It's a rare birthplace for such an interesting guy like you. It would be a pity if you died in the seedling stage." The man looked at Ronan with a strange look, licking his lips, and whispered, "You dare to kill the official wizard of Hoddam. I seem to smell the same kind of smell in you." Ronan tried to breathe, and after a few times, he finally gathered enough strength to speak, but his voice still trembled and deformed. "So, I don't have to die, right?" "Of course." The man was surprisingly easy to talk to. He nodded at Ronan and said with a smile, "And you must stay alive." "Well, this is a threat." Ronan's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. At this time, the man glanced at Ronan casually, and then countless crows suddenly rushed towards Ronan. The crows' beaks and claws bit and tore at Ronan frantically, causing him immense pain. Ronan thought the man suddenly regretted it and tried to struggle, but the latter's voice sounded indifferently in his ears. "You'd better not move, let them clean up the mark of hatred on your body. You can't just destroy the body after killing a formal wizard, right? If you walk out of here now, you will be found and killed by the wizards of Hoddam in less than half a day, and then your soul will be extracted and roasted with flames until it completely dies." Ronan's heart suddenly turned cold when he heard this, so he dared not resist anymore and let those crazy crows peck at his flesh. When Ronan almost thought he was going to be pecked to death, the crows dispersed, leaving him in tattered clothes, covered with the wounds, and gasping for breath. The man looked at Ronan with a smile on his face, and seemed very satisfied with his current state. After appreciating it, the man casually raised his hand and threw something to Ronan. Ronan subconsciously caught it and found that it was a bottle of potion. It was another god-burning potion. But it seemed to be different from the ordinary god-burning potion. The red color was also a bit mysterious and deep purple. "You will use it." The man blinked at Ronan, "With your qualifications." After saying that, The man's eyes moved away from Ronan and cast towards the direction of the sky in the distance that was not covered by the crows. I should also go and clean up those rats. It is really rude to sneak in through the back door and cause damage when no one is at home. The man sighed softly, and his figure gradually became airborne, and the crows that were roosting on the surrounding grass also flapped their wings and flew up. Oh, right. The man suddenly turned around before leaving, looking down at Ronan with a smile. Don't forget what I said, don't die before you see me next time. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to find your soul, seal it into the most durable and beautiful toilet, and then send it to the most prosperous and lively town in the mortal kingdom for free use. Ronan felt his scalp tingling, unable to imagine what the consequences would be. Seeing that the man seemed to be really about to leave, Ronan seemed to remember something and gritted his teeth and shouted, "Who are you?" The man's voice floated over with the sound of the crows going away, like a low chant. "Angel, everyone calls me, the crows passing through the border, Angel. Although I don't like this nickname at all." Angel. Ronan silently recited the name, lowered his head, looked at the bottle of unique burning potion in his hand and couldn't help cursing. Is every official wizard so perverted? For a moment he had the urge to throw the things away, but thinking that this was still in the territory of crows passing, Angel, he did not dare. Wrapping his robe tightly, Ronan hurried in the direction where Angel came from. He did not need to know what was going to happen behind him, and he did not want to know. The bright and cramped small room had no windows, and only a magic crystal lamp on the table was lit. Ronan sat on a chair, and next to him was a girl about his age, with an average look, a ponytail, and wearing the robes of an academy wizard. The two had been sitting in this room together for a long time. A woman's scream kept coming in from outside the door, and even the soundproof room could not completely block it. "I don't believe it. I don't believe that Fail died just like that. Sorry, Laura. No one expected that the owner of the corpse garden would be Angelina, the most outstanding genius of the Dead Whisper Forest generation. No matter how talented he is, he couldn't kill Fail, and he didn't even leave a trace. What I gave Fail was enough for him to escape from a second-level wizard. There are always accidents in the world, Laura. Fail is dead after all." Ah! The screams outside the door made the two people in the room look nervous, especially Ronan. He is now truly guilty of a thief. The only thing he can do is to pray that the method Angelina gave him to eliminate the traces is really effective. Perhaps to ease the tension, the ponytail girl beside him couldn't help talking to Ronan. "You seem to be seriously injured." Her eyes fell on Ronan's wounds that were scratched and bitten by crows. She seemed to be able to imagine the difficult process of Ronan's escape from the corpse garden, and her face was full of sympathy and pity. "Fortunately, it's just some superficial injuries." Ronan shook his head, thinking of the dead Rainy, and his tone couldn't help but become low. "It's much better than those who can't come back." "Indeed." The girl looked relieved, but then she couldn't help but complain in a low voice, "Obviously before we went, Lord Feo said that this was a very easy mission, and that he took us there purely to earn contribution points." Ronan's heart was cold. Yes, it was all these wandering grey robes with no background who deserved death. Even Feo died. How could the two bugs inside survive? It was them. They must have killed Feo. I want them dead too. As she spoke, the woman's voice from outside the door reached a peak, and the sound waves pierced the eardrums. Ronan could almost imagine what kind of hysterical, almost crazy face was behind the voice. He and the ponytail girl, who had just calmed down a little, immediately became nervous again. The two were fidgeting, and at this time, a person who suddenly broke in from outside the door almost scared them to jump up. Lord Jerome. Ronan saw the appearance of the person clearly. Short hair, red stripes. It was Jerome, the official wizard of the academy, who had had a few words with him on the night of chaos. The ponytail girl also hurried to greet Jerome. Jerome obviously still remembered Ronan, nodded at him, and said, "I remember your name is Ronan, right? There is nothing for you here, both of you can go, and the reward for this mission will be issued to you later." Ronan and the ponytail girl immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The two thanked Jerome and fled out of the interrogation room. When they walked to the door of the small room, they could still hear Jerome's low and majestic voice of comfort, "Lola, don't be unreasonable." The sunlight outside the room dispelled the uneasiness in the hearts of the two. Ronan and the ponytail girl beside him looked at each other. As the only two survivors of the corpse garden mission, they were interrogated together again. Now that they were able to completely escape from death, They felt a sense of mutual sympathy and sympathy. It was natural for them to walk together along the path outside the house. This was in the real Hoddam Academy. Ronan was a little dazed. He didn't expect that after the outbreak of the War of the Invasion of the Black Wizard Land, he would officially enter the Hoddam Academy in this way. The ponytail girl beside him seemed to have a good impression of Ronan. She didn't dislike his identity as a wandering wizard at all, and began to talk to him actively. You should officially stay in the academy next, right? Can I? Ronan was surprised. Of course. The ponytail girl nodded and said, Master Jerome said that the rewards will be distributed normally. Since you have taken the academy's burning potion, you are naturally a member of the academy. You see, someone should come to arrange your admission in a while. Of course, you can refuse, but I think you won't do such a stupid thing, right? The ponytail girl winked at Ronan playfully. She seemed to become cute with such a youthful action despite her ordinary appearance. Ronan nodded and replied, It should be. Then we will be real companions from now on. The ponytail girl smiled and stretched out her hand to Ronan, saying, Let's meet formally. My name is Kiao. Ronan was about to stretch out his hand to respond, and the girl in front of him, who was full of sunshine, had just started to introduce herself, and then puff, the sound of something piercing flesh and blood. Ronan experienced a feeling of warm blood splattering on his face at such a close distance for the second time. And broken organs. His right hand, which had been stretched out, was frozen in midair, and his eyes were fixed on a thing that suddenly grew from the chest of the ponytail girl in front of him, covered with spikes, dark green, like a giant python and some kind of tentacle. The ponytail girl also looked at her chest in a daze, blood gushing out of her mouth. Her ugly face was full of astonishment and disbelief, and her face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next second, the ponytail girl was far away from Ronan. She was dragged and thrown away by the strange tentacle that penetrated her body, and fell heavily on the grass in the distance like a torn sack, twitching weakly. The sunlight shone directly on Ronan's face, a little dazzling, but Ronan could not feel any warmth. He saw a figure with his back to the sunlight staring at him. It was a petite woman with delicate features, dark green hair like seaweed and dark green lips. Several dark green, thick, and spiked tentacles grew from her back. Combined with the green lines on the woman's face that looked like crazy growing vines, Ronan realized that they were actually some kind of vines. Plant-based spells. The woman looked at Ronan coldly, as if there was no warmth in her eyes. She looked directly into Ronan's eyes and spoke word by word with certainty. It was you who killed Faol. Ronan's lips trembled, almost revealing it at this moment. Fortunately, a figure surrounded by several fireballs came quickly and fell from the sky. Lola. You've really gone too far. Jerome's broad body blocked Ronan's way, with layers of heat radiating from his body, and his voice was filled with suppressed coldness and anger. He killed Faol. He killed Faol. The woman with long dark green hair like seaweed suddenly became excited, and the runes on her face began to glow. She pointed at Ronan and shouted loudly. The vine tentacles behind her danced wildly, and kept rushing up, trying to kill Ronan like she killed the ponytail girl. Ronan kept retreating, and Jerome's lava fire ring blocked all the attacks of the green-haired crazy woman for him. But the energy aftermath of the battle between the two sides still lashed him like a whip. The surrounding grass and buildings were wantonly destroyed like fragile cakes. This was a battle between true first-level wizards, and the power was so terrifying. Get out of the way, Jerome. Don't stop me, I'm sure he killed Faol. The woman screamed while attacking frantically, and the madness and murderous intent on her face almost solidified. Jerome shook his head indifferently. You are really crazy, Laura. He is just a 9th-level wandering wizard apprentice. And we have examined him many times. He has no traces of what Faol left before his death. So what? Anyway, I know that he killed Faol. You really need to calm down. Get lost. The woman screamed, and in an instant, an indescribable horrific mental fluctuation burst out of her body. The dark green tentacles behind her grew wildly in an instant, piercing Jerome's lava fire ring. It was about to rush towards Ronan. At this time, whoosh, it was as if a level 10 typhoon passed by in a second. Ronan's hair and robes were blown straight back. He almost felt that the air around him was completely sucked out in an instant, and the indescribable horrific pressure forced him to breathe. Ronan tried his best to open his eyes, but he only saw a blurry green shadow, wrapping the crazy woman who had exploded, and then quickly shrinking to the deepest part of the academy. The woman struggled and screamed frantically. After finding that it was useless, she suddenly calmed down. Her pair of green eyes stared at Ronan across the distance, filled with resentment and hatred that was almost indissoluble. Ronan watched the woman's figure go away until she disappeared. The second time Ronan took a deep breath and whispered to himself with a calm face. "What do you mean the second time?" Jerome appeared beside him at some point and asked lightly. Ronan was startled, then smiled bitterly and looked at the dead body of the ponytail girl in the distance, and said, "This is the second time I have watched a healthy person suddenly die in front of me." Under the pretended bitterness on the surface, Ronan's heart was hard and cold. This was also the second time he was so powerless and desperate to approach death. He really didn't want it to happen a third time. Thanks to the leader of Zixie's good brother. Chapter 67 Family Letter, Rainy's Legacy. Lola really went too far this time. Even if her husband is dead, it is not a reason for her to go crazy and vent her anger on innocent people. Jerome's eyes fell on the body of the ponytail girl in the distance. His tone was cold, but he quickly retracted his gaze after just one glance. So Lord Feo is her husband, Ronan suddenly realized, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. It's no wonder she would be like this. It's not the first time she has gone crazy. When Feo was alive, as long as he said even one more word to any woman, the other party would most likely die. There was no exception for apprentices, and only formal wizards could be spared. This is also the main reason why Feo is extremely unpopular with women in the academy. Jerome seemed to realize that he had said something wrong, so he stopped talking in time, patted Ronan's shoulder gently, and comforted him. "I'm glad you're okay." Ronan could see that the Jerome in front of him seemed to admire him quite a lot, probably because he had left a deep impression on him when he fought with a black robe last time. It turns out that Ben is a lunatic. With such a strong and controlling wife, no wonder Feo would choose to be gay. Well, it seems that he can only be gay. Ronan suddenly understood why Feo was with Linus. The real root of the problem was here. By the way, Master Jerome. Ronan suddenly remembered the terrifying green shadow that had dragged away the crazy woman Laura before, and couldn't help asking. Jerome looked towards the deepest part of the academy and whispered, "That's the dean. She is also Laura's mother." Ronan's eyes flickered fiercely. It turned out that the crazy woman Laura was the biological daughter of the dean of Hoddam College. No wonder no one could do anything to her even though she was so crazy. This was definitely bad news for Ronan. The resentful look in Laura's eyes before she was forcibly dragged away was like a branding iron, and Ronan's heart was imprinted with it. As long as he was alive, the other party would always come to trouble him. But he couldn't ease this matter at all. Although Angel had cleaned up the traces of Feo on him, no one could find any fault with him. But Laura was a lunatic. She was completely unreasonable. She only believed in her own lunatic instinct. The most important thing was that her instinct was damn accurate. Ronan felt overwhelmed. It was already troublesome enough to mess with that guy Angel, but he didn't solve one problem and got into another one. Could he find a way to make the two problems collide and cancel each other out? Ronan was depressed. Don't worry, with the dean here, Laura won't be able to run away and go crazy for a while. Perhaps seeing Ronan's worry, Jerome comforted him. As long as you are in the academy, she won't have a chance to attack you. But if you leave the academy, it's hard to say. Ronan nodded, but he didn't believe it in his heart. If that was true, how did those people who messed with Laura die before? The body of the ponytail girl was still lying on the grass in front of him, not yet completely cold. Strength. It's all about strength. If I am strong enough, no one can threaten me. If I am not strong enough, no one's blessing will be of any use. Ronan has never been so eager to become stronger as he is now. Practice hard. Jerome ended the brief conversation with Ronan and encouraged him lightly. After this mission, you should prepare to be promoted to a formal wizard. You are young and have a great chance. But remember, drink less potions. The side effects of that stuff are very troublesome to deal with. After speaking, Jerome's figure flew into the air and turned into a fiery red and left quickly. Ronan saluted in the direction where Jerome left. So far, Jerome was the only formal wizard he had seen who showed him kindness. Angel was not counted. Ronan stood on the grass of the academy where ivy could be seen everywhere, facing the sun, and saw another sun suspended under the winter sky in the sky. It was the core of the rune array covering the entire academy. He suddenly felt a little cold, and slowly walked to the place where the ponytail girl died, leaned down, and gently closed her eyes that had completely lost their luster. May you live in peace forever." Just as the ponytail girl who died before she could tell Ronan her name said, Ronan soon received the formal admission arrangement from the academy. In fact, with Jerome there, he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. The mission of the corpse garden can be considered a failure, or a success. The failure was due to the mistakes made by the top management, who did not find out the true identity of the owner of the garden, which led to the death of a formal wizard, dozens of senior apprentice wizards, and a series of subsequent effects caused by the madness of Fail's partner Laura after his death. The success was that Ronan and his group had indeed caused great damage to the resources cultivated in the corpse garden. Therefore, the reward was issued normally. The person responsible for issuing the reward to Ronan was an owl with white feathers and beautiful blue eyes. Along with a god-burning potion, there were also several letters from hometown that surprised Ronan. "Dear brother Ronan, are you doing well in the tower? I heard that mysterious wizards live in dark and gloomy towers, accompanied by spiders and bats all day long, and never see the sun. Without Lil's company, you must be very lonely. The myrtle we planted together when you left has now grown almost to my chest. Time flies, brother Ronan, spring has left all of a sudden, and I wrote this letter to you when the grapevine is bearing fruit. Do you still remember cousin Dashan? She is the woman you said that she might break a toilet every time she went to the toilet. 3 months after you left, she got married. The groom was the son of Count Bobbit. His name is very difficult to pronounce, I can't remember it, but he is fatter than Dashan. It's hard to imagine how many toilets they will consume every month when they live together. But the cake at their wedding was really delicious. I know you like blueberry and hazelnut, so I secretly hide a piece for you. Unfortunately, it was crawling with ants the next day. I have to hug the little bear you gave me every night to fall asleep. I miss the days when you told wizard stories on the roof under the starry sky. You ran into the story, but left poor Liar behind. Mother said, you may only appear when I hold my wedding, which is really a very distant time. Maybe it can be a little earlier, because I think the groom's youngest son is good looking. Although he always smells like horse manure, I don't mind marrying him in order to see you earlier. Miss you, Liar. In the sunshine of the winter morning, the windows covered with ivy, and the swaying breeze, Ronan sat at the desk and quietly read several family letters that were almost slightly yellowed. These letters should have been sent half a year ago and were placed in the storage room of the college like garbage. At that time, Ronan's predecessor had already dropped out of the college because of lack of money. If Ronan had not traveled through time, he would probably never see them. Ronan carefully read a letter from his original sister in his hand. The childish handwriting on the paper evoked the corresponding memories in his mind. It was a little girl with chestnut curly hair, freckles and gap teeth like Ronan. In fact, her appearance was a little vague. I only remember the way she smiled. The thoughts written by the childish pen are still very touching. Even if it has nothing to do with him, Ronan's heart can't help but be moved. In addition to his sister Liar, there are 2 more letters, one from Ronan's father, and the other from his fiancée when he was in the earldom. The former's letter is basically a lot of nonsense. The key content only mentions the war with the neighboring country. It is said that the king of the neighboring country invited wizards to set off a tsunami, drowning tens of thousands of their troops. Then suddenly the pen turned, intentionally or unintentionally hinting to Ronan that now is the best time to make achievements. If he has learned something, he can rush back to help. Ronan chose to ignore it directly. What level is a wizard who can set off a tsunami? He didn't know, but it was estimated that a first-level wizard would definitely not be able to do it. Such a person would appear in the mortal world to fight for a small kingdom king? Even if there is such a powerful wizard who is so idle that he is painful in this world, then he is a small wizard apprentice, will he rush back to die? Speechless. If the letter from Ronan's father was full of nonsense, then the other letter from his fiancée was even worse than nonsense. There were only a few sentences in the letter, which simply greeted him and mentioned the weather on the day the letter was written. It was just a routine test. Ronan guessed that the other party was probably engaged to someone else by now. The 3 letters did not have any impact on Ronan's life. He just flipped through them quickly and let it go. Ronan casually put the letter in a wizard book on the desk, stood up and scattered millet in front of the windowsill, attracting a few greedy larks. After enjoying a while of quiet and leisurely time, Ronan turned and walked to a corner of the room, and took his staff from the shelf specially used for long-handled magic tools. This was the single dormitory he was assigned to after he enrolled in Hoddam as a formal student. It was spacious and bright, with a separate bathroom. All conditions were much better than any place he had lived before. Pulling out a long sword hidden in the staff, Ronan stroked the blade of the long sword inch by inch, and the blue flame gently wrapped around it, and the unique magic domain of charge weapon, power of spell breaking, diffused. Compared with particle torrent, with a proficiency of 32 points, the magic domain of power of spell breaking, with a proficiency of only 1 point, is undoubtedly much weaker. Its effect is very magical, and Ronan only fully understood it when he killed Linus. As the name suggests, the magic domain effect of power of spell breaking is breaking the law. Any orderly arranged energy particles will be disrupted, involved, and repelled under power of spell breaking until they are completely defeated. The principle of a spell is the orderly arrangement of energy particles. In short, power of spell breaking has the terrible ability to directly disintegrate spells. This is also the reason why our Ronan easily broke Linus's energy shield with a sword at that time. It's simply a perfect ability born for close combat. Ronan's eyes flickered with delight, and he casually opened his character panel. Name: Ronan Damien. Age: 16. Talent: no attribute. Affinity: Strength, 9th level wizard apprentice, 3%. Skills: Basic meditation, expert 544/800, energy missile particle torrent, master 32/1600, charged weapon spell breaking power, master 1/1600, ascetic body forging, expert 123 out of 800, basic swordsmanship, master 26/1600. In fact, his various attributes have not changed much. The only thing worth mentioning is that his mental power has increased by 2%. It is probably because of several mental power overdrafts, which stimulated the potential and made the mental power increase to a certain extent. Now the road ahead of Ronan is very clear, pushing the mental power to the peak of the 9th level apprentice, the guessification level, and then preparing to officially impact the official wizard. Ronan has the advanced mental power enhancement potion and the burning spirit potion needed for this process, and the reserve is sufficient. It can be said that he does not need to go anywhere next, just stay at home and practice step by step. Of course, before he officially entered this stage of ascetic training, Ronan still had one thing to do. The Drunk Deer Bar. A pretty wizard girl sat in a corner, looking sad and dazed. There was a white flower on the chest of her wizard robe, which meant that someone who was extremely important to the girl had left her forever. Iris, don't be sad. If Rennie was alive, he wouldn't want to see you like this now. No one thought that he would really not come back. But things have happened, and all we can do is to mourn and accept the change. A young male wizard grabbed the girl's hand and comforted her gently. He tried to hug the girl's shoulders, but the girl suddenly broke free, stood up excitedly, and loudly accused the man. Why didn't you persuade him with me at the beginning? We knew that such a mission would definitely be dangerous. Aren't you his best partner? Why didn't you hold him back? Tell me, why? The girl's voice attracted the gazes of many people in the bar, and the man stood up with an embarrassed look and defended himself. I have advised him, I have privately met him many times, but you know Rennie's character. Once he decides to do something, no one can stop him at all. The girl wanted to say something, but looking at the face of the man in front of her, she suddenly realized that no matter what she did now, it would be useless. She was hit by a huge sadness and sat down weakly with tears. The man saw that the girl was sad again, his eyes flickered, and he was about to go up to comfort her again. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the small table for the two of them. Is it Iris? Rennie has something for me to pass on to you. The person who came was a handsome chestnut-haired boy with lake blue eyes and a slightly cold temperament. The brand new academic robe could not cover his slender and perfect figure, and he exuded a powerful momentum mixed with the mental power fluctuations of a senior apprentice, which made people look at him sideways. The crying girl was stunned when she heard Rennie's name, pulled away from her sadness, and nodded. The young man took out a small storage waste bag from under his robe, placed it in front of the girl, and said, "Inside is all of Rennie's things, and the academy's pension for him." The girl slowly took the storage waste bag from the young man, and seemed to be immersed in some memories, crying silently. At this time, the young man suddenly turned his head and looked at the man next to him. "Are you Matthew?" Yes. Rennie left something for you too." "I have something too." The man was startled and asked hurriedly, "What is it?" The young man's eyes, as calm as a lake, reflected the man's face full of surprise, And he said lightly, he said, "He must break your hand." Huh? A moment later, a shrill scream resounded throughout the tavern. Ah! Chapter 68 Master Level, Basic Meditation Technique to Achieve a Clear State. Ronan sat cross-legged on the small bed and gently unscrewed a bottle of blue potion in a beautiful crystal bottle in his hand. After appreciating the blurred color of the potion itself and the countless tiny bubbles suspended in it, Ronan drank the whole bottle of potion in one gulp. He closed his eyes and meditated. The spiritual power waves that followed were like transparent water ripples, emanating from under the gray robe in circles, and the robe swayed slightly. For Ronan now, meditation is still the process of white light spots drawing mosquito coils in the dark void in his mind. It's just that after taking the potion, the pure dark void will fade a lot, and the white light spots will rotate more smoothly. It will continue until the dark void sweeps in again, and the speed of the white light spots will slow down until it returns to normal, proving that the effect of the mental power enhancement potion has been completely consumed. Ronan opened his eyes. There was a white owl on the windowsill, and the pocket watch on the table was ticking, showing that more than half an hour had passed. Ronan stood up and walked to the window, casually took out a low-level magic stone from his storage waste bag and fed it to the owl. The latter pecked his palm in a very human way, uttered "thank you," and then put down a beautiful envelope tied with a pink bow. "Sincerely invite you." Ronan simply read the letter sent by the owl. It was an invitation letter. A wizard couple will hold a wedding in the small square on the east side of the academy in the afternoon, and invite him to attend. Ronan shook his head and threw the envelope aside a little speechlessly. He didn't know any of the wizard couple who were getting married in the letter, and the other party obviously didn't know him either. It was also a wedding invitation letter sent out casually. During the time he lived in the academy, Ronan actually received a lot of similar spam. There would be one every 3 or 5 days. Sometimes it was a wedding, sometimes it was a lecture, and sometimes it was even more outrageous. It was just a boring letter sent by a wizard to show off and express his joy when he made a breakthrough in the research of pharmacy. This seems to be a trend and tradition among academic wizards. Ronan sat down at the desk and opened his character panel. Name: Ronan Damien. Age: 16. Talent: no attribute. Affinity: Strength: 9th level wizard apprentice, 99%. Seeing the 99% progress shown in the strength column, he couldn't help but show a bit of relief on his face. Ronan got 3 bottles of high-level mental power enhancement potion from Linus's storage waste bag. After taking 2 bottles, he finally pushed his mental power to the extreme of the 9th level wizard apprentice. What he had to do next was to remove the impurities in it, and then promote the transformation of mental power first and achieve gasification. Although Jerome warned him to drink less mental power enhancement potion, otherwise it would be very troublesome to temper it. But Ronan had been doing this all the way. Family knows family business, so he still did his own thing. Ronan has 2 ways to temper his mental power. One is the painful tempering when practicing ascetic body forging, and the other is the side effect of the expert level, basic meditation. Ronan made a brief decision and decided to mainly use the second method to achieve this goal. The reason is actually very simple. One is that the training process of austerity body forging is too painful. He is about to be promoted to a formal wizard, and the advantage of melee means is about to be greatly weakened. He should not abuse himself or actively pursue self-abuse. Although his charge weapon has just broken through to the master level and is very suitable for melee combat, his current physical fitness is still enough. The second is that austerity body forging is still a mundane body forging method after all, and is even worse than the ordinary night body forging method. Without the matching breathing method, you can't cultivate fighting spirit. Even Ronan doesn't care about fighting spirit. There is a similar mundane skill, basic swordsmanship, that has broken through to the master level, but it has not derived the existence of a similar extraordinary domain. Even if austerity body forging grits its teeth and works hard to reach the master level, the gains may be very small. So Ronan thought it would be better to focus all his energy on basic meditation. His proficiency in basic meditation was at the expert level, and he was also a master. He could take this opportunity to rush forward and see if he could unlock a useful ability. After making a decision and clarifying the direction, Ronan reached out and pulled out a wizard book on the table and flipped through it casually. This book is about the origin of the wizard world. It comes from the library of Hoddam College. Ronan has been reading it recently. The book describes that in ancient times, or even more ancient times, the entire wizard world was actually an extremely vast continent. At that time, all wizards lived on the same land. Later, due to the continuous wars between wizards, the continent collapsed, broke into countless territories, and sank and finally became what it is today. The book also mentioned the knowledge about the extraordinary domain that Ronan had always wanted to know. It is rumored that when the continent had not yet collapsed, everyone was extraordinary, and any spell cast by ancient wizards was blessed by the domain. Because at that time, the free energy particles between heaven and earth were too abundant, and the power released by the same spell was far greater than today. As the energy particles sank along with the shattered continent, that grand scene no longer existed. The book even proposed an interesting idea called Nine-Ring Continent, which believed that the current continent was suspended in different dimensions of the world in fragments, like 9 broken rings arranged from top to bottom. The corresponding illustrations were also given. The 9 interconnected broken rings were also like a 9-step ladder that spiraled downward. The lower you go, the richer the free energy particles between heaven and earth. According to him, the domain of law is the wizard's in-depth interpretation of a spell. The more thorough the understanding, the more energy particles can be gathered each time you cast a spell, and the more powerful the spell is. Ronan closed the book and thought. If you compare it with the panel, this explanation is still quite reasonable. To put it bluntly, it is to play a spell in a flowery way, which is a bit like the turning decay into magic in the martial arts novels of the previous life. According to this reasoning, every spell has the opportunity to derive a domain. Different spells have different types of domains, and the effect of domains is unknown. In that era when everyone was like a dragon, how did those who were the best among people define their domains? Above the extraordinary. Ronan didn't know. So far, he had not met another wizard who had comprehended the domain like him. Perhaps it was because the wizard land of Hoddam was too remote, backward and barren? Why does it seem like someone said this? Ronan remembered. Angel, who was called the most outstanding genius of the generation of the Forest of Dead Words by Jerome, also lamented the barrenness and decay of this land. Did he also comprehend the domain? Ronan speculated that it was likely that he did. Angel did not kill him, and even took the initiative to help him remove the marks on his body and gave him the Burning God potion. The main reason was that he saw him use the power of 2 extraordinary domains and cross the border to kill formal wizards as an apprentice. He regarded himself as an interesting toy. Because I was too fragile at this stage and couldn't stand his torment, he urged myself to grow up quickly and reach a level that he could entertain and play with as soon as possible. Ronan looked out the window with a calm and expressionless face. A green ivy caught his eye, and he thought of that crazy woman Laura again. It feels so bad to have your life controlled by others and be manipulated at will. At this moment, Ronan was extremely eager to advance to the official wizard level. Knock knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Ronan's expression changed slightly. He put the book back to its original position, stood up and walked to the door and opened it. On the steps outside the door, there stood a thin black-haired boy wearing a student's robe, holding a plate of steaming, freshly baked pie in his hand. Hello. The black-haired boy greeted Ronan cautiously. He looked 2 years younger than Ronan and only had the strength of a 5th-level apprentice. My name is Dobby. I live next door. Come to say hello. The black-haired boy pointed to the dormitory next door. Hello, my name is Ronan. Ronan took the fruit pie handed over by the other party and introduced himself politely. The boy Dobby exchanged a few words with Ronan, and suddenly asked tentatively, "Excuse me, who is your mentor?" Mentor. Ronan was stunned and shook his head. I don't have a mentor. Dobby was immediately surprised. You should be a level 9 apprentice, but you haven't chosen a mentor yet? Many people have already chosen their future direction at level 5 or 6. Is there any inevitable connection between the two? Of course, different mentors represent different fighting styles. Without a mentor, you cannot inherit the soul seal, and even if you become a formal wizard, your strength will be much worse than others. Dobby talked to Ronan freely, and it can be seen that he is a person who likes to worry about others. You can think about this now. But I suggest you wait until you are gasified before going to the tutor area, so that the probability of being selected by a powerful tutor will be much higher. Dobby pointed out the location of the tutor area to Ronan. Ronan looked over and saw only a beautiful colorful roof. Thank you. After seeing off the kind-hearted neighbor, Ronan returned to his room thoughtfully. Soul seal. This was the second time he had heard this word. The last time was in the notes of the 9th level apprentice black-robed wizard. From the information revealed in their words, the soul seal seemed to be extremely important to formal wizards, and it largely determined the strength of a wizard. Let's find out when we choose a tutor. Ronan shook his head and didn't continue to delve into this point. For him, the most urgent task was to first reach the level of gasification of mental power. In the following time, Ronan lived in seclusion, and basically stayed indoors except for the necessary purchase of supplies. He spent most of his time meditating every day. Occasionally, when he felt bored, he would sneak out of the academy at night and find a place where no one was to practice spells. In fact, there is a special spell training room in the academy, but Ronan does not want the people in the academy to know that he has mastered the extraordinary domain. Originally, that crazy woman Laura had insisted that he was the one who killed Feo. If people now find out that he has comprehended the extraordinary domain and has enough strength to threaten a formal wizard, then he will really be unable to get rid of suspicion. Thanks to the characteristic of the master level, charge weapon breaking power, that continuously consumes mental power, Ronan's basic meditation proficiency has increased rapidly. 1 month later, Ronan looked at his panel. Name, Ronan Damien. Age, 17. Talent, no attribute affinity. Strength, 9th level wizard apprentice, 99%. Skills, basic meditation, expert 799/800, energy missile, particle flood, master 42/1600, charged weapon, spell breaking power, master 98/1600. The night before, Ronan had just celebrated his 16th birthday and officially turned 17. In a month, Ronan finally trained his proficiency in basic meditation to the expert level of 799. Although his strength was still 99% of a 9th level apprentice, Ronan could already feel a slight increase in his mental power during meditation, which proved that the impurities in his mental power had been almost eliminated and he was about to enter the gasification stage. The proficiency of particle flood did not increase much, only 10 points, but spell breaking power, because of the uninterrupted use every day, was ahead of the latter, and the proficiency almost broke through the master level of 100. If he could keep practicing like this, Ronan would only need 1 year and 3 months to break through to the master level or above. If there is a higher level above the master level. Almost done. My mental power will probably be able to be transformed into gas today. The proficiency breakthrough of basic meditation will also be in these 2 days. Ronan adjusted his mood and adjusted his state to the best. Then he found a comfortable place to sit down in the room and took out a small potion that was only about half the length of a finger. The potion bottle contained a light white, flowing liquid that looked like mercury. This thing is called water of Yazoo, which is a special type of mental power potion specially used to assist the 9th level wizard apprentice to transform his mental power into gas. It is not sold in ordinary potion shops. The price inside the academy is 10 intermediate magic stones per bottle. Ronan prepared 5 bottles. After taking the potion in the bottle, Ronan closed his eyes and began to meditate without complaining about the extremely bad taste. In the dark and empty space of consciousness, the expert level, basic meditation, that was about to be completed brought the white light dot representing Ronan's spiritual power to be extremely agile, just like a living thing, quickly drawing circles of gorgeous tracks in the darkness. Ronan estimated that his current meditation efficiency might be more than 10 times that of the initial entry level. Soon, the effect of the water of Yazoo began to take effect, and the white light dot became agitated. Ronan could also sense that the spiritual power lingering in his mind began to gurgle and emit hot steam like water being heated and boiled. This feeling was a bit similar to the feeling of casting spells at high speed, but it was more lasting and clearer. This boiling feeling lasted until Ronan's meditation ended. Ronan opened his eyes and glanced at the panel. There was no emotional fluctuation on his face. He took out the second bottle of Yazoo water and continued the previous operation. He didn't expect to succeed in one go. This was repeated until Ronan took the 4th bottle of Yazoo water. The gurgling and boiling spiritual power suddenly hummed and disappeared in an instant. It was as if a pot of boiling water suddenly turned into rolling steam and ran out of the pot all at once. At the same time, in the quiet room, Ronan, who was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, suddenly had his robe blown up high. An invisible and huge airflow flowed out from his body, blowing all the large and small furnishings in the room. The next second, Ronan opened his eyes. In an instant, the whole room became exceptionally bright. Ronan seemed to become the second light source in the room, and his whole body was glowing slightly. Is this the gasification stage? Ronan felt the transformation of his spiritual power. The increase in total amount was secondary, and the main thing was the change in form. Before gasification, his spiritual power was like a transparent air mass, and after gasification, this air mass turned into a ball of light mist. The quality has improved, and the spiritual power has become more active. It is foreseeable that the casting speed and the corresponding spell power will also be enhanced to a certain extent. After experiencing the changes in mental power, Ronan called up his character panel, wanting to see a more intuitive data change. However, he was slightly stunned the moment he saw the information on the panel. He saw that in the strength column, the 99% progress after the 9th level wizard apprentice had reached 100%. In addition, the basic meditation that was stuck at the expert level of 799 proficiency was also changed to basic meditation, clear realm, master 1/1600. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Mentor, Hitting a Wall. The Realm of Emptiness and Clarity. Ronan whispered these 4 words. After thinking for a while, he closed his eyes and entered meditation again. In the empty space of consciousness, the original darkness had completely disappeared. Only a light source was seen hovering in the sky, like a small sun, emitting a ripple-like white light ring. There was a constant flow of spiritual power from it. No. Ronan's mind suddenly moved slightly, and his closed eyes trembled, and then quickly opened. If there was a second person present now, they would be able to see clearly. The color of Ronan's pupils changed from the endless and quiet lake blue to the clear and bright blue, glowing slightly, like the finest and clearest blue crystal, giving people a sense of extreme calmness and wisdom. At this time, Ronan only felt that his brain was thinking very quickly, and every second, it seemed that countless inspirations collided and burst out. After a breath, Ronan took out a blank runestone and rune-carving knife from the storage waste bag and began to engrave the runes. The first blank runestone tried to engrave the 0-level advanced swiftness rune. Silky, smooth, done in one go, successful. Then the second one. The third one. Ronan engraved 5 swiftness runes in a row, all successful. Before that, his success rate in engraving the swiftness rune was less than 30%. During the entire engraving process, Ronan's brain was calm and clear, as if his soul had temporarily left his body, overlooking his entire work from a third-party perspective. After the end, his mental power was almost not lost, and was still in a full state. After 5, Ronan stopped engraving and took out a metal box engraved with patterns. It was a mysterious box obtained from Linus. Ronan tried to crack it. After a moment, he failed. It still doesn't work. The azure light in Ronan's pupils dimmed, and a faint feeling of fatigue came up. He shook his head. The spiritual power plus empty realm still can't break the rune lock on this box. It seems that I have to wait until I am promoted to a formal wizard before I can open it. Even so, Ronan was still in a happy mood. Summary of the effects of the master level: basic meditation technique, empty realm, an extremely clear and calm brain, and a mana recovery buff that is almost equivalent to taking an intermediate spiritual power recovery potion at any time. Also, it can be activated during combat. These 2 effects have greatly improved Ronan's strength. The former instantly raised his mentality, combat awareness, and overall view to the level of a true master. The role of the latter is even more critical, especially for someone like Ronan who has mastered 2 extraordinary domains of power, and his demand for spiritual power is extremely huge. After opening Empty Realm, Ronan would no longer be afraid of being empty blue for a moment when releasing Energy Missile, Particle Torrent. At least after releasing it, he could still retain a certain amount of combat power in time, and the fatal weakness period was greatly shortened. The duration of casting, charge weapon, breaking power, could also be greatly extended. Now my proficiency in Empty Realm is only 1 point of master level. When my proficiency is higher, the effect will continue to improve. Ronan sighed, and at this moment he felt that his decision to focus on Basic meditation was really wise. The opening of empty realm consumes the mind, which can be roughly understood as the energy that can only be replenished by sleep if meditation cannot completely replace it. The composition of this thing is very complicated, and it is related to a person's will, physical fitness and other aspects. My mental power has reached a gasification, and I can finally impact the official wizard level. Ronan felt his mental power changing like light mist and thought quietly. What he had to do next was to find a mentor and learn from him everything he needed to know about the process of a formal wizard breakthrough, as well as to make final preparations for things he had only a vague understanding of before, such as soul talismans and combat styles. Thinking of this, Ronan did not delay, and directly straightened his robes and got up to go out. On a sunny afternoon, Ronan walked slowly on the tree-lined white stone avenue. Occasionally, young wizards wearing academy robes could be seen on the road. Feeling the momentum of Ronan, which belonged to the apprentice of the gasification level wizard, they all showed awe and friendliness. In front of Ronan, behind the tall and dense sycamore trees, there were small houses with beautiful roofs, some of which were glass roofs, reflecting colorful light in the sun. That was the living area of the mentor he was going to next. Before coming, Ronan had specially asked his neighbor Dobby about it. Dobby secretly told him to start from the house on the far left when choosing a mentor. Although there is no necessary relationship between the strength of the tutors in the tutor area and their living location, the tutors living in the leftmost area of the tutor area are basically the most senior and oldest wizards in the academy, and they are naturally stronger in strength and knowledge. Ronan chose to accept Dobby's suggestion and quickly walked to the house at the beginning of the leftmost part of the tutor area. This is a small house with a gray exterior and a small garden. The magic fountain sprays water on the lawn. Ludeo. The small sign hanging at the gate of the yard wrote the name of the resident. It was a long paragraph. Ronan glanced at it, then retracted his gaze and stood at the door honestly. It's called selecting a tutor, but in fact it's the tutor who selects you. In addition to the most basic strength and qualifications, appearance, personality, temperament, etc. may also become important factors in being selected by a tutor. What you have to do is very simple: do your best to show yourself in front of the tutor. This was what Dobby said to him before leaving. Ronan privately understood it as, is it a blind date? Just try to make the other person like you. In fact, Ronan was quite confident. Because of his persistence in physical training, he had an extremely good appearance and was definitely a rare handsome man among wizards. As long as I don't end up like Linus, who is unlucky enough to run into an non-toon wizard, that's fine. Ronan thought to himself, and then slowly released his gasification level mental power in front of the garden courtyard, like a peacock spreading its tail to court a mate. Soon there was a response. A powerful mental power suddenly rushed out of the small house and quickly landed on Ronan. Ronan felt favored and was refreshed. But before he could make the next reaction, the mental power was retracted at a faster speed. What kind of ugly waste dares to run in front of me and get out? Don't block the sun. An irritable and impatient old voice came from the house. Ronan's confident expression froze on his face. For a moment, he seemed to be standing under the girls' dormitory with a large bouquet of flowers, and then someone splashed a large basin of cold water on him. Crooked melon, cracked date. Waste. Ronan opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. Finally, he bowed slightly to the door of the house, said excuse me, and turned to leave. As he walked away, he seemed to still hear a faint cold and disdainful voice behind him. The start was not good. Ronan was hit hard. But when he saw the small houses in the tutor area, he cheered up again. My qualifications are poor, and it is normal that some wizards have high standards and look down on me. Try a few more, and you will always meet someone who is not so picky. There are so many tutors, there must be a few who are willing to light the light for me. Ronan thought, and continued to walk to the second house. After a while, Ronan left the door of the second house. Then the third, the fourth, and the fifth. Ronan kept stopping in front of the small houses, and kept leaving. His mentality changed from the beginning. I am a young genius, handsome, and I must choose the best tutor. 2. Okay, I admit that my qualifications are a little bit lacking, and an average instructor is fine, isn't it? As the saying goes, the master can only lead you to the door, but the practice depends on the individual. The key is to rely on yourself. Finally, where's the person? Exclamation mark. Anyone can come. As long as he is a formal wizard and is willing to accept me. I just want a very ordinary inheritance. Do you have to be so outrageous? Ronan left the door of who knows which house, and the expression on his face had already become stiff and numb, without any trace of the high-spirited look at the beginning. After visiting these dozens of houses, the owners of the houses Ronan met almost all withdrew their mental power to explore him, and then rejected them all without exception. Some were even driven away by the coldness released by the other party before they even approached. Ronan really couldn't understand why. Even if his qualifications were a little poor, he was at least a top apprentice who had reached a gasification level. Why was he so unpopular? Exclamation mark. Ronan wandered in the instructor area with a gloomy face. In fact, there were not many houses left that he had not tried. Suddenly, Ronan's eyes caught a glimpse of a place covered by thick fog. It was an old-fashioned academy, like a palace, with dense ivy climbing up the doorposts and outer walls. The dean's residence. Unknowingly, Ronan had walked here. His eyes flickered slightly, and he hesitated for a moment, and then walked over quickly. Ordinary academy wizards looked down on him, but perhaps the most powerful dean of the academy would look at him differently? Ronan planned to try his luck. There was no rule that the tutor could not choose the dean. But before Ronan approached the palace, countless ivy outside the palace began to wriggle as fast as snakes, quickly entangled and formed a huge woman's face, with a ferocious look on Ronan, and screamed shrilly, "Bugs! Hypocritical, shameless and despicable bugs! Sooner or later I will kill you!" Ronan retreated with a pale face. Laura. It was Laura. He still wanted to become the dean's disciple. He almost forgot that there was a woman named Laura. I understand. Ronan looked back at the mentor area, and the reason for all the cold reception he had received before suddenly became clear at this moment. It was still Lola. Theo's death caused a lot of uproar in the academy. He was targeted by Lola, and this matter was probably known to everyone in the circle of formal wizards. No one would get into this big trouble with Lola for a small apprentice, especially under the premise that his own talent was not excellent. Perhaps, in the eyes of these people, he might have been a person who was bound to die. In this case, there is no need to continue the so-called mentor selection. Ronan became sober, expressionless, and his fists under his robe slowly clenched. It's just that there is no mentor, which is not enough to hinder his promotion to a formal wizard. He has only joined the academy for a few months. He has come all the way to now. When did he need the support and guidance of others? Finally, let's go to Jerome and try. He dared to confront Lola head-on at the beginning, and he might be willing to lend me a helping hand at this moment. Jerome still left a positive impression on Ronan, although he still had the indifference of a formal wizard in his bones. Having made up his mind, Ronan was ready to leave. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Ronan's ears. "Aren't you going to come and try my place?" "Who's talking?" Ronan turned his head sharply and looked around in surprise. The voice that suddenly sounded was crisp and clear, like a singing lark, and it was the voice of a very young girl. "Look here, here." The voice called to Ronan, and Ronan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a small house on the edge of the tutor area. The yard was full of irises and had a beautiful blue spire. Ronan's eyes flashed slightly, and after a little hesitation, he walked towards the house. Amara Blackthorn. Ronan whispered the name of the owner on the identity wooden sign at the entrance of the courtyard. Looking up at the house, the bright voice sounded again. "Do you want to choose a formal wizard as your mentor?" "Yes." Ronan continued to talk to the voice. "My spiritual power has been gasified, and I will soon impact the formal wizard, but there are still many things I don't understand, so I want to seek the guidance of a mentor." "Then come closer," the voice said. Ronan took 2 steps forward. "Come closer," Ronan continued. Just before he stepped onto the garden lawn, the voice called him. "Okay, just stand there. Don't go any further." Ronan stopped, and a spiritual force emanated from the house and fell on him. So weak. Ronan felt the difference between this spiritual force and the previous house owners, and silently complained in his heart. But soon he couldn't help but laugh at himself. No one else asked for him, but he was the first to dislike others. The spiritual force of the owner of the small house with a blue roof gave Ronan the feeling that it was the weakest he had encountered along the way, but he stayed on him the longest and explored him most carefully. Finally, the spiritual force was withdrawn. The crisp voice sounded again, but this time the words were much less bright. Ronan heard the girl sigh. "Now I finally understand why no one wants you. How about?" The voice paused, with a bit of comfort and temptation, whispered, "Why don't you just give up? In fact, I think it's good to be a 9th level apprentice. At least you can live a long life. Ronan. Chapter 70 The Only Way, Muscle Monster. Why do you say that? Ronan was silent for a moment, then asked. Because there are a lot of impurities in your soul. If you force a breakthrough, you will most likely die. If you don't choose to break through, you can live longer than ordinary people. The impurities in my mental power. I mean in the soul. The crisp voice corrected him. It is also commonly known as wizard talent, soul qualification. Soul qualification. As he spoke, a beam of light was projected from the house with a blue roof. The light condensed into a prismatic crystal in front of Ronan. The crystal was very beautiful, crystal clear, reflecting the color of winter sunshine. This is the soul with the best qualification, without a trace of impurities, naturally friendly to all elements, and the efficiency of meditation is advancing by leaps and bounds. Ronan looked at the transparent crystal in front of him curiously. Suddenly, a ball of ink melted into this beautiful crystal and quickly became turbid. In an instant, the entire crystal was stained with obscure and hazy. This is your soul. Ronan couldn't accept it. Are my qualifications really that bad? Worse than you think. The fact that you can get to this point proves that the development of the times has indeed greatly promoted the progress of potion science. The crisp voice didn't seem to realize that his words had caused a huge blow to Ronan's mind, and continued to speak. The black color that makes the crystal opaque is what I call soul impurities. The core of the apprentice wizard's promotion to a formal wizard is to purify the soul. The function of the god-burning potion is to burn away the impurities in the soul and promote the transformation of the soul. With your soul qualifications, if you want to reach the standard of further purification and successfully promote to a formal wizard, you need at least 5 bottles of god-burning potion. Ronan's expression relaxed when he heard it. 5 bottles. He now has exactly 5 bottles of god-burning potion on him, if you count the bottle given by Angel. It seems that the problem is not particularly serious, it just consumes more resources than ordinary people. However, before Ronan could feel fortunate, the crisp voice had already spoken to break his fantasy. Don't think too simply. The burning spirit potion burns not only the impurities in the soul, but also burns off parts of the soul itself, which is linked to your lifespan. After 5 bottles of burning spirit potion, you will most likely die of old age. Burning lifespan, dying of old age? Exclamation mark. Ronan's face finally began to look ugly. He realized that he had been rejected repeatedly before. In addition to the factor of Laura, probably his poor talent was also a big part of the reason. Every mentor-level figure saw his problem and determined that he could not break through to become a formal wizard. In addition, he had provoked Laura, so their attitude towards him was so bad. Who would have a good face for a young apprentice who was destined to have no future and was in trouble? As for Jerome probably didn't even check his qualifications carefully. Is there no way to solve it? Ronan was unwilling. Of course there is, but you just can't do it. The crisp voice still hurts people. Whether it is to enhance the essence of the soul or purify the impurities of the soul, it is not something you can think of. So I advise you to give up the promotion and live a good life, isn't it? The problem is that you can't live a good life. Ronan gritted his teeth. Whether it is Laura or Angel, they are both existences that can threaten his life at any time. He still has a glimmer of hope to be promoted to a formal wizard. If he gives up the promotion, he will die sooner or later. However, even if there are these 2 troubles, Ronan does not want to give up easily. After so much effort, he finally reached the level of apprentice level 9 gasification, and he is just 1 step away from becoming a formal wizard. How can he be willing to stop here and stand still? Exclamation mark. Unconsciously, Ronan's mentality has changed greatly compared to the beginning of the time travel. Is there no way I can do it? A little hope is fine. Ronan asked. The voice hesitated and said, maybe if you practice your set of ordinary bodybuilding exercises, it will be of some use. A strong body will also extend your life to a certain extent. Bodybuilding? Exclamation mark. Ronan was startled, then quickly nodded, indicating that he understood. At least there was a direction to work towards, which was better than just sitting there and waiting to die. By the way, I want to ask you, what exactly is the soul seal? Everyone tells me it's very important. Ronan estimated that he would never find another mentor-level figure as good-tempered as the owner of the crisp voice in front of him, so he simply asked all the questions he wanted to ask in one breath. Of course, the soul seal is extremely important. The soul seal is actually a rune, but it is different from ordinary runes and is rarer. It acts on the wizard's soul, which can change the power and form of the spells released by the wizard, greatly enhancing the effect of the spells. For example, if you major in fire spells, then after condensing the lava fire ring seal, every fire spell you release will have a lava fire ring effect. If you condense the arsonist seal, then your fire spells will burn a wider range and the temperature of the flame will be higher. Ronan understood it, and he immediately thought of Jerome, speculating that the soul seal condensed by Jerome might be the lava fire ring mentioned by the crisp voice, so every fireball thrown out will burst out a circle of fire ring heat waves. To put it bluntly, the soul seal is actually like enchanting the effect of the rune on a person, so that after activating the seal, the spell released will have the seal effect. From this point of view, the importance of soul seals to wizards is indeed extraordinary. There is a huge difference between wizards without soul seals and wizards with soul seals. If there is a powerful soul seal, it is possible to challenge the enemy at a higher level. Ronan's eyes flashed quickly, and he asked again, how should I choose the soul seal? It depends on what spell you major in and what style of fighting you plan to adopt in the future. Each wizard's spell system is built around his own seal, and the different schools of wizards are born from this. No wonder the senior apprentice in the Forest of Dead Words, Black Robe, wrote down the different spell schools and corresponding seal selections in his notes in such detail. It turned out that he was building his own future spell system. Ronan wanted to ask more details about the knowledge of soul seals, but the crisp voice lost patience. It's useless for you to know so much now. Only formal wizards are qualified to condense soul seals. It's not certain whether you can pass this level. As he was speaking, another voice suddenly rang in the house. Grace. Grace. The new voice was mature and charming, and it was a middle-aged woman calling. After the call, the crisp and clear voice of the girl suddenly became flustered and nervous. After a series of ping-pong sounds, something flew out of a small window on the second floor of the house. Take it. Ronan caught it subconsciously. Potion, red color. Another god-burning potion. Damn. Ronan was puzzled. Is this thing so worthless? He had been forced to take several. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. The biggest function of the god-burning potion is to help apprentices break through to wizards. It is naturally of extraordinary value in the eyes of apprentices, but it is completely useless to formal wizards. Go. If you are lucky enough to succeed in the promotion, come to me again. The girl's voice urged quickly, and then a force pushed Ronan out. Grace, why is there a shielding spell on the door of your room? What are you hiding in there? Mom. I'm already an adult witch, why can't you give me some private space? To be precise, you are still 3 months and 7 days away from formal adulthood. Oh damn, can you stop emphasizing this point? Mom. Ronan stood on the leafy path, looking at the blue cottage in the distance where the voices of mother and daughter could be heard faintly, and then looked at the god-burning potion in his hand. Bodybuilding method, right. Ronan's eyes gradually became firm. Damn it. Let's go. After the deep winter, the snow gradually melted. In the forest, 2 figures wrapped in long robes walked in the wet woodland, one deep and one shallow. A middle-aged strong man with gray eyes pulled his feet out of the half-melted snow with some effort. He was in a bad mood and cursed. Keep your voice down. A thin man with a red nose from the cold beside the gray-eyed sturdy man whispered to remind him, don't let the black robe hear you. There are no black robes here now. The gray-eyed sturdy man expressed disdain. The battlefields of the academy and the Deathly Whisper Forest have long been moved to other places. Haven't you noticed that almost all the missions in the recent period have to be carried out by airship? Then you have to be careful to track monsters. There are the most monsters wandering in the forest at this time of year. The gray-eyed sturdy man curled his lips, unbelieving but too lazy to refute. I remember it was around here. The two continued to walk into the forest for a while, and the red nose began to search around, muttering. The gray-robed sturdy man held a staff that looked like a thick wooden stick in his hand and watched the wind vigilantly. Suddenly, the red-nose's eyes lit up, and he rushed to a bush covered with snow in a few steps and dug hard. Found it? Yes, it's here. Just as the two were digging for treasures excitedly, suddenly roar. A huge roar came from the woods not far away. The sound seemed to come from some kind of beast, shaking the snow on the trees and causing the energy particles in the air to fall down. The two treasure hunters froze in their movements, looked up, and showed fear on their faces. It's a monster. Damn, it's all your fault. The two turned pale, and without caring about anything else, they quickly dug out a black package from the snow nest and put it in their arms and left. But before they took a step, the second roar of the monster sounded again. Bang bang! This roar was even more terrifying, directly forming sound waves in the forest, blasting a large area of air and grass with crackling sounds. The most important thing is that the tone of this roar is completely different from the first one, and it is obviously from another beast. The legs of the gray-eyed strong man and the red-nosed man were almost weak, and their faces were almost as white as the snow around them. Monsters. 2. They seem to be both advanced level 0. The judgment of strength comes from instinctive warning. Both of them were at the level of intermediate wizard or apprentices. The only monsters that could bring them such a strong sense of crisis were those of level 0 or even higher level. Go. Go. Wait. Red-Nose frantically urged his companion, but after a few steps, he was grabbed by the gray-eyed sturdy man. Something seems to be wrong. The gray-eyed sturdy man looked a little puzzled and strange, and whispered, "Don't panic. Listen carefully." Red-Nose was a little impatient. It was already late. If they didn't run, they would both die here when the high-level monsters smelled the scent. But he couldn't resist the size of his companion, so he stopped and listened for a while. After a while, a strange look appeared on Red-Nose's face. "Why does it sound like a whine?" "That's right, it sounds like that to me." The gray-eyed sturdy man suddenly became excited. "Don't run away. This is probably two high-level magic beasts fighting each other. Now that both are injured, it's the best time for us to pick up bargains." The gray-eyed strong man's eyes were blazing, and there was a fiery light on his face. "How many magic stones can the bodies of two high-level magic beasts be worth if they are sold? How much are the things you glimpsed that others have hidden worth? Don't say it." The red-nose rubbed his nose fiercely and said harshly, "A great wizard once said that wealth is always left to those who have courage." The gray-eyed strong man laughed, and the two of them gave up the escape route and took the initiative to walk towards the direction where the roar came from. The closer they got, the clearer they could hear the movement coming from there. It was indeed the sound of fighting, accompanied by the wailing of magic beasts. Judging from the frequency, this battle seemed to be coming to an end, and the wailing sound was getting weaker and weaker. "Just right, just waiting for us to collect the bodies." The two looked at each other, and both saw the excitement and ecstasy in each other's eyes. There is nothing more wonderful than pie in the sky. Fights between high-level monsters are not uncommon. Fortunately, they happened to encounter one today. The two of them followed a strong smell of blood in the air with anticipation and finally stepped into the battlefield. However, when they looked up, the scene in front of them made them both stunned, as if they were suddenly hit by a petrification spell and lost all their ability to move. The situation of the battle group was as tragic as they expected. A giant python that was more than 20 meters long and more than 2 meters thick, with blue scales all over its body and spikes on its back, lying motionless on the snow, with large patches of dark blue blood spreading from its body, and the cold air it emitted accumulated thick frost. A four-armed ape with a body as huge as a small hill and red hair, its chest heaving violently like a bellows, gushing out large streams of blood as if it was free, weakly. However, there is a third party in this battlefield. It was this unexpected third party that made the two people stand there in shock. This third party between the two zero-level high-level magic beasts, the jungle overlords, was a person. An extremely strong and burly man. He stood on the corpse of the four-armed ape magic beast with his back to them, naked from the waist up, and covered in blood. His long hair, stained dark red by blood, was casually scattered behind his back, and his muscles, which were as knotty as old tree roots, were emitting wisps of white steam, as if a rolling heat wave was coming towards him. This figure held a long sword wrapped in a blazing blue flame in one hand, and was slowly pulling the sword out of the chest of the four-armed ape. A large amount of mysterious energy flowed along the black sword body. As if he heard the movement made by the two people, he slightly turned his cheek. The face covered with blood could not be distinguished in detail. The two people with the red nose only saw a pair of cold eyes as bright as gemstones. "Run, run." Red-Nose shuddered as he uttered a word, which turned into a heart-wrenching scream. The two were pale, their entire chests filled with great fear and terror, their brains blank, and the only thought left was to run away. This was not a fight between high-level monsters that resulted in both sides being hurt. It was clearly someone who fought 1 against 2 and killed 2 level 0 high-level monsters single-handedly. Black robe. Monster. Barbarian wizard. I don't know, but it must be 10 times more terrifying than a high-level monster. Now looking at the backs of the two gray-robed wizards who were running away in a panic, Ronan cleared his throat vigorously, trying to turn his low and hoarse voice back to the clear and bright voice he once had. Am I really that scary? Cough. Fuck. Ronan was helpless. He felt as if he had developed muscles on his vocal cords. Chapter 71, Welcome to the Foggy World. Right square bracket. Ronan wiped the blood of the monster on his face and stood up slowly. He blew out the flame of breaking the law on the long sword and opened his character panel. Most of the skill attributes did not change much. The only one that made a leap in progress was austerity bodybuilding, expert 799/800, stuck at the limit of the expert level, one step away from entering the master level. Ronan stared at the small words of austerity bodybuilding, and his eyelids twitched fiercely. In order to reach this step, only he knew how much he had experienced and endured. He had forgotten how he got here, and the specific time had passed vaguely. The only thought left in his mind was to work hard to build his body. For many nights, he bit his gums and lay on the floor of the college dormitory, and sweat mixed with blood soaked him again and again. Whenever he was about to give up, the words of the young wizard in the blue-roofed house would ring in his ears like the bell of the tower. You will probably die of old age. You will probably die of old age. But Ronan didn't want to die. Not at all. The strong desire to survive made him practice all 13 movements in austerity bodybuilding. In order to achieve better results and further strengthen his physique, Ronan even tried such uncommon and unpopular home remedies as eating raw monster flesh and blood. Then, whether it was because he practiced austerity bodybuilding to a deep level or because he ate too much monster flesh and blood, his body swelled up like a balloon. His originally slender and perfect body, which was just right for him to be strong, became a muscular man with lumps of flesh all over his body. Of course, the improvement in physical strength was also quite terrifying. Ronan could now fight with zero-level high-level monsters in close combat, and even suppress them and kill them by pressing their heads. Can I crush the zero-level high-level energy shield with my bare hands now? Ronan looked at his hands. The originally fair and slender piano hands were gone, and now they became rough and thick. The backs of his hands were covered with earthworm-like veins, and one could feel the explosive power contained in them just by looking at them. Rip. He casually tore off a heart as big as a watermelon from the chest of the four-armed ape monster that was still dead under him, and put it into his mouth to chew it without caring about the fishy smell and the burning heat. The flesh and blood containing a lot of energy essence were quickly digested into several hot streams as soon as they entered Ronan's stomach, and then sank into the body and disappeared. Ronan felt that his body was now like a terrible furnace burning fiercely, and any amount of firewood thrown into it would be burned immediately. It's simply a humanoid monster. Can other knights' bodybuilding methods achieve this effect? Ronan didn't know, but after practicing until now, he could more or less feel the extraordinariness of austerity bodybuilding, which was not a serious bodybuilding method. Just because it would get stuck at the proficiency of expert level 799, and it was stuck more than any of his previous spells, he could guess that it must be not simple. Maybe he really picked up a treasure at the time. Ronan cleaned up the battlefield and cut off the parts of the two monsters that he had killed with his own hands that were rich in blood and flesh essence, and ate them. After eating monster meat for so long, he can now be considered an expert in monster meat tasting. He knows clearly which parts of the monster meat are more delicious and which parts have high nutritional value. If there's a chance, Ronan thinks he can even consider writing a book on this subject. Lola. Angel. After reciting these two names, Ronan silently ate the last bite of flesh and blood. He has been able to persist until now, and the belief support brought by these two names is really indispensable. Weakness is the original sin. It is indeed difficult for people living at the bottom to dominate their own destiny, but they have to try. After eating, Ronan held the sword and shuttled through the jungle, and soon found an ice lake. He broke the ice with his bare hands and jumped into the lake. A moment later, he washed his whole body and walked out of the lake step by step on the ice lake water. The cold lake water on his body was evaporated into billowing white steam by his body temperature and quickly dissipated before he could reach the lake. His strong body, like cast iron, stood on the shore. From a distance, he looked like a human bear walking upright. Ronan wiped his hair, shook off the tiny ice fragments condensed between his hair, and then took out a clean robe from his storage waste bag and put it on. The wet hair fell on his shoulders, which was a bit uncomfortable. His hair had not been taken care of for a long time. Ronan couldn't help but think of Venetia. No more waiting. Ronan glanced at the proficiency of austerity bodybuilding on the panel again, and made up his mind secretly. If I wait any longer, the promotion will become meaningless. He couldn't spend all his time preparing for the promotion, because becoming a formal wizard did not mean that the life crisis on his body would be over immediately. Whether it was Angel or Laura, they were not ordinary wizards. Ronan still had to reserve enough time for training after becoming a formal wizard, learn first-level spells, condense soul symbols, and build a spell system. He would further enhance his strength, and only then would he be qualified to confront the two head-on. The most important point was that Ronan found that his austerity body forging was stuck at the proficiency expert level 799 and could not be completed because he lacked a key thing. But he didn't know what it was, and it was not written in the secret book. After eating so much monster flesh, I think it's about the same. The purpose of body forging is to make the vitality strong and able to withstand the burning of the burning potion. Ronan felt that his current physique had almost reached a limit. Recently, eating monster meat has made him feel that his blood is full and about to overflow. Whether it succeeds or not depends on today. Bang! Ronan punched hard, hitting a tall ancient tree next to him that was so thick that a person could hug it. The ladder exploded directly at the point where it was hit, and the tree body collapsed, and finally fell down with a creak under the heavy load, raising a piece of broken snow. Ronan strode over with an expressionless face, the hem of his gray robe slightly lifted by the wind. If I fail to break through, you will be responsible for collecting my body. Please help me send my inheritance to these people. On the grass at the entrance of the student dormitory, Ronan spoke in a low voice to Dobby, his only acquaintance in the academy. The latter stood in front of him with a pale face, his neck shrunk like a quail, and his legs were shaking constantly. Ronan was secretly helpless in his heart. Even if he didn't deliberately emit the mental power fluctuations of the 9th-level apprentice, the strong physique and the overwhelming aura formed by tearing so many high-level magic beasts by hand were enough to make ordinary middle and low-level wizard apprentices tremble. After a brief explanation, Ronan handed Dobby a piece of paper with a few names written on it, and then turned around and stepped into his dormitory without hesitation. Watching Ronan's figure disappear, poor Dobby wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. God knows what happened to his neighbor, a 9th-level apprentice. In just a few months, this guy actually evolved into a bear man. I haven't heard that apprentices need to exercise before they can be promoted to full-fledged wizards. Dobby glanced at the name on the note in his hand, shook his head in confusion, and left in a hurry. If I die in, as soon as he started, Ronan crushed the feather pen in his hand with a click, and then tore the suicide note in front of him to pieces. I don't care about my funeral arrangements. If I die, everything after death has nothing to do with me. Why should I worry about it? Ronan sat at the desk with an expressionless face, quietly looking at the scenery outside the window. Winter is about to pass, the sun is just right, and the ivy on the windowsill is climbing more densely, presenting a scene full of vitality. But Ronan cannot predict his own fate. Ronan closed his eyes and exhaled. When he opened them again, there was only the deepest tranquility in his lake blue eyes. 5 bottles of red agate-like burning potions were quietly placed on the table. With enough resources, Ronan did not plan to use the bottle given by Angel. He was ready to become a formal wizard at any time. He was determined. Even though he knew that there was a high probability that he would die, Ronan was calm. He picked up a bottle of god-burning potion, opened it, and took it. The cold potion in his hand was as hot as magma after entering his mouth, sliding down Ronan's throat into his stomach, and then turned into a blazing flame, completely igniting Ronan's entire body. Pain. Unprecedented intense pain. Ronan's face twitched fiercely, and then he endured it. This kind of pain was completely different from the pain he endured when he practiced austerity body forging. It did not come from the flesh, nor from the spirit, but directly from the soul. Ronan seemed to be able to feel the process of something in his body being crackled and burned. There were impurities among them, including his soul itself. Ronan's muscular body quickly shrank, and the surging blood that almost overflowed quickly faded away. However, the gasified spiritual power was reluctant to undergo further transformation. Seeing the burning feeling of the soul gradually faded, Ronan knew that his first breakthrough had failed. In other words, this burning was far from reaching the minimum standard for soul sublimation. Ronan opened his eyes. Under the empty and clear realm that had long been opened, his eyes were as blue as stars. The master's mind and mentality allowed him to always control the most appropriate breakthrough time and the state of mind that was never affected by pain and fear of death. He quickly unscrewed the second bottle of God-burning potion and swallowed it. The burning feeling swept back, and it was more turbulent than the last time. The second time was still not enough. The third bottle of God-burning potion was swallowed. Then the fourth bottle and the fifth bottle. Ronan had forgotten how many attempts he had experienced and how much pain he had experienced. The difficulty of breaking through to become a formal wizard is linked to the soul's qualifications, and the same is true for the pain of the breakthrough process. Those wizards with excellent souls probably only need to feel a slight burning sensation during this stage to achieve a breakthrough. But Ronan is different. The pain he endured was unforgettable, far exceeding that of ordinary people by 100 times. Not enough yet. Still not up to the minimum standard. Ronan murmured, reaching out to grab another bottle of God-burning potion. This time, he unexpectedly found that he grabbed nothing. He opened his eyes and saw 5 empty bottles scattered on the table in front of him. Looking at his hands again, they were dry and shriveled, and the skin was wrinkled like dried orange peels and attached to the bones, with only a thin layer of muscle sticking in the middle. A huge sense of weakness and powerlessness surged like a tide. He lowered his head, and the hair on his temples fell down, withered and gray like straw. His vision was blurred, his old eyes were dim, and the clear blue in his pupils had long become turbid. It seemed that he could smell the smell of this body decaying. He realized that he seemed to be dying. The life that was once full and abundant now seemed like a weak candle in the wind, swaying and trembling, and could be completely extinguished in the next second. "Do I still have a chance?" Ronan whispered in a hoarse and dark voice, and even his saliva had dried up. Maybe he did. He tremblingly took out another bottle of God-burning potion from his waist bag. The last bottle. This is the only one he needed. This God-burning potion is different from the ordinary God-burning potion. The red color is deeper, and there is a trace of mysterious purple flowing in it. With your qualifications, you will use this. A man's face that is neither handsome nor ugly appeared in Ronan's mind, with a meaningful and evil smile. Angel Ronan whispered the name. His heart was full of emotions. Soon, he calmed down again, and used his last strength to unscrew the bottle stopper of the potion, and drank it all. How many days has it been? Dobby stood in front of the window, parting the thick and dense ivy branches, and curiously looked to the next door. The small student dormitory looked quiet from the outside, as if no one lived there at all. It's been 3 days, why is there no movement at all? Could he really be dead? Dobby held a piece of paper with 3 or 4 names in his hand and muttered softly. Although it is rare for a 9th-level apprentice to fail to break through to become a formal wizard and die in the academy, it has happened. If it happened to the person next door, it would seem reasonable. Dobby had already found out that the person next door was a wandering wizard and was recruited into the academy because of his meritorious service in the mission. So even though he has become a 9th-level apprentice, he still doesn't know a lot of common sense in the wizarding world. The qualifications of wandering gray robes are generally poor. I heard that when he went to choose a mentor after he became a gasification, he was not accepted by a mentor. My goodness, how poor is his qualification? Dobby complained in his heart, and then looked in the direction of the cabin next door. After thinking for a while, he crumpled the note with his name on it into a ball and threw it into the trash can next to him. Just as Dobby finished this action, he relaxed and was about to turn around and leave from the window. Boom! An invisible but huge mental force suddenly burst out from outside the window and spread in. The wind blew the white curtains on both sides of the windowsill inward. Dobby looked out the window in shock. In an instant, he seemed to see a white sun slowly rising from the cabin next door, with a dazzling light, carrying a natural nobility and the huge momentum of a superior person. This. Dobby stared at the sun that suddenly rose, feeling the majesty of the sun. His eyes were shocked and incredible. Is it really a breakthrough? The next second, he suddenly seemed to remember something, turned around, and rushed towards the trash can next to him. I recently discovered that using the nectar of the night shadow flower and the moonlight grass seeds together can make the invisibility potion last longer. Please, why are you still studying this thing? Hasn't the old woman warned you once before? No one can stop me from inventing this great potion, not even the instructor of pharmacy. On the path of the college dormitory area, 2 young wizards in students' robes were walking and chatting. Just as one of them was dancing excitedly, suddenly, a huge breath came from a small house next to the two of them. The two stopped talking instantly, looked to the side in unison, and then raised their hands to cover their eyes at the same time. In their eyes, the small house in front of them was emitting a dazzling and burning light, as if a small sun was rising from it. Shock flashed across their faces, and soon turned into deep envy. Hey, another apprentice has successfully become a formal wizard. So, Erwin, give up your boring research as soon as possible. The breath and light from the hut spread farther and farther, and more people passing by stopped and were also caught by people farther away. Many people exclaimed, with envy and joy on their faces. They understood that from now on, Hoddam College has another formal wizard-level figure. In the small room, the violent airflow swirled like a vortex, blowing the furnishings in the room. In the center of this vortex, a figure stood quietly. Under the fluttering robe, an extremely thin and upright body was revealed, and above it, there was snow-white long hair dancing with the robe. Breakthrough Ronan stood quietly in the center of the room, feeling all the changes from the inside to the outside. Hoo-la-la, there was a dense flapping sound of wings on the windowsill. Countless owls flew in with envelopes in their mouths. A brave one jumped up to Ronan and put a beautiful card framed with a gold thread in his hand. Ronan opened it and saw only one line of words written on it: "Welcome to the world of fog." Right square bracket. Chapter 72 Skull Selection, Scarlet Mutation. Mist Wizard. Ronan thought. He had read relevant information in books. This is an ancient tradition passed down from generation to generation among formal wizards. Legend has it that in ancient times, wizards of level 1 to 3 were called mist wizards. Because wizards at this stage are just starting out, it is like exploring in the dark night fog, and every step needs to be taken with enough caution. Ronan was promoted from a level 9 apprentice to a level 1 formal wizard, which means he has just stepped into the fog. Everything has just begun now. He casually fed a low-level magic stone to the owl that congratulated him, and Ronan dispersed the remaining owls and looked at himself now. The form of mental power in his mind has changed again, from a ball of light fog in the gasification stage to a ball of flowing liquid. His mental power has liquefied. The essence has been further purified. Both the total amount and quality are more than 10 times stronger than the previous gasification stage. Looking at the apprentice level from the perspective of a formal wizard, it is indeed pitifully weak. Even the 9th level apprentice is still the same in the gasification stage. With such a spiritual power blessing, a small spell can probably be comparable to the 0-level high-level spell released by the 9th level apprentice with all his strength. Not to mention the added effect of the soul seal. Now thinking back to the battle in the corpse garden when I killed Theo, I understand how much luck was involved. Perhaps it was because the gap between the two was so big that I had the opportunity. Theo underestimated himself so much that he didn't have time to release a spell or use even one magic tool until he died. After being promoted to a formal wizard, Ronan had an inexplicable sense of clarity, which was probably the feeling of a purified soul. In this state, the wizard's casting speed will undoubtedly be much faster, and many spells and gestures that assist in the guidance of spells have become redundant. No wonder Ronan has seen many formal wizards cast spells, almost without any gestures, and the speed of chanting spells is also very short and fast. This is the huge advantage brought by the sublimation of the soul. After examining the changes inside, look at the outside. Ronan hesitated and walked step by step to the dressing mirror in the corner of the room. He looked up. The person in the mirror was thin and old, with long gray hair slightly curled and draped over his shoulders. His face looked like he was in his 40s or nearly 50. Only from his wrinkled facial features could one vaguely recognize Ronan's original appearance. Ronan looked several dozen years older than before, and only a pair of slightly dim lake blue eyes still retained some youthfulness. Ronan pursed his lips, and his hands under the robe slowly clenched into fists. After a moment, he loosened them. The fluctuations in his eyes calmed down. It is already a blessing to be able to successfully break through. How dare I ask for more? At least, Ronan felt that his current body was still strong and powerful, and the power flowing in his body was still strong, even much stronger than when he was full of energy and blood during the apprentice stage. He seemed to be nurturing a greater vitality in his body, but for some reason it was difficult to break through the decaying shell. In fact, this was also a point that Ronan was still confused about. Click on the character panel. Name, Ronan Damien. Age, 17. Talent, no attribute affinity. Strength, Level 1 Formal Wizard, 1%, Skill, Asceticism, Expert 800. Ronan's eyes fell on the Asceticism column, and the data displayed behind it made his eyes flash continuously. This matter is a bit incredible. Ronan's breakthrough was actually doomed to fail before he finished taking the 5th bottle of potion. At this time, taking the 6th bottle, even if the purification of the soul had reached the standard at that time, he would not be able to wait for his transformation. The remaining potency was enough to burn out his remaining life in an instant and burn him to death. In that case, Ronan would most likely become the wizard with the shortest lifespan in history to become a formal wizard, and die of old age immediately after the breakthrough. But the 6th bottle of God-burning potion that Ronan used was given by Angel. It was different from others, and contained some mysterious substances that were not found in ordinary God-burning potion. And this mysterious substance just promoted the final perfection of the expert-level proficiency of austerity body forging. After perfection, a strong vitality emerged, allowing him to successfully complete the final breakthrough. But why is the proficiency of austerity body forging stuck at expert level 800/800 and not breaking through to master? This was a situation Ronan had never encountered before. In the past, those skills and spells would naturally enter the master level after the last bit of proficiency at the expert level was perfected. This was the first time that it was stuck at the state of 800 points of great perfection. Is the expert level perfection the limit of austerity body forging? Is this the maximum level of skill proficiency? Ronan frowned, thinking that this was not the case. The various characteristics currently displayed by austerity body forging were definitely not limited to the expert level perfection. Ronan had practiced until now and felt it. It is different from other night bodybuilding methods, and is a completely different way of bodybuilding. The first 13 movements and postures are not so much about teaching bodybuilding as they are about interpreting a concept and conveying a will. There should be a higher level of inheritance later, but it's a pity that Ronan didn't get it when he bought it. Now, austerity bodybuilding is stuck at the expert level, and Ronan feels that the problem is not with the method, but with himself. He is one step away from the master level, austerity bodybuilding. It's as thin as a piece of window paper. If he can break through this layer of window paper, the powerful vitality that is now nurtured in his body is likely to break out of the shell, make up for his missing lifespan, and usher in a new life. So, what is missing? Ronan fell into thought. He knew very well that what austerity bodybuilding lacks now is different from what was missing at the expert level 799 before, which is a certain specific substance. It may be will, concept, or changes that need to be made in the existing training method. Oh, yes, Ronan thought of the bottle of God-burning potion that Angel gave him. He was really curious about what ingredients were added to Angel's God-burning potion compared to ordinary God-burning potion. Why did Angel say that he would definitely be able to use it with his qualifications? It seemed that after using this bottle of God-burning potion, no matter how poor his qualifications were, he would definitely be able to break through smoothly. Moreover, this mysterious ingredient seemed to be of great help to the practice of austerity body forging, and it might be a key resource needed for subsequent practice. If there was a chance. Angel's face full of evil charm flashed through Ronan's mind, and he thought silently in his heart, he must find out clearly from him. Ronan straightened his robes, meticulously trimmed his appearance in front of the mirror, and tied his scattered gray hair with a silver rope. Although he became thin and old, he could not lose his own style. He was still the same Ronan, and he would become more glorious in the future. Walking out of the room calmly, Ronan saw the sunlight again in the morning 3 days later. Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked at the sun in the sky quietly for a while, then retracted his gaze and saw Dobby standing in front of him cautiously, respectfully and politely. Ronan. Sir. Dobby changed his name to Ronan. When he saw Ronan's current appearance, his eyes flashed with surprise and trance for a moment, but he immediately restrained it and then said congratulations to him on his promotion. Ronan nodded slightly to Dobby, walked past him, and walked straight towards the direction of the tutor area. After the breakthrough, what he couldn't wait to do most was to obtain the inheritance of the first-level spells and soul talismans. The wizard girl Grace promised him that as long as he successfully promoted to a formal wizard, he could go back to her, which should mean that she was willing to continue to guide him. Grace's appearance was completely unexpected, but it was extremely lucky for Ronan. If it weren't for Grace, the real owner of the small house with a beautiful blue roof would probably reject Ronan without hesitation like everyone else before. It can be said that the girl Grace gave Ronan the key help in the breakthrough, and Ronan was grateful to her. After being promoted to a formal wizard, walking in the academy, he was treated differently than when he was at the gasification level. Those academy wizards who used to show him only a little respect now stopped and saluted him respectfully. Ronan felt a little emotional, but the sense of urgency in his heart did not diminish at all, but became stronger. Only after becoming a formal wizard did he understand how troublesome his 2 formal wizard level troubles were. Soon he arrived in front of the familiar blue-roofed house. At the garden gate, Ronan was thinking about how to inform Grace of his arrival without disturbing the real owner of the house. Grace's crisp and clear voice had already sounded. "Oh my God, you actually succeeded." Ronan seemed to be able to imagine the wizard girl covering her mouth in amazement behind the voice. "Yes, the god of luck favors me." Ronan saluted the small window on the 2nd floor of the house. He remembered that the burning potion flew out of the window. "The help you provided to me was crucial." "Thank you, Grace. An expired god-burning potion is nothing. I mean, it hasn't expired yet, it's just about to expire." The girl's hesitant tone after her slip of the tongue seemed very cute, and finally she covered it up completely with a hearty and relieved voice. "Welcome to the mist. Oh, by the way, I don't know your name yet." "Ronan Damien." Ronan introduced his family, and then went straight to the point. "I came here this time to formally apply to become your disciple." Grace became obviously a little flustered and stunned, hesitating and said, "But I am still someone else's disciple." She probably didn't expect that a game she played when she was bored would become so formal. "Let's not talk about this for now." Grace suddenly ended the topic of becoming an apprentice, and said quickly, "You want to find me to obtain the 1st level spell inheritance and soul symbol inheritance. What type of spells do you want, and what type of soul symbol? If any, I will steal, get them for you." Ronan pretended not to hear the word Grace said wrong, thought for a while and said, "I have no attribute affinity. In fact, I don't know which type of spells I should choose to study, and what type of soul symbol I should choose. No attribute affinity. What type of spells did you usually use when you were an apprentice?" "Energy, electricity, and I've also learned a little bit of fire and ice." Ronan was embarrassed to mention the undead system. To be honest, apart from the 2 energy spells that derived the extraordinary domain, the undead spells were the most convenient for him to use. Then there are too many options. If you major in energy spells, the 2 sigils, oscillation, and harmony, are both good. The former can make your energy spells have a shock effect, and the killing area of the spell will be greatly expanded. The latter can make your energy spells have a superposition effect, which can be superimposed to 20% to 30% more power than normal casting. If you major in electrical spells, the chain and piercing sigils are the choices of many electrical wizards. The effects are as the name suggests, lightning chain and lightning penetration, which can make up for some of the weaknesses of electrical spells to a large extent. As for fire spells, the lava fire ring sigil is recognized as the strongest in the academy. This school has many powerful wizards who are about to be promoted to the 2nd level as representatives, and it is also one of the most powerful in the entire academy. However, this school is strict in selecting members, and almost only accepts disciples who are friendly to fire energy. Grace introduced a lot of things to Ronan, and Ronan listened while silently calculating in his heart. "How many soul talismans can you condense in total?" Ronan asked. "If you have just been promoted to the 1st level, you can only condense 1 at most, and it cannot be a very strong or complex talisman. When your soul power gradually becomes stronger in the later stage, you can try to condense a 2nd one, or change the talisman. Changing the talisman will cause a part of the soul power to be lost, and you will enter a short soul weakness period. In fact, if it is not much better than your current talisman, there is no need to change it, because the effect of the soul talisman will increase with the increase of soul strength. When you enter the 2nd level wizard, the soul will be further purified and sublimated, and the effect of the talisman will be greatly improved." Ronan nodded, and he had an idea in his mind. Listening to Grace's introduction, the school of fire type, lava fire ring, talisman is very powerful. He has also seen the official wizard Jerome of this school use it, and it is indeed very powerful. Ronan's first choice is this. But Grace said that the other party has very high requirements for the qualifications of the school members, and Ronan thought about it and gave up. So it is better to continue his old path as an apprentice and choose energy type spells. "I decided to major in energy magic, and I'll choose Harmony, for the talisman. Energy magic is actually a spell that does not require the screening of energy particles of specific attributes. It can be regarded as a spell specially created for wizards like Ronan, who have no attribute affinity. The free energy particles captured when this type of spell is released are random and arbitrary, without any outstanding characteristics, nor any obvious shortcomings. The effect of the Harmony talisman is to enhance the power of spell release by stacking spells, which is not bad. Maybe it can make the master level energy missile particle torrent more powerful. Have you decided? Grace asked. Ronan nodded. I've decided. Then you give me 3 to 5 days to prepare. During this time, you can also try your luck in the mentor area. After all, you are now a first-level official wizard, and others' attitudes towards you may change. Every suggestion of Grace is very pertinent, revealing her innocent, romantic and pure nature. Ronan likes to make friends with such people. Ronan naturally knew what Grace was talking about, but he didn't point it out, just saying that he knew. Since he had successfully been promoted, he could wait for 3 to 5 days. Ronan was about to say goodbye to Grace and leave, but at this moment, he suddenly found that everything in front of him was rapidly darkening at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if something above his head was quickly blocking the light. Ronan had experienced this once, when Angel arrived at the corpse garden. Huh? Grace's surprised and puzzled voice came from the small house with a blue roof. She seemed to be looking up at the sky at the same time as Ronan. The next second, both people inside and outside the house were speechless. Under the blue sky, a large patch of scarlet dark clouds that were so thick that they could not be dissolved, like solidified blood clots, were rapidly spreading over Hoddam College, blocking the sun firmly out of sight. Chapter 73, Drowning. In just a few breaths, the sky was completely drenched in blood. The heavy and oppressive dark clouds slowly spread out like a huge solidified blood clot, and the strong scarlet color dripped down. The originally warm and peaceful Hoddam College, full of birdsong and fragrance, fell into a dark and gloomy atmosphere. The noise and noisy sounds in the college seemed to suddenly disappear in an instant. Everyone in the college stopped moving and looked up at the sky involuntarily. Against the backdrop of scarlet blood, the faces of the tiny and fragile people were full of astonishment and confusion. There was also the constant fear of the upcoming unknown disaster. Time seemed to be still at this moment. In just a few seconds, the large scarlet blood cloud quickly surged up and soon condensed into an extremely huge blood ball, replacing the scorching sun, as if it had become a new bloody day. Blood dark star. The cold and hoarse old voice sounded like a gloomy wind from a gloomy castle. At the same time, the bloody scorching sun in the sky exploded and turned into a circular and surging blood wave. The rune array covering the Hoddam Academy was shattered in an instant, the white core light ball of the array extinguished, and large patches of blood rushed down. The entire academy fell into huge chaos in an instant. Countless people shouted and ran, and in the tutor area, there were wizards like little suns flying high in the sky, bursting with strong light of various colors. A bloody giant hand hung down from the scarlet blood cloud, and a group of black-robed figures flew out from behind the cloud. Ronan stood in front of a beautiful little house with a blue roof, and suddenly saw the roof break open, followed by a girl in a black wizard's dress being dragged out and hurriedly flew into the sky. The girl looked flustered and at a loss, with one hand pressing down the wizard hat on her head and the other holding a thick spell book. The short hair that reached her ears was blown messy by the wind, and the delicate crystal glasses slipped off her nose. Before leaving, she glanced at Ronan and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something to him, but she disappeared in a moment. Until the girl was completely gone, Ronan had not yet completely recovered from the sudden change that had taken place unexpectedly. He was in the midst of an increasingly chaotic situation, and he could smell the burning smell of magic in the air. He felt that everything around him seemed to be very far away from him. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind that kept surging and rolling: how come he had just been promoted to a formal wizard and suddenly disappeared? Laura stood in a huge room made up of countless brown and black vines, looking at the only narrow window above her head that could let in sunlight, with a blank expression on her face. How long do you plan to keep me locked up? It's up to you, Laura. Another woman's voice rang out in the room, sounding more mature than Laura's, full of magnetism, like the rustling of vine leaves in the wind. What did I do wrong? Laura's expression suddenly became ferocious, and green runes appeared on her palm-sized white face. Is it wrong for me to avenge my dead husband? She yelled in one direction. Even you don't believe me? I believe it. The voice said calmly. The failure of the magic experiment accidentally connected your soul with Feo's. It's normal that you have some premonitions about his death that ordinary people can't understand. Then let me out now. Let me kill that despicable bug pretending to be innocent with my own hands. Stop it, Laura. The woman's voice suppressed Laura's hysteria, with a bit of boredom and fatigue in her helplessness. This accident has caused too much trouble. You and Feo's combination was a child's play. There is no love between you and him at all, and you are not a real couple at all. All you have for him is a distorted desire for control and possession that was born out of the wrong bondage. Have you forgotten that at the beginning, he was the person you hated the most in the entire academy? You even felt that the air you breathed in the same area with him was dirty and disgusting. Because of you, a large number of innocent people have died over the years, and there have been a lot of voices in the academy that are dissatisfied with you. Even as the dean, I cannot completely ignore this. Let this all end here. It is the best outcome for you and everyone else. No. Laura listened to the woman's consolation and suddenly realized at some point, you hope that everything will end here. This is the result you want to see the most, right? You already knew who the real owner of the corpse garden was. It was you who deliberately arranged for Feo to lead the team. You did something to him. You knew that Feo would die, no matter who died in his hands. Laura became more and more emotional as she spoke, and finally turned into a loud question. Answer me, is it true or not? The rustling sound of the wind blowing the vines stopped for a while, and after a moment, the woman's voice sounded again, but this time there were fewer emotional fluctuations, and it became calm and indifferent. It seems that even if Feo dies and the connection between you and him is completely cut off, the mark left on you will still take some time to dissipate. Shut up. Laura shouted to interrupt the woman. She released a powerful mental wave all over her body. The dense green runes on her face lit up completely, her long seaweed-like hair fluttered, and her whole body gradually floated in the air. I'll ask you one last time, will you let me out or not? I want to avenge Feo. Anyone who wants to get close to him or hurt him, must die. Laura's eyes were filled with coldness, distortion, and almost morbid paranoia. Her outburst did not receive any response. Only the narrow window above her head that let in the skylight kept closing. Thick and thorny vines grew from Laura's back, venting their madness and attacking everything they could see. Just after she continued to attack for a while, boom! The room she was in suddenly shook violently, as if it would collapse and crack at any time. This made Laura stunned for a moment, and an unexpected expression emerged. The next second, the entire prison-like room actually began to disintegrate, and a leaf shining with golden light flew towards Laura quickly, and she subconsciously grabbed it in her hand. Leave here, Laura. No matter what you want to do, remember one thing, leave here immediately, the farther the better. The previously silent woman's voice sounded again, this time with a solemnity and urgency that Laura had never seen before. Laura was stunned to see the vines that imprisoned her being quickly pulled away, and then whistling towards the top of her head. The skylight outside completely leaked in, but it was a scarlet blood color. Chaos and noisy sounds followed closely, and Laura soon saw with a moving expression the thick blood red in the sky that covered the sky, and the familiar dark green figure that had collided fiercely with the blood red. The sudden freedom, as well as the crisis and chaos without any signs, made Laura a little lost for what to do next. But soon, the madness and paranoia that had briefly subsided came back again. Laura's eyes became firm, with strong resentment and murderous intent emerging from her eyes. She locked onto a direction by instinct, and with a low whistle, she turned into a blurry green shadow and quickly disappeared into the sky. Despicable bugs deserve death. At the same time, in the chaotic academy, two figures suddenly shook their bodies and looked up at the sky. As if they had received some instructions, they left the battlefield without hesitation and chased after Laura's receding back. Do you think a country wizard like you are worthy of possessing the key of Nifa? Get lost. Boom. The scarlet blood cloud covering the sky collided fiercely with the dark green vines that were like giant pythons. Countless vines were torn and stirred in the blood cloud. The energy aftermath of the spell collision lashed the ground like a huge whip, creating large cracks and a violent hurricane. Explosions and angry screams of women came one after another. Ronan looked at the terrifying scene in front of him, which was like the end of the world. His scalp was numb. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran away from the battle group. This was a battle between wizards of higher levels. Even though he was now a first-level official wizard, he was not qualified to participate. In fact, Ronan had seen several official wizards of the Academy fall under the attack of the Scarlet Blood Cloud that blasted the rune array. Not only the mysterious man who controlled the Scarlet Blood Cloud, but also a large number of black robes of formal wizards poured in. Fighting and fighting were happening everywhere. At present, the entire Academy had become a battlefield. Stay away from the center of the chaos first, and consider whether to come back after things have calmed down. Ronan ran with his mind turning quickly. He had no intention of overcoming difficulties with the Academy. He had just been promoted and had not learned even a first-level spell. It was too unwise to join a formal wizard-level melee in this state. Moreover, he himself had no sense of belonging to the Academy. Hoddam Academy has always been above all the lower-level wizards with a transcendent attitude. They regard wandering wizards as cannon fodder and drive them like cattle and horses. After joining the Academy, Ronan was treated coldly all the way because of his qualifications. As he once said, he joined the Academy just for a legacy of becoming a formal wizard. But he hasn't even got this legacy yet, and you still want him to live and die with the Academy and fight for the Academy? Crazy. Ronan ran quickly on the ground, his black robe and gray hair flying behind him. The rune array above the Academy was broken, and the fog covering the Academy also dissipated. Ronan left the Academy and saw that the town outside was also in chaos, but there was no sign of black robes. It was just a large-scale riots caused by the panic of the wandering gray robes when they saw the Academy being attacked. It was just like the chaotic night he had experienced before. Why did the Dead Whisper Forest suddenly launch a surprise attack on the Academy? Since they have the ability to directly blast through the array and attack Huanglong, how can this battle continue for half a year? Also, what is the key of Nifa? Many doubts flashed through Ronan's mind, but no one answered him at this time, and he had no time to find someone to answer. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Ronan quickly flashed into a small empty house. He hurriedly took off his Academy standard robes, changed into the most ordinary gray robes, and then disguised himself as a wandering wizard and walked out the door, trying to blend in with the fleeing crowd and leave the town. But after only 2 steps, Ronan realized something was wrong. The area around him was empty. Everyone would rather squeeze into a meat pie with others than get too close to him. They all walked around him with expressions of fear or awe. I'm being stupid. Ronan realized the powerful mental fluctuations that were naturally emanating from his body all the time. It was like a shark suddenly rushed into a school of sardines. It would be a miracle if it could hide like this. His eyes flashed, and Ronan quickly took out a magic tool similar to a broken mirror from his storage waste bag, and casually took a picture of a 4th-level wandering wizard next to him to replicate the opponent's strength. The aura of a formal wizard-level strongman was quickly covered up by the effect of the magic tool. This time the situation was much better. Ronan rushed into the crowd and quickly blended in. A panicked figure quickly passed over the crowd, and the mighty power attracted the fleeing people below to look up and watch. It's a formal wizard of the Academy. Ronan, who was in the crowd, looked at the figure that was quickly going away in the sky, his eyes relaxed slightly. He was relieved to see that he was not the only formal wizard of the Academy who ran away. But before Ronan could relax for a while, another figure with the aura of a formal wizard quickly passed by in the sky. This figure brought a strong smell of blood when passing by, and also threw a spell similar to Blood Ball to the bottom. The spell exploded in the dense crowd, and there were screams and howls. The latter saw the miserable state of the crowd below, laughed and walked away. It's the attacking black robe. Ronan bit his teeth lightly. The black robe that came later was obviously to chase and kill the Academy wizard who escaped before. It seems that it is not an easy thing to completely get out of the battle group in the Vortex. Fortunately, he had just been promoted to the next level, and he chose to escape in a timely and decisive manner, otherwise he might have been targeted. Thinking of this, Ronan quickly passed through the crowd with a cold face, and soon left the town. In the wilderness where countless black spots were running around like an ant nest, he randomly found a relatively less crowded direction and ran forward at full speed. After completing the expert-level proficiency of austerity bodybuilding, although he looked much older, his physique was still strong, even far beyond before. His thin body was running fast like a high-precision complex machine, pushing him forward continuously, at an astonishing speed, directly raising a long wave of mud on the wilderness. If someone who didn't know saw it, they might think it was a cast of earth magic. While running, Ronan became more and more aware of the powerful vitality in his body that was hidden but difficult to release. It was nurtured in his limbs and bones, and wanted to break free at any time, but was firmly locked by something and could not be fully released. Ronan ran to the edge of the wilderness, entered the forest, and ran for a while until he felt that he was completely out of danger. Then he stopped. Standing in an open and high position, he looked in the direction he came from. Ronan saw that at this time, a large group of thick and heavy blood clouds were suspended in the sky of Hoddam College, which seemed to be larger than before, and there were lightning-like blood lights falling from the clouds. The dark green color belonging to the dean of Hoddam College was almost invisible. It can be seen that in this battle between wizards of a higher level, the attacking black-robed wizard obviously had the upper hand. Ronan felt heavy in his heart, not because he was worried about the college, but because he was a little confused about where to go in the future. If he had already obtained the inheritance of the first-level spells and soul talismans, it would not matter if he left. But the goddess of fate seemed to like to tease him, and chose to let the catastrophe come at this time, even if it was 3 or 5 days later. Grace under the blue roof, what a kind and warm-hearted little girl. Ronan was confused for a moment. He retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the academy. He walked aimlessly into the forest, thinking about where to stay for a while. It was safe enough and convenient to understand the battle situation at the academy. Suddenly, Ronan stopped. The wind blew through the forest, and the leaves rustled. Ronan slowly raised his head and saw a young man in a black robe and holding a short stick quietly floating in the air dozens of meters in front of him, looking down at him with interest. So, even if I was careful enough, I was still targeted. Ronan murmured. A few scattered white hairs on his temples were blown up by the wind, and his face gradually calmed down. Chapter 74. Be careful not to be tripped by the insect's thin legs. You are so unlucky. I was originally chasing someone here, but that mouse ran too fast. I completely lost track of it when I caught up with it. Fortunately, I ran into you. The young black-robed wizard said lightly. When he spoke, the corners of his mouth would always rise habitually, giving people the feeling that he was sneering at any time. Oh, there is one thing I need to remind you. Your means of concealing your strength are quite good, but it's a pity that the loopholes at the soul level are too obvious. Looking at the black-robed wizard in front of him commenting on him, Ronan was stunned and realized what went wrong. He forgot the difference between a formal wizard and a wizard apprentice. In addition to the fluctuation of mental power, the degree of soul purification is also an extremely obvious feature. After a soul purification, the soul of a formal wizard will naturally give people a sense of clarity. Apprentice-level wizards may not be able to feel this, but for wizards of the same level, they can tell the difference with a little attention. I just got promoted, and I haven't fully adapted to the change in strength and status. In fact, the function of the mirror magic tool fragment itself is very limited. It can only replicate a breath, which is quite useless. It can only be said that everything changed too quickly. Ronan's preparations for escape were also hasty, and he completely ignored this point. Ronan simply withdrew the effect of the magic tool and felt a breath emanating from the young black robe in front of him. The mental fluctuations were very strong, at least 3 times more than his. Ronan exhaled a breath of turbid air, thought about it, and said to the young black robe, in fact, I am very familiar with Angel from your Detrital Forest. We don't have to fight. And I have only joined Hoddam College for a short time, and I don't have much sense of belonging. If possible, I can choose to join you instead. Ronan's words were very serious, and in fact they were not completely nonsense. He really thought about the operation of defection. For him, joining the Black Robe was not something unacceptable, especially now that he had no idea where he should go next. His words stunned the young Black Robe. After a few breaths, he said with a smile on his face, "What a stupid and ridiculous way to beg for mercy. Who told you that we are the Forest of Death? The Scarlet returns to the tower." The young Black Robe chanted and rubbed out a blood ball the size of a ping-pong ball, and then it exploded in his hand with a pop. Countless blood foams condensed into a red spire pattern that looked like upright fangs. Can't you even tell whether it's a necromancy or blood spell? The Scarlet Tower. Ronan was slightly stunned, and then he understood why Hoddam Academy was suddenly attacked after fighting with the Forest of Death for half a year. It turned out that a third-party wizard force joined in. And this third-party force that joined later was obviously much stronger than the two. As for joining us. The young black-robed man looked Ronan up and down, shook his head and said, "Looking at your unnatural aging, it should be because you spent too much life when you were promoted to a formal wizard. With such qualifications, do you think we would want you? Don't treat the Scarlet Tower as a second-rate wizard force like your Hoddam. We don't want all kinds of trash wizards. The young black-robed man looked down at Ronan from above, with a look of contempt and disdain on his face, like a superior looking at an inferior. Faced with his sarcasm and ridicule, Ronan's eyes fluctuated for a moment, but soon calmed down and asked seriously, "Then what kind of, is not trash?" The young black-robed man narrowed his eyes at Ronan, without answering, but the patience on his face was obviously disappearing rapidly. Soon, a cold murderous intent came out of him, and he said indifferently, "Okay, the time for last words is over, and it's time to offer your head, huh?" Bang! Before he finished speaking, the young black-robed man was suddenly stunned. He unexpectedly found that Ronan's figure had disappeared from his eyes, and there was only a pit that had just exploded and splashed mud and grass. Before he could fully disperse his mental power to capture the disappeared figure, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned around abruptly. There was nothing behind him. He looked up again. His pupils shrank suddenly. He saw a figure leaping high above his head, with his back to the sun, his gray robe and white hair fluttering in the wind. He couldn't see his face clearly, but he could see a pair of cold eyes as blue as gemstones and the blazing blue flame on the staff held in his hands. "What are you talking about? It's not garbage." The cold and low voice fell from the sky with a strong and piercing murderous intent, facing the chest of the young black-robed man. The young black-robed man roared, and his huge mental power suddenly unfolded like a force field. A large number of energy particles gathered, and a surging and thick blood-colored color took shape in an instant, and then surged upward layer by layer like a rolling wave. Blood surge. The blood-colored waves accumulated layer by layer, forming a huge barrier in an instant, and it was like a blood-colored big hand turned back, which could hit back fiercely at any time. The terrifying blood-colored light made the young black-robed man with flying hair look evil and powerful. However, bang! A dull explosion sounded at this moment, and the young black-robed man's eyes trembled slightly. Bang! 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 The dull sound continued. The young black-robed man finally changed his expression. He just raised the staff in his hand, and before he could cast the next spell, the barrier formed by the large blood waves in front of him had been broken layer by layer. I saw a figure holding two long swords breaking through the waves from behind the blood light. Under the dark blue flames, there were countless mysterious auras flowing all over this body. With the momentum of falling from the sky, he was like a ferocious bird with all its claws spread, and layers of blood were torn apart by him. With a master-level proficiency of over 100, charge weapon, breaking power, master-level, basic swordsmanship, and master-level calm consciousness under the activation of Empty and Clear Realm, Ronan's eyes were blue, and the black longsword in his hand, blessed by the flame of breaking the law, easily tore through the mental force field around the young black robe, and in an instant, he approached the opponent. A light red energy shield quickly emerged from the young black robe, but it only lasted for less than a second, and then it was popped open like a bubble. Puff! The longsword pierced into the young black robe's young, plump and energetic body, and took him down all the way in the latter's angry and horrified eyes, nailing him to the ground. At the moment of landing, Ronan's feet slammed on the young black robe's body, and the whole person took advantage of the momentum to jump up again. The longsword was drawn, and a pale hand under the surging robe pointed at the young black robe from a distance. Particles. Torrent. Instantly, countless mysterious auras swarmed in, interweaving into an unprecedented terrifying force field. A total of 45 pure black energy particles were generated, forming a torrent of crushing momentum, and fiercely washed down. Compared with the apprentice period, the power of Ronan, who is now a formal wizard, is more than 10 times stronger when he releases this spell. Boom boom, the ground of the forest shook violently, and large waves of energy aftermath were like high-pressure water splashing on the ground, flowing freely in the forest, overturning large areas of grass and soil. When all the noise subsided, the place where the young black robe was lying was almost gone, leaving only a large area of shocking mess and a large pit in the center. Ronan stood there, squinting his eyes at the big pit, slowly put the long sword back to his waist, and said softly, "The dead are the real garbage." After that, Ronan took 2 steps forward, and scanned the surroundings with mental detection, trying to find any traces left by the young black robe. Unfortunately, energy missile, particle torrent, was as violent as ever. Apart from some residual blood and splattered bones, the opponent had almost nothing left. "It would be great if I could get his storage waste bag," Maybe I could find the inheritance of first-level spells in it. Ronan sighed, even if it's the Black Robe blood system. What he wanted to do most now was to arm himself as quickly as possible. The feeling of being in danger at any time made him a little hungry and indiscriminate. Suddenly, Ronan remembered that there was a strange box in his storage waste bag that he got from Linus and could only be opened by formal wizards. Just as he was about to take it out to have a look, whoosh, a sharp sound of breaking through the air, a chill suddenly arose from Ronan's heart. He twisted his body instinctively, and the sword under his robe returned to his hand again. He raised his hand, swung, dodged, and blocked. Several blurry black shadows suddenly projected from the spears, which instantly passed through the position where Ronan was standing, and then made a ding-ding-dang-dang sound of sharp objects colliding, and then quickly retracted and disappeared. Ronan rolled to the side in a slightly embarrassed manner, half knelt on the ground with his sword. There was a slight stinging feeling on his cheek, which was the wound that was cut just now. Ronan raised his hand and gently wiped off the warm blood on his cheek, but his eyes were always fixed on a certain position in front of him. Something swam out of the bushes silently, and Ronan could see clearly what had just attacked him. It was a few thick dark green vines with many black spikes growing on them, like a bunch of weird and ferocious giant pythons, constantly exuding cold murderous intent. This. Ronan was startled, and the next second he saw a slender woman walking slowly behind the long vine. Seaweed-like green hair, strange tattoos all over her cheeks, green eyes, and the madness and resentment released from her body made Ronan's face quickly turn ugly. Who the hell let this mad dog out again? Under the turbid sky polluted by blood, two figures flew quickly over the wilderness. The strong wind blew Jerome's short hair, and his cold face was full of solemnity and worry. Although his body was pushed forward by the flying tool, Jerome's eyes were always on the direction of the academy behind him. It was not until he was close to the edge of the forest that Jerome retracted his gaze. Hoddam. It's over. He uttered a heavy voice. The beautiful witch in the gray-blue robe beside him was in a low mood and gritted her teeth and said, "Those crazy people in the Forest of Death couldn't get the key of Nephi, so they revealed the news to the Scarlet Tower. I'm afraid the Scarlet Tower got the news themselves. After all, this war has lasted too long." Jerome shook his head and his expression calmed down. He looked up in the direction of the forest, feeling some energy fluctuations coming from there, and said, "The Dean has held up most of the Scarlet Tower's forces alone. It seems that she is preparing to use the Innocent Wood. She asked us to take Laura away and then go to the Palace of Thorns to meet up with her." The beautiful female wizard nodded, and soon had a headache and helpless expression, and sighed, "I'm really worried that neither of us can take Laura away by force. You should know how difficult she is when she goes crazy." Jerome thought for a while and replied, "Then let's wait until she's done going crazy before taking her away. Anyway, it won't take long." When the beautiful female wizard heard this, she looked at Jerome in surprise. "This is not something you would say, Jerome. Aren't you always the most loving and supportive of apprentice wizards? And I remember that you were very optimistic about that little wizard. Many things also have their time." Jerome said indifferently, "These are too luxurious for us who are on the run now." The beautiful female wizard said nothing more. Soon, the two approached the forest and saw Laura's iconic vine spell dancing wildly in the forest from a distance. Large tracts of trees fell under the terrifying strange power. A breath entered the two people's perception. Suddenly, a violent wave of energy particles came out from the battle group, accompanied by a trace of elusive mysterious aura. The approaching beautiful female wizard felt this and covered her mouth all of a sudden. "What did I sense? Jerome? It seems to be the breath of the extraordinary magic field. Did I sense it wrong?" And the beautiful female wizard showed a look of doubt on her face, and turned to look at Jerome beside her in disbelief. When did this little wizard get promoted to the next level? Jerome's eyes flashed violently, and after a few seconds, he uttered a voice quickly. "Come over and take a look." Dang. Puff sizzle. Ronan slashed at a dark green vine that was as thick as an adult's thigh that was close to him with his sword. The sword blade slashed on the vine, making a crisp sound similar to metal collision, and then quickly slashed in, with a slight damping feeling, and finally broke free. A section of the chopped vine fell to the ground, twisting wildly like a living thing. Damn it. Although he blocked the attack, Ronan's face was not good. He lowered his head to check the long sword in his hand. The black narrow sword body wrapped in the blazing blue flames was full of gaps on both sides of the blade, and even gave him a feeling that it was about to break. With a proficiency of over 100, charge weapon, spell-breaking power, driven by the powerful mental power of the formal wizard level, broke the blood spell of the black-robed wizard in the Scarlet Tower as easily as breaking a piece of fragile paper. However, against the vine spell of the crazy woman Laura, the power was greatly reduced. This is not a pure first-level spell. The energy particles have a physical support, which can be regarded as a strange combination of magic tools and spells. Spell-breaking power can easily disintegrate the arrangement of energy particles that constitute the spell, but cutting vines requires the sharpness of the magic tool sword itself, and the vines summoned by Laura are so damn hard that Ronan once again felt the frustration of being unable to use his strength. If he was holding a first-level magic sword in his hand now, perhaps it would be a different scene. The time he spent on becoming a first-level wizard was really too short. Ronan waved his sword, and the master-level, basic swordsmanship, glowed with unprecedented brilliance at this moment. His figure dragged a series of blurred after-images in the forest, dodging the vines that pounced like giant pythons, and quickly approaching Laura. At this moment, the messy zero-level spells he learned were basically useless in the battle, except for disrupting the rhythm and consuming mental energy. He could only rely on the power of the two major domains he mastered. And the powerful body that seemed old but was actually surging with the power of humanoid monsters. You gave me some surprises. Laura floated in the air between two white non-trees, with dozens of dark green vines extending from her back. The whole person looked like a human-faced spider full of danger and poison. She looked at Ronan in front of her expressionlessly, and her green pupils reflected his white hair and the blazing blue flames on the longsword in his hand. I've been promoted to the next level, and I've also mastered a low-level and unpopular power of the domain of law. Laura's expression suddenly became ferocious, and the dark green tattoos on her face turned blood-colored in an instant. The blood-red rune patterns also quickly extended and grew wildly on the dozens of vines behind her. In an instant, the dark green vines that were already difficult to deal with suddenly expanded and became twice as thick, and the strength and speed of the attack also skyrocketed, just like a group of bloodthirsty pythons. Laura's face was covered with blood-colored vine patterns, ferocious and terrifying. Her mouth opened, and she let out a sharp cry, and her murderous intent was almost overflowing. Dozens of thick vines stained with blood tore through the air, making a terrible low whistle, and after cutting off large tracts of trees like cutting wheat, they quickly drew a gray shadow that couldn't dodge in time. Bang! A cloud of blood mist instantly exploded from the gray figure that was hit. The whole person flew out like a cannonball, but he stepped on an old tree and broke it halfway. He turned back and finally rolled to Laura in a mess. Laura looked down at him coldly. Dozens of blood-colored vines swayed slightly behind her like tentacles, exuding an unsettling atmosphere. At this time, she was not in a hurry to take action. It's a pity. Bugs are bugs. Even if they become a little stronger, they are still so weak that people feel pitiful. Cough cough. The person curled up on the ground like a shrimp coughed violently a few times, coughing up a large ball of blood foam. Then he struggled to prop up his body and slowly climbed up from the ground. At this time, Ronan looked extremely miserable. His gray robe was almost torn, stained with blood and showing a large dark color. His gray and white long hair was messy, wet with a mixture of blood and sweat, and stuck to his cheeks and forehead in a messy way. Ronan was shaky, as if he was going to die in the next second, and the black sword in his hand was broken into half. Bugs. He repeated Laura's words to himself, and his eyes began to glow, and the clear blue almost burst out. Be careful not to be tripped by the thin legs of the bugs. After saying that, Ronan grinned, and his face covered with blood and mud showed a cold but extremely brilliant smile to Laura, who had never been so close to him. Energy missile particle torrent. Countless mysterious auras converged, and a huge domain of law suddenly took shape. When dozens of pure black particles turned into a torrent and rolled away, Ronan's decadence and weakness instantly disappeared. Bang! The grass exploded, and the figure holding the broken sword rushed forward rapidly following the terrifying torrent, with a blazing flame flying like a dark blue flag, and fiercely stabbed at Laura, whose expression suddenly changed. Die? You bitch. As the cold and crazy roar sounded, two figures outside the battle group arrived. Feeling the two completely different terrifying powers that erupted in that instant, Jerome and the beautiful female wizard's eyelids trembled fiercely. Two kinds of extraordinary powers. How did he do it? The beautiful female wizard almost moaned and sighed. Chapter 75, Rebirth, Pure Body. The blow from the insects. The torrent of particles rolled over, raising rolling dust waves in the forest, and large areas of trees fell down, and the rough forest land was directly flattened. The scattered energy particles formed a warm and fiery hurricane, rising high into the sky, causing huge and continuous movement. Jerome and the beautiful female wizard stared at everything in front of them, and both of them had lingering shock and disbelief on their faces. "I'm beginning to believe in Laura's judgment now," the beautiful female wizard murmured. "Fail's death may really be related to this. What's his name?" The female wizard turned to look at Jerome. The latter took a breath and then slowly exhaled. "Ronan. His name is Ronan." "Ronan." The beautiful female wizard repeated the name, as if she wanted to remember it. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and suddenly reacted, saying in a hurried voice, "Then Laura. Lola won't fall so easily." Jerome's eyes were fixed on the center of the battle group, and soon, a trace of shock crept into his eyes, and his face quickly became solemn. "The Dean actually gave that to her as well. I should have thought of it earlier. This is troublesome." Huff. Ronan stood on the grass with a slight hunchback, breathing hard, suppressing the injuries in his body and recovering the consumed physical strength. He felt Jerome and the other two approaching, but did not cast a glance. His eyes were still focused on the direction where Laura was standing. The battle was not completely over yet. Ronan could feel that the sort of breaking the law that he had just burst out with all his strength had pierced Laura's body, but was quickly blocked by something. Laura was not dead, but at this distance, if she was hit by an energy missile particle torrent, head-on, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. The young Black Robe in the Scarlet Tower died in this way before, and his body was not left. Even though Laura was much stronger than the Black Robe, she was only one level higher. How much stronger could she be? Ronan thought, and coughed up a mouthful of blood, with some internal organs in the blood. He was seriously injured, like a porcelain that accidentally hit the ground, with cracks all over the bottle, but under the pain, there was an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Austerity bodybuilding. Master level. Ronan thought, and felt that he seemed to have grasped something. But before he could go deeper to pursue it, a huge energy wave suddenly broke out in front of him. The terrifying energy storm swept away all the traces of spells left in the empty field in an instant, and set off a fierce gust of wind. Everything around seemed to be crouching and trembling under this power. The tattered robe was blown back by the gust of wind and stuck tightly to the body. Ronan tried to open his eyes under the violent airflow, and he felt an unprecedented strong energy pressure. It came from the place where Laura had stood before. How is this possible? After seeing Laura's current appearance after the storm dust, even Ronan's will could not help but waver for a moment. He stared blankly at the front, and saw a woman with brilliant amber light and terrifying aura appearing in front of him. Laura. Laura was shrouded in golden light. Except for the color of her hair and eyes, the rune patterns floating on her face all turned into flowing gold. This gold spread to the vines behind her. The vines spun by these spells became thicker again, and exuded a dazzling golden color, with a strong magical metal texture. A pattern like a golden olive leaf appeared on Laura's forehead, which seemed to be the source of all this power. Ronan saw the broken sword he had inserted into Laura's chest. Under the surging golden light, it broke like a piece of paper and fell down. The skin behind the broken sword was smooth and intact, without any wounds. "It's not just Feo's business now. I will plant you in the dirtiest flower field, and let you feel the pain of your flesh, blood, and soul being sucked out by the roots of the plants bit by bit." Laura's already sharp voice became even more distorted under the influence of the high-pressure energy field, and the strong killing intent and powerful mental power surged out of her body like a tide. "Stop her." Not far away, Jerome let out a quick roar, and the moment he said that, a huge fireball appeared around him and flew towards Laura. The beautiful female witch in the gray-blue robe also moved quickly, and her cherry-red lips kept spitting out short spell syllables. However, Laura just glanced at them coldly, and several golden vines like giant pythons whistled and swung over, almost effortlessly smashing Jerome's fireball and the red fire ring produced after the fireball exploded. The terrible high temperature of the lava fell on the golden vines, burning only a trace of white heat, and did not cause any obvious damage to them at all. Hula, the air was torn apart like a piece of silk. Except for the vines used to fight against Jerome and the beautiful witch, the remaining golden vines behind Laura disappeared in an instant. The trajectory of these vines could hardly be captured in the air, and only a little after image could be barely seen. Ronan began to retreat after Laura awakened, and he had already thought of evacuating. But he retreated quickly, and the golden vines chased him even faster. Swoosh! Ronan caught the slight whistle from his ear, and the blue light flashed in his eyes. He barely had time to raise his hand. Bang! His chest suddenly sank, and the whole person was thrown to one side, followed by his back, lower abdomen, and shoulders. Ronan bounced in the air like a ball, and every time he turned in direction, a large cloud of blood mist would burst out of his body. He swung his body with difficulty, trying to dodge and resist, but under the golden vines that disappeared and appeared from time to time, he seemed so clumsy and powerless. Every time he barely made a move, he was immediately hit by another horrible blow. In this situation, even the body's instinctive reaction seemed slow, let alone casting spells. Finally, Ronan, who had been whipped countless times, fell heavily to the ground. His fingers moved slightly, but he could not do anything to follow up, as if he was just conveying the message that he was still alive. Several golden vines slid over quickly along the grass, quickly wrapped around his neck and body, and then slowly lifted him up. Ronan's head was hanging down, like a tattered corpse hanging in the air. Blood was dripping down from his broken body. Bugs are bugs. Laura, with the golden light flowing all over her body, walked slowly towards him, and the golden olive leaf pattern on her forehead was shining brightly. At this moment, Laura didn't know why her expression was unusually calm, and the continuous madness and paranoia seemed to have gone away with her. When she looked at Ronan, there was no resentment in her eyes, only pure cold murderous intent and contempt. Even if you struggle with all your might, it will only make your death more ridiculous. Laura raised her hand slightly, and all the golden vines entangled Ronan's body, like golden giant pythons ready to kill their prey, wrapping Ronan bit by bit, and then gradually tightening. Enjoy the pain of approaching death slowly. Laura spoke calmly, turning her head to look in the direction of Jerome and the others. At this time, Jerome had already stopped attacking, but just stood on the air, his face tight, his eyes flashing, and no one knew what he was thinking. The beautiful witch beside him turned her face to the side with reluctance. Some things seemed to have been destined long ago, even if they could not stop it. Ronan lowered his head, and the thick blood scabs on his eyelids made him unable to open his eyes. It seemed that his body did not belong to him a long time ago. He could only barely feel the terrible force pressing in from the outside, and in addition to the intense pain, there was a sense of suffocation that continued to deepen. He could hear the sound of his broken bones breaking more thoroughly, the hard and cold touch slowly wrapped around his cheeks, and the last glimmer of light in the corners of his eyes completely disappeared. Is he going to die? In the darkness, Ronan's mind began to quickly flash through some blurred and fragmented images, the shadows of some people. Old Wells, Eugene, Jacob, Linus, and even the owner of the rune stall who sold him the blank runestone. It's a revolving lantern. It looks like he's really going to die. Ronan thought silently in his heart, and the images of the characters in his mind flashed faster and faster, and became more and more chaotic. Feo, Angel, and Laura. The faces of these three people continued to appear in front of Ronan, disappear, appear, and disappear. Then these people's faces gradually blurred and began to move away from him quickly. Ronan felt as if he was slowly entering a dark and cold dream at this moment. He floated on the cold water, unable to do anything. He could only feel the cold water swallowing him up little by little, and his body sank uncontrollably. Suddenly, a strong sense of unwillingness emerged in his heart again. Why can't I survive after trying so hard? Bugs. Should bugs calmly accept the fate of being controlled by others? The fear of hiding in the quilt when he saw the wizards fighting for the first time at the beginning of his journey. The joy of successfully engraving the first rune of clean. The nervousness and trembling when he killed someone with magic for the first time. The determination when he went all out to break through to the official wizard level. Ronan recalled the difficulties he had faced step by step, the struggles and resistance he had made in order to survive. He stumbled and crawled all the way to now. He chased the dawn, he looked at the scenery in the future, the wonderful things he longed for. All the efforts he had made for it. Why did he still want to die after all this? He really didn't want to. Crack, the sound of something breaking. In the dark and cold dream, sinking to the bottom of the water, Ronan's body stopped and suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of dazzling light burst out from his body and eyes, and the darkness around him was quickly dispelled and faded away. He heard the sound of a shell breaking. It was as if something was growing out of his body. Everything that had disappeared and gone was returning quickly at this moment. Bang! Bang! The sound of a powerful heartbeat came from his chest, and waves of hot heat were injected into his body. The obstructed light, the cold and hard touch that was entangled, and the strong smell of blood lingering in his mouth and nose reappeared. The sound of the shell breaking became clearer and clearer. This time Ronan heard it clearly from his own body. He was like a cicada shedding its shell, a moth breaking out of its cocoon. Those heavy and rotten things of the past. The cowardice, uneasiness, hesitation, anxiety, and fear that were entangled in them were all broken at this moment and washed away like dirt. The character panel suddenly appeared in front of Ronan. Ronan clearly saw that after the skill bar, austerity body forging, the words, expert level 800/800, were quietly changing. At this moment, Ronan finally understood what the last thing was, that austerity body forging needed to be promoted to a master. It was a heavy blow. It was a force that could ruthlessly break through his stale, heavy, and unbearable outer shell. Only by breaking this thick old shell can the vitality nurtured in his body be released, and he can truly usher in a new life. Crack, huh? In the quiet forest, a sudden slight sound made Laura, who was looking at Jerome, turn her head sharply, and her eyes fell directly on the large cocoon in front of her, which was wrapped by dozens of golden vines. Laura frowned slightly, thinking that she had heard it wrong. Crack, but another crisp sound came from the large cocoon, and Laura's eyes suddenly became suspicious. Crack, the cracking sound became more and more frequent and clearer. The large cocoon wrapped in golden vines gradually expanded, and it seemed that something extremely terrible was about to break out. This is impossible. Laura's face finally changed, and there was shock and disbelief in her eyes. She clearly sensed that the weak breath of the insect was gradually fading away under the entanglement of her magic vines until it disappeared. But now, there was a vitality that was hundreds and thousands of times stronger than before, and even she was slightly trembling. It was growing and eager to bloom. Damn it! Laura gritted her teeth and urged her mental power fiercely. The golden olive leaf on her forehead was so bright that it was dazzling. But even so, it could not stop the cracking sound from getting more and more intense. Large and dense cracks had even appeared on the surface of the entangled golden vines, expanding outwards little by little, making a sound of breaking under the heavy load. Finally, boom! With a huge explosion, the cocoon formed by the golden vines was completely shattered, and countless vine fragments flew everywhere. A surge of life energy like a wave spread out, setting off a momentary gust of wind on the field, blowing everything around. Laura stood still, staring blankly at the center of the energy explosion. Jerome and the beautiful witch in the sky had also been attracted and were watching in amazement. Under the gaze of the three, a figure slowly emerged from the rising dust. This was an extremely young and handsome man. His facial features were warm and fair, without a single wrinkle. On his slender and strong body, every muscle and every line seemed to be just right, releasing a thrilling primitive charm. He closed his eyes tightly, and his crystal white long hair was scattered behind him, dancing without wind. He seemed to have a natural halo around him. There was a tiny white flame jumping at the edge where his body met the air, and the light was swallowed up in it, creating a slight sense of spatial distortion and collapse. Suddenly, the man's closed eyes opened. The azure that bloomed in an instant was as bright as a star. The man's face was filled with a kind of joy like a newborn baby. He was glowing and smiling at Laura in front of him, and whispered, "Laura, are you ready to face the blow from an insect?" At this moment, Ronan's eyes quietly slid out the information of the character panel. He saw that the proficiency level behind the skill column, austerity body forging, had become Master 1/1600. In addition, there was another change in the talent column that he had almost never paid attention to. Behind the non-attribute affinity that he had almost become numb to, there was a new line of small words, unsullied body, active. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.